Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 Yin-Yang Transformation Diagram. Ling Yanhong was slightly surprised when he saw Ling Pengyun also took out a corpse of a late foundation building earth dragon, and then he felt a little regretful. Dragons are rare creatures in the world. The monsters that can transform into dragons under the golden elixir stage are all extraordinary talents or have good luck, and have a great probability of breaking through the golden elixir stage. Just relying on the strong physique of the dragon, the probability of breaking through the golden elixir stage can be increased by 10%. If this thing is still alive, it can be used as a family guardian spirit beast. Ling Yanhong secretly said a pity, and then asked Ling Pengyun a question. The matter of refining pills is easy. I am now in the 3rd level of refining pills. Relying on the things on this dragon, I can refine some 2nd level pills at most. It is not difficult for me. But Pengyun, you refine the Jiao blood pill and the Jiao transformation pill. Are you planning to give them to the 4 golden armored pythons in twin spirit bodies in Qingxi's hands? Ling Pengyun nodded without hiding his thoughts. Yes, currently, among the spiritual beasts related to the dragon in the hands of the family members, only the 4 golden armored pythons in Qingxi's hands and the fire python in Pengchu have the potential to transform into dragons. The dragon corpse I got this time is of the earth element. The dragon blood pill and the dragon transformation pill made from its flesh and blood must also be of the earth element. Earth produces gold, which is restrained by fire. In this way, the dragon blood pill and the dragon transformation pill made from this dragon are naturally more suitable for consumption by Qingxi's 4 golden armored pythons. If they are given to the fire dragon in Pengchu's hands, I'm afraid that the fire dragon can only refine 80% to 90% of the medicinal effect of the pill at most. This is really a waste. As an alchemist, Ling Yanhong naturally knew about this. After getting Ling Pengyun's affirmative answer, his expression moved slightly. After some hesitation, he spoke again. Pengyun, the 4 golden armored pythons in Qingxi's hands are extraordinary in talent and possess spiritual bodies. After the 4 golden armored pythons have taken the Jiaoxa pill and the Jiaohu pill to enhance their bloodlines, they will probably be more like they have divine help. And the family's guardian beast, the fairy crane king, is not as talented as the family's progress. In the future, its cultivation level will at most break through to the perfect foundation establishment. This level of cultivation is no longer a match for the family. Under such circumstances, I plan to train the 4 golden armored pythons in Qingxi's hands as the family's guardian beasts. Is that a good idea? Of course, the 4 golden armored pythons will still belong to Qingxi, but when the family is in crisis, the 4 golden armored pythons of Qingxi will need to help with all their strength. When Qingxi gets old, he can do as our ancestors did, persuading their own spiritual beast, the fairy crane king, to stay in the clan, and keep the 4 golden armored pythons in the clan to serve as guardian beasts. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. As time went by, the Ling family was already a powerful force that could produce golden elixirs. They had extraordinary potential and were financially capable of cultivating golden elixirs on their own. Under such circumstances, how could the family mistreat the guardian spirit beast? Ling Pengyun would naturally not let the 4 golden armored pythons in his only son's hands miss this opportunity, so he agreed immediately. Of course, this is a good thing. I will agree to this on behalf of Qingxi, Ling Yanhong said with a smile. Ha, okay. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more words, and Ling Yanhong returned to the alchemy room with the corpse of the late foundation building earth dragon. Ling Pengyun was still waiting in the cave hall. After waiting for about a month, because the dragon blood on the earth dragon was extremely pure, Ling Yanhong, a sophisticated 3rd level alchemist, refined 12 2nd level top grade dragon blood pills and 4 2nd level top grade dragon transforming pills. After Ling Pengyun got the pills, he left Ling Yanhong's cave and went to the War Spirit Island, the base of the family's war hall, to find Ling Qingshi, who had been practicing there for many years. 9 years later, Ling Qingshi, who was only 16, 17 or 8 years old, was now 25 years old. His height had not grown, and he was still 8 feet tall, but his face was less immature, and his facial features became more prominent. In addition, he had a hint of murderous aura from killing monsters all year round, and he looked like a killing god. After Ling Pengyun handed over all the Jiaoxia pills and Jiaohu pills he had obtained this time to Ling Qingsha, he told Ling Qingsha that the family planned to arrange the 4 golden armored pythons as the guardian spirit beasts of the family. He also asked Ling Qingsha, who had raised his cultivation to the state of perfect key training 3 years ago and was now trying to increase the strength of his consciousness through the explosion forging god technique to prepare for a breakthrough in the foundation building alone. Qingsha, have you made any progress in the explosive god forging technique in the past few months? Ling Qingsha was very happy at the moment because he had obtained the dragon transforming pill, but when he heard what Ling Pengyun asked, a helpless look suddenly appeared on his face. Yes, but not much. It is still difficult for a key training body to comprehend the 5th level of the explosive god forging technique. With my current progress, I am afraid it will take another 4 or 5 years to break through the bottleneck of the 4th level of the explosive god forging technique and enter the 5th level of this method. At present, only Ling Qingsha, who has reached the perfect key training stage, has comprehended the explosive god forging technique to the 4th level and has the powerful spiritual consciousness of the foundation building stage in advance. With a spiritual consciousness, he can increase his probability of entering the foundation building stage by 10%. However, the Ling family currently only has the explosive god forging technique to help with foundation building. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Ling Qingsha planned to practice the explosion god forging technique to the 5th level, and then strengthen his own spiritual power to the level of a mid-stage foundation building cultivator, and then try to break through the foundation alone. In this way, with the help of the mid-stage foundation building spiritual power, he can also increase the chance of breaking through the foundation by about 20%. As for the 6th level of the explosion god forging technique, it was too difficult to comprehend, and Ling Qingsha had given up. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun raised a look of relief on his face, and muttered to himself in his heart. 4 or 5 years later, I can gather another breath of yin-yang primordial ki, and then I can give it to this child. In this way, with the blessing of the explosive forging god technique and the yin-yang primordial ki, this child also has a 30% chance of breaking through the foundation building stage. This success rate is not weaker than the foundation building pill. In addition, the technique this child practices is the method of cultivating water and fire together. His spiritual power is already sharp. It is estimated that there will be no big problem for this child to enter the foundation building stage. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's face also became more happy. Then, he comforted him, 4 or 5 years is not a long time for you. By then, you will only be 30 years old. By then, if you can successfully break through the foundation building stage, you will still have a broad path. Ling Qingsha heard this, but became even more unhappy. The helpless look on his face also increased. But cousin Wu Hong entered the foundation building stage when he was over 20 years old. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun understood what his son was thinking, and he said with a smile, "Silly boy, Xiao Hong has the wind spirit root, so his cultivation speed is naturally fast, but you don't need to belittle yourself. With your current cultivation speed, you are comparable to my youth. Moreover, the further you practice the technique, the more advantages you will have. When you enter the foundation building stage and condense the yin-yang transformation diagram in your inner elixir, your cultivation speed will surely not lag behind Xiao Hong by a few points. Keep your mind clear of distractions, concentrate on comprehending the explosive forging god technique, and impact the foundation building stage as soon as possible." When Ling Qingsha heard the 5 words yin-yang transformation diagram, his eyes, which were filled with helplessness, suddenly lit up. The yin-yang transformation diagram is a secret auxiliary method recorded in the Yin-Yang Transformation Sutra, the superior technique he practiced, which can speed up the transformation of water and fire spirit power into yin-yang transformation power. Once the yin-yang transformation diagram is condensed on the inner elixir by this method, the cultivation speed can be accelerated by at least 50%, or even doubled or several times. This is also the strength of the Yin-Yang Huaxuan Sutra, which is known as the superior practice. According to the records in the practice, the yin-yang huaxuan diagram condensed in the inner elixir, in addition to being helpful for cultivation, can also strengthen the foundation of the cultivator and enhance the cultivator's foundation. If so, I can condense this diagram before building the foundation. Ling Qiangshi's eyes brightened a little, and he also responded to Ling Pengyun obediently. "I know, Dad." Ling Pengyun nodded lightly, and then stopped paying attention to the child, and went to the depths of Xianling Island, to a hall named Hanling. Although the decoration of this hall is relatively simple, the space is very large. There are no ordinary tables and chairs, only neatly arranged cushions. Ling Pengyun walked slowly to the cushion that was placed at the top and sat on it. Then, he summoned a bell that exuded the breath of the second level upper grade and shook it gently. Chapter 552 Ling's 5 Sons and 5 Tigers. At the same time, around the War Spirit Island, there are 4 attached monster islands, deep in one of the islands. In a valley covered by a formation, 2 young men wearing Ling's Taoist robes, with different appearances and cultivation levels at the 7th level of key training, are working together to attack a 9th level of key training swift-winged wolf. At this moment, a small bell hanging on the waists of the 2 7th level key training young men suddenly rang. The 2 men who were fighting saw this unusual movement and looked very happy. One of the young men, who looked ordinary but had a fierce look on his face, controlled 9 first-grade top-grade green bamboo swords to form the Earth Evil Sword formation to attack the swift-winged wolf. He greeted the square-faced young man who looked very stable and kept pinching his fingers to cast earth-based defensive spells to resist the wind blades from the swift-winged wolf. "Brother Wandel, Grandpa Pengyun hasn't come to Xianling Island to preach for nearly 2 years. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will have to wait. Don't save your spiritual power. Follow me to kill this monster quickly and go back to Xianling Island to listen to Grandpa Pengyun's preaching." After saying that, the ruthless young man raised his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and summoned 9 first-grade top-grade green bamboo swords again. Then, he quickly pinched his fingers and used the Ling family's set of earthly evil sword tactics, and headed into it, and unexpectedly formed these 9 green bamboo swords into a sword formation. In this way, this person can control 2 sets of sword formations to fight the enemy at the same time. For a moment, the 9th-level key training wind wolf, which had a slight advantage before, was immediately suppressed by the 2 sets of powerful sword formations, and wounds continued to appear on its body. And the young man who looked more stable, all was focused on defense, and was called Brother Wandel on the side, actually hid his strength. A trace of seriousness appeared on his face, and the fingering in his hand quickly changed, turning into a series of fingering phantoms. The next moment, a series of earth spikes emerged and were continuously shot out by him. It was like a magic turret. If there were cultivators of the same level here, they would be shocked by the strength of the 2. With the 2 fighting at full strength, the swift-winged wolf, whose cultivation reached the 9th level of key training, did not last long at all and was killed by the 2. After the battle, "Brother Wang Tzu, your sword formation is getting more and more fierce, but has your spiritual consciousness improved?" The young man who looked more stable and was called Brother Wandel asked the young man with a fierce face who mastered 2 sets of earthly sword formations with a little envy. This stable young man was the earth magic genius Ling Wandel in the Ling family battle hall. And the young man with a fierce face was Ling Wangsu in the battle hall, who had poor cultivation qualifications and only 4 spiritual roots, but had a very high spiritual consciousness talent. If we count the talent in spiritual awareness, he is the best among the younger generation of the entire Ling family. Even Ling Qiangsha is weaker than him in spiritual awareness. The 4th level of the explosive god forging technique is extremely difficult to comprehend. Since I comprehended it to the 4th level last year, my progress in practicing this method has been very slow. I guess it will be difficult for me to make any major progress in this method before I complete my key training. My sword formation is so sharp because I have made some progress in the way of swordsmanship in recent days, but I am still some distance away from condensing the sword intent. Unfortunately, I don't have any talent in the way of swordsmanship. If the strongest swordsman in the family, Grandpa Pengyun, was still in the family and had his guidance, perhaps I could make further progress in the way of swordsmanship. Brother Wandel, I won't say much about this. Let's go back to Xianling Island and listen to Grandpa Pengyun's teachings. 2 years ago, I listened to Grandpa Pengyun's teachings, and then I had some insights. After a year of precipitation, I comprehended the explosive god forging technique to the 4th level, and possessed the spiritual consciousness comparable to that of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. Perhaps, this time, we can also gain something. Ling Wangsu said this with a hint of helplessness, and then with excitement, he summoned a fairy crane, the symbol of the Ling family, and rode on it, flying away from the monster island. Ling Wanduo, who was still standing there, looked at Ling Wangsu, who couldn't wait to ride the fairy crane away, and his face was full of envy. This kid's talent is getting more and more terrifying. If he enters the sword path, I'm afraid he will be able to compete with Chang Xiaobo, who is the same age as me. I also need to work hard, otherwise I will be left far behind by this kid, which will really undermine my dignity as a clan elder. After saying that, he also summoned a fairy crane and flew away. Since the Ling family had the second-level beast control passed down by Lin Fan, the guest beast control official, the reproduction speed of the fairy cranes in the clan, which had always been difficult to reproduce, has also increased a lot. In addition, Ling Wanduo and Ling Wangsu are one of the new generation of Ling's 5 sons. They are the children that Ling's family focuses on training. They were given a fairy crane with good flying speed and good combat power. The 5 sons of Ling's family is the title given by Ling's family to the youngest members of the Wan and Li generations in the family who have outstanding talents. In addition to Ling Wanduo and Ling Wangsu, the other 3 of the 5 sons are the spiritual plant genius who worshipped under Ling Pengyun, the water and wood dual spiritual roots Ling Wanchuan, and 2 geniuses of the Li generation. In addition, the Ling family also listed and selected the members of the Yun, Xiao, Peng, Chang, Wan, Li generations who have outstanding talents in the key training and foundation building realm, and named them the 5 tigers of Ling's family. These 5 tigers are Ling Pengyun, who specializes in fire magic, and Ling Chengxin, a second-level upper-grade alchemist. Ling Changyuan, who had steadily entered the foundation building realm several years ago and was also a second-level spiritual plant husband, was the son of Ling Pengyun. He had been stationed with Ling Chengping in Qingshi Mountain in Huaishu County. He was a steady person with a good talent for spiritual plants, so he was given the title of 5 tigers. Ling Chengping, who had also entered the foundation building realm a few years ago and was also a second-level silkworm breeder. And Ling Chengxia, who had perfected his key training. Whether it was the 5 sons of the Ling family or the 5 tigers of the Ling family, they were all the children that the Ling family focused on training, with resources tilted. If it weren't for the lack of talents in the clan, the Ling family, with its strong foundation and rich wealth, could have spent a lot of resources to focus on training a few clan members. Of course, the reason why the family trained these 5 tigers and 5 sons was because they valued their talents. All 10 of them had the opportunity to break through to the late stage of foundation building or even perfect foundation building. Among them, there were clan members such as Ling Pengyun, Ling Chengxin, and Ling Chengxia who had the opportunity to try to break through the Jinden realm. Deep in the War Spirit Island, in the originally empty hall, the members of the Ling family war hall were excited and serious, looking at Ling Pengyun, the host, waiting for him to preach. It was not until Ling Wanduo and Ling Wangsu, 2 clansmen who were in the outside world, arrived that Ling Pengyun began to talk about the way of key training in detail. Key training is a realm in the Tao where it is best to forge the foundation. In this realm, you don't need to be fast, just take steady steps. If you are a fast cultivator, it is best to spend more time in key training. This will indirectly consolidate the foundation, which will be beneficial for breaking through the foundation building realm, and will be even more beneficial for the future Tao. At the same time, in the inner circle of the War Spirit Island, in a courtyard, Ling Chengxia had heard his father Ling Pengyun preach in his early years, so he did not go to Ling Pengyun's preaching on the island this time. At this time, he walked into a quiet room. The spiritual energy in this quiet room is extremely rich. In the corner of this quiet room, there are 4 demon pythons that are 2 meters long, as thick as buckets, and have reached the 9th level of key training. They are covered with the golden scales. They coiled their bodies into a circle and leaned together to absorb the spiritual energy in this quiet room for cultivation. Okay, stop practicing. I'll give you something good. Ling Chengxin called out to the 4 golden-scaled demon pythons that were practicing. The 4 demon pythons were his 4 golden armored pythons with twin spirit bodies. With the blessing of the twin spirit bodies, the 4 of them practiced much faster than the same level, and were a few points faster than ordinary cultivators. This is also the advantage of the spirit body. When the 4 golden armored pythons heard the call, they opened their eyes one after another and cast a puzzled look at Ling Chengxia, who disturbed their practice. Ling Chengxia did not explain. He waved his hand and took out 4 bottles of Jiaoxudan, poured out a Jiaoxudan from each of them, and handed them to the 4 golden armored pythons. One for each snake, don't fight for it. The 4 golden armored pythons felt the dragon energy contained in the 4 jade blood pills, and their blood couldn't help but get hotter. A sense of desire from the depths of their blood rushed into their brains. Excited, they immediately ate the 4 jade blood pills handed to them. Then, they expressed their gratitude to their master Lingxiao, and then closed their eyes again to refine the pills. Seeing this, Lingxiao shook his head helplessly and complained. 4 starving ghosts. He also left the quiet room and walked into the quiet room next door. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and his eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction. I must condense the yin-yang transformation diagram and catch up with the cultivation speed of cousin Wu Hong. After saying this, he immediately closed his eyes and began to mobilize the yin-yang Taichu spiritual power in his body, gathering it into a circle in the dantian. Then he separated the yang and yin spiritual powers, and according to the records in the technique, he transformed the 2 spiritual powers into small fish, and made the 2 small fish connect head to tail, and let them rotate. At first, it was okay, he could still keep the 2 small fish connected head to tail rotating normally, but when he was not paying attention, one of the small fish was a little faster and hit the small fish in front. If the yin and yang spiritual powers were operating normally according to the technique, there would be no problem. But now that the yin and yang spiritual powers were transformed into fish, they were separated by Lingxiao, and then overlapped in a short time, which also caused the yin and yang spiritual powers to conflict, and the spiritual powers in the 2 small fish that collided gradually began to riot. Not good. Lingxiao frowned and said inwardly. Before he could mobilize his spiritual consciousness and go forward to suppress it, he heard a faint roar from his dantian. A sense of pain suddenly came from above his dantian. The blood in his body also began to churn, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. After spending a long time suppressing the injuries in his body, he probed into the inner elixir that was constantly emitting pain. The injury is not serious, continue. Lingxiao's eyes were fierce, and he said secretly. Immediately, he once again activated the condensation method of the yin-yang huaxun diagram. However, this time, just like the last time, he still failed. This lasted for half a day. Lingxiao tried 5 times, but failed. With continuous failures, he had been seriously injured. Blood kept flowing from his mouth, nose, and ears. His breath was even weaker. And the inner elixir in his body, due to the collision and explosion of the 5 consecutive yin and yang spiritual forces, also had tiny cracks. When he failed for the 6th time, the small cracks on his inner elixir also expanded a little. The blood in his body kept rushing to his head, and he could no longer hold on to his injuries. As a mouthful of blood spurted out, his eyes went black and he fell to the ground. The 4 golden armored pythons in the next room that were refining jade blood pills noticed this through the master recognition restriction. They left their own meditation rooms without caring about refining jade blood pills and rushed to the meditation room where Lingxiao was. They crawled beside Lingxiao, who had fainted on the ground, looking at the extremely weak Lingxiao with a worried and helpless look. The next moment, in the battle spirit island, Ling Pengyun, who was preaching, frowned suddenly, turned into a phantom, and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had come to the side of Lingxiao, who had fainted on the ground. When he used his spiritual sense to detect the injuries on Lingxiao's body, he immediately understood why Lingxiao had reached such a state. This child is really stubborn. If the Yin-Yang Huaxun diagram recorded in the superior technique Yin-Yang Sutra, which is extremely helpful for auxiliary, is so easy, why would it be marked on the technique that only foundation-building cultivators can try to comprehend this secret technique? Fortunately, the child's dantian injury is not the kind of injury that is difficult to recover, otherwise the child's path would probably be delayed because of this. After saying this, Ling Pengyun immediately took out a bottle of healing 2nd-level spiritual water from his arms and poured it into Lingxiao's mouth. With the help of the spiritual water, Lingxiao's breath gradually became calm. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun was relieved. He then left this place and returned to the battle spirit hall to preach. Thanks, Yubi's 100-point reward. Thanks, book friend 201904052003342000. Book friend 20,230,219,592 DC, EVIB. Book friend 201710051631087662, Book friend 20171005163108762. Is it wrong to fall in love with someone? Marshmallowsley. Book friend 20180402211444587. Loneliness Aya. Inexhaustible primordial desolation. Don't understand books. Military soul old past. Home a man leans monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Four Dragons Appear. 3 months later. In a quiet room deep in the courtyard of Xianling Island, a young man with a pale face sat cross-legged on a cushion. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes and sighed with a bit of helplessness. It's really hard to heal the injury to the dantian. This young man was Ling Pengyun, who had forced himself to practice the secret technique Yin-Yang Sutra in the key training realm half a year ago. In the past 3 months, although he had a large number of high-level healing spiritual objects to help him, the injury to the dantian was only about half healed. Ling Pengyun slowly stood up, walked out of his own quiet room, and turned to walk into the quiet room where his 4 golden armored pythons were. As soon as he entered this place, the 4 golden armored pythons that had been here all year round crawled over. 3 months later, his 4 golden armored pythons were a little different from before. At this moment, the size of the 4 golden armored pythons had grown from 2 feet to 2.5 feet long, with millstones thick, and their cultivation had also been raised from the 9th level of key training to the perfect state of key training. What's more, they each had a small bulge on their heads, and a trace of dragon pressure came from it. The bulge on the head of the golden armored python named Jinda, who had the best qualifications and had reached the 1st level of key training, was as big as a fist. At the top of the bulge, a fingernail-sized, pointed keratin could be seen emerging from it. The dragon aura transmitted from this python was also the most intense. I'm afraid that with just the dragon aura, ordinary monsters of the same level would find it difficult to fight against it. When Ling Pengyun saw this scene, the helpless look on his face was immediately washed away, and a sense of joy appeared on his face. The 12 jade blood pills my father gave me are really effective. I didn't expect that these 4 golden armored pythons would become half-dragon bodies after taking only 3 jade blood pills of a weaker effect. Now, we only have to look at the last 4 second-grade superior jade blood pills, which are the most effective and made from the essence and blood of jade dragons. He raised his hand and took out the 4 bottles of jade blood pills from the storage bag. He poured out the pills and immediately handed them to the 4 golden armored pythons. Then, he sat cross-legged here, looking at the 4 golden armored pythons that fell into deep sleep after taking the jade blood pills with an expectant look on his face. Time passed slowly, and 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. One day, the bodies of the 4 golden armored pythons, which had been motionless, suddenly flashed with dazzling red light. Then, the 4 golden armored pythons seemed to be in great pain, constantly shaking their bodies and making painful howls from their mouths. Ling Pengyun, who had been guarding the 4 demon pythons, panicked when he saw this. He had intended to investigate whether the 4 demon pythons had encountered any changes, but when he saw the bulges on the foreheads of the 4 demon pythons slowly swelled, and the dragon energy emanating from the bulges became more concentrated, he was relieved and his face became more expectant. Such a big commotion, it turns out that they are transforming into dragons. At this moment, the 4 golden armored pythons suddenly flashed a golden aura, directly covering the red aura shining on their bodies. The next moment, the strands of dragon energy that spread out from their bodies slowly blended together in a very strange way, as if they had become one. A strong aura like a real dragon also emerged. The real dragon energy trembled slightly, and at the same time flashed a golden aura, transforming into small golden dragons, constantly passing through the bodies of the 4 golden armored pythons. Whenever the golden dragons passed through the bodies of the 4 golden armored pythons, they would remove the impurities in the blood of the 4 golden armored pythons. Some golden pointed keratin gradually emerged from the bulges on their heads. Ling Pengyun, who saw this scene, was shocked. According to the records in the classics, such a situation would never occur during the period when the monsters transformed into dragons. Could it be that the powerful twin spirits are helping them transform into dragons? Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun was immediately certain, and his face was immediately filled with joy. After another 3 days, all the strange phenomena stopped. The 4 golden armored pythons also changed their appearances at this moment, especially the golden armored python named Jinda. Its body, which had already grown rapidly, grew again to a length of 3.5 feet, and the golden scales on its body became thicker and heavier, and the shape became like fish scales. The original bulge on its head also turned into a 3-inch-long golden horn, and a true dragon spirit also emanated from its body. Although the bodies of the other 3 golden armored pythons had grown to 3 meters in length, and their scales had turned into fish scales, the bulges on their heads had not completely turned into golden horns. Only 2 feet long golden horns emerged from the bulges. In addition, although they also exuded the aura of the real dragon, it was weaker than the aura of the real dragon on Jinda, and there was about 10% of the aura of the demon python mixed in, which seemed a bit out of place. Obviously, these 2 demon pythons had not completely turned into dragons, but they were not far from turning into dragons. And the golden armored python, which had extraordinary natural resources, naturally successfully turned into a dragon. Seeing this, Lingxiao felt sorry that the 3 spirit beasts, Jin-Er, Jin-Sen, and Jin-Si, had not completely turned into dragons, but his face was still full of joy. You know, even half-dragons are extremely rare in the world. Relying on their half-dragon qualifications, they can at least break through to the late stage of foundation building and the state of perfection. For example, Jin-Er, Jin-Sen, and Jin-Si, half-dragons that are about to transform into dragons, will have a physique and spiritual awareness far superior to those of the same level, and they have a 0.5% chance of entering the golden core. It is extremely easy for a dragon to complete the foundation building, and even with its strong physique and spiritual awareness far superior to those of the same level, it can increase its chance of entering the golden core by 10%. Not to mention, these 4 spirit beasts all have twin spirit bodies, and their qualifications far exceed those of other half-dragons or dragons. They can even increase their chances of entering the golden core by an additional 10%. In this way, Jinda, who has the strongest qualifications and has transformed into a dragon, has a 20% chance of breaking through the golden core. Jin-Er, Jin-Sen, and Jin-Si, the 3 half-dragons, also have a 15% chance of breaking through the golden core. This is a great opportunity. If these 4 dragons can enter the golden elixir in the future, who in the whole Yan state can stop me? When the time comes, I will definitely lead my family and command the whole Yan state. Lingxiao was excited and muttered to himself about his ambitions. However, just when Lingxiao was happy, Jinda, one of the 4 golden armored pythons, looked at his 3 twin brothers who had not successfully transformed into dragons with a sad face. Jinda's spiritual wisdom had already been greatly opened because of his spiritual body. In addition, after this transformation into a dragon, some dragon inheritance was brought into his blood. He also knew the benefits of successfully transforming into a dragon in the realm of key training, such as consolidating the foundation and greatly enhancing the qualifications. In this way, if his 3 twin brothers missed the opportunity to transform into a dragon during the key training, their benefits would be much smaller, and they would find it difficult to keep up with him in the future. This also means that his 3 brothers will find it difficult to ascend to the Tao. Because of the twin spiritual bodies, he has a deep relationship with his 3 brothers, and he does not want to be the only one with a long life in the future. Furthermore, there is a limitation of twin spirits. That is, as the cultivation level increases, the cultivation level of the monsters with twin spirits will remain at the same level, and then they will work together and make progress together. If one party lags behind, the progress of the other parties will be delayed. Regardless of emotion or reason, as the eldest, it will help the 3 brothers and help them transform into dragons as soon as possible in the realm of key training, so as to improve their qualifications. It asked its master Lingxiao if there was anything that could help transform into a dragon. When it received the answer that there was no, its eyes became fierce, and it immediately forced out the few drops of true dragon blood in its body and sent them to its 3 brothers. And roared at them, asking them to quickly take the true dragon blood. Jin-Er, Jin-Sen, Jin-Sen, and even Lingxiao were all stunned after knowing Jinda's intention. Blood essence is the essence of a demon beast. Once lost, it is extremely difficult to recover. In addition, the body will become weak during this period, and the strength will be greatly reduced. The speed of cultivation will also be reduced. Jinda has just become a dragon body, and there is not much true dragon blood essence in his body, only 5 drops. Now if Jin-Er and the others swallow the 3 drops of true dragon blood essence, Jinda's future cultivation speed and strength will be reduced by at least 60%. To recover these 3 drops of blood essence, even if there are enough blood essences to help, it will take at least 6 years to recuperate. This price is very high for Jinda, who has turned into a dragon and whose cultivation speed is not weaker than that of a cultivator with different spiritual roots. Lingxiao saw that Jinda was determined, and considering the various reasons that Jinda considered, he did not dissuade him from doing this. At the same time, he also had a little more respect for Jinda in his heart. Among ordinary demon beasts, it is impossible for them to be as willing as Jinda. And Jin-Er, Jin-Sen, and Jin-Si are also very intelligent, and they all know the consequences of Jinda's loss of blood essence. However, they also knew what Jinda was thinking. After keeping this thought in mind, the 3 weaker golden-armored pythons swallowed the true dragon blood sent by Jinda one after another and fell into deep sleep. Jin-Er, Jin-Sen, and Jin-Si were already on the verge of becoming dragons. The true dragon blood sent by Jinda was like divine help to them now. They also took this opportunity and transformed into dragons one after another in just 3 days. 4 dragons. Ha ha ha. God help me. In the future, this Yan state will definitely become the territory of the Ling family. Lingxiao, who had been guarding here, saw that the last golden armored python also successfully transformed into a dragon. He smiled and said happily. At this time, when the last golden dragon that successfully transformed into a dragon opened its eyes, the 4 golden dragons in the twin spirit bodies in this quiet room suddenly trembled. Their bodies also flashed golden spiritual light. In the dark, there was an invisible consciousness guiding them to perform an extremely difficult spell. In an instant, the 4 golden dragons roared at the same time, and spewed out a spell respectively. The 4 spells cast by the 4 dragons gathered together and turned into a golden seal with countless dragon patterns on the surface. Roar! The golden seal glowed with spiritual light, spewing out countless golden spiritual power, and quickly gathered into a golden dragon phantom with a length of 5 meters. This golden dragon phantom was the same as the 4 golden dragons, but it was a little bigger, and its eyes were bright, like a living thing. The dragon aura was several times higher than that of the 4 golden dragons. It also radiated a huge pressure of the 3rd level of foundation building. This is a fusion spell. Lingxiao saw this scene and was shocked. Judging from the aura of this fusion spell, I'm afraid there is a chance to fight a 3rd level of foundation building. The Battle of Key Training Perfection, the 3rd level of foundation building. Ha ha ha. Another happy event. Ha ha ha. Dot. Chapter 554, the number of Ling clan monks is increasing rapidly. 2.5 years later. This winter, the snow was heavier than usual. Countless snowflakes as big as half a fist fell from the sky, and the biting cold wind blew across the earth. The snow falling from the sky to the ground was at least half a leg high, and countless snowflakes fell into the water of Lingxiao Maturation Lake, and the ice-filled snow condensed into a thick layer of ice. In such weather, countless monks of different ages wearing Ling's Taoist robes were not afraid of the cold, braved the biting cold wind, and ran from all over the place on the ice to Lingxiao Maturation Lake. After a few days or so, these monks finally arrived outside the ancestral temple on Lingayan Island, the home of the Ling clan, in the early morning of the spring festival. At this time, there were as many as 500 monks wearing Ling's Taoist robes gathered here. These 500 monks lined up in an orderly manner, and the 10 people at the front of the crowd were the 5 tigers and 5 sons of the Ling clan. Uncle Pengyu, Aunt Penguin, why didn't Aunt Penguin return to the clan during the spring festival this time? Do you know where Aunt Penguin went? Ling Changping, who was clever and eccentric and was brought up by Ling Pengyun since she was a child, frowned when she saw that the clan members around her were celebrating the spring festival together just like 5 years ago, and Ling Penguin, with whom she had a very good relationship, was not there. Puzzled, she looked at Ling Pengyu, the leader of the 5 tigers of the Ling clan, and asked him. I don't know either. In recent years, I have been unable to contact Sister Penguin using the communication talisman, but I have been to the ancestral temple and looked at Sister Penguin's life tablet, and her life tablet is still intact. I guess. Sister Penguin was arranged by Brother Pengyun or Grandpa Yunhong to guard an important place, so it is inconvenient to disclose it to the outside world. Ling Pengyu, with white hair and wrinkles on his face, said carefully. Since the construction of Lingxiao Maturation Lake, the Ling clan has held a collective spring festival every 5 years, calling on many clan members outside to return to the clan for reunion and strength and cohesion. As for not holding it every year, it was because those clan members who were away were in different places, and it was too time-consuming to return to the family every year. Guarding a key place? What kind of key place can be guarded by Ling Pengyun, a veteran second-level formation master? After hearing this, Ling Qiangping lowered her head and thought curiously. At the same time, an inconspicuous and young cultivator among the 500 cultivators also heard what Ling Pengyun had just said, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. After a while, when the scorching sun in the sky slowly rose, a ray of sunlight fell on the earth, and a beam of escape light also flew rapidly from the distant sky at this moment. The 500 cultivators outside the ancestral temple saw this scene, all looked up and looked, and a touch of pride appeared on their faces. After a while, the escape light also stopped above the Ling ancestral temple. 3 figures jumped out of it and stood at the head of the crowd. These 3 people were Ling Pengyun, Yan Sidai, and Ling Yunhong. At this moment, the more than 500 cultivators also bowed to Ling Pengyun, Ling Yunhong, and Yan Sidai, who were standing at the head, and said with respect, "Welcome the clan leader, the supreme elder, and the second elder." Yan Sidai had entered the realm of perfect foundation building several years ago with the help of the flesh and blood of several giant and monsters killed by Ling Pengyun in his early years and cooked them into spiritual food. She was also the person with the highest cultivation in the entire Ling family except Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong. In addition, her spiritual cooking has long been promoted to the second-level upper-grade realm, and she is a veteran second-level upper-grade spiritual chef. Ling Pengyun, the wife of Jindan's Henren, has an extraordinary status and special identity. She has been married to the Ling family for a long time and has always regarded the Ling family members as a relative. In the eyes of the Ling family members, she has long been a family member. As a result, she was entrusted with an important task by the family and nominated as the second elder, specializing in teaching the clan members with spiritual cooking talents in the clan. Moreover, in the minds of the old and young of the Ling family, it is very clear that Yan Sidai, the third strongest of the Ling family, will have the opportunity to break through the golden elixir in the future. The Ling family members also regard Yan Sidai as another future supreme elder of the Ling family. It can be said that she is respected by all the Ling family members. Ling Pengyun and his wife, as well as the clan leader Ling Yunhong, looked at the more than 500 clan members who greeted them in unison, and all of them raised a touch of joy on their faces. Clan leader Ling Yunhong smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop, and then he smiled kindly. This year's spring festival, there are many more young new faces of the clan members here, which is a great thing. After saying this, he looked at a middle-aged man with a steady face and a loyal appearance at the front of the 500 monks, and greeted him. Cheng Yuan, as usual, read out what has happened in the clan in the past 5 years. This honest middle-aged man was Ling Pengyun, who was selected as one of the 5 tigers of the Ling family based on his good spiritual plant talent. Since he entered the foundation building stage, he was valued by the family because he was more stable and had a good overall view. He was trained for a long time by the family's obstruction system, which was good at allocating various spiritual objects in the family and handling various miscellaneous matters. 5 years ago, when Ling Pengyun had achieved academic success, he was tested by the family's top leaders and was unanimously elected as the family's elder to manage all family affairs. During the 15 years since the Ling family transformed this land into Qiangxing Lake, the development of the Ling family has changed every year. The foundation building cultivators of the Ling family have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring. Under such circumstances, more than 10 years ago, Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun agreed that only those with foundation building cultivation could serve as family elders. At present, the Ling family has 11 foundation building elders, including the first elder Ling Pengyun, the second elder Yan Sidai, the third elder array master Ling Pengyun, the fourth elder second-level spiritual plant husband Ling Pengyun, the fifth elder Ling Ziafang market Fangzhu Ling Pengyun, the sixth elder second-level silkworm breeder Ling Qiangping, the seventh elder second-level weapon refiner Ling Chengyang. Ling Pengyun is actually the same age as Ling Pengyun, and she should have been selected as one of the 5 tigers of the middle-aged generation of the family. However, considering that she only has 10 or 20 years left to live, she has already become an old body, so she refused the family's intention to include her in the 5 tigers. Although Ling Pengyun also has a short lifespan, He still has about 40 years left because of the high quality of the things he takes to enhance his lifespan, which can barely be considered a middle-aged man. Ling Pengyun, the fourth elder, is now managing some idle spiritual plants and taking care of the spiritual plants on the spiritual plant island opened up by the family in Lingxiao Maturation Lake. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong had intended to arrange him to an important position to manage some family affairs. However, Ling Pengyun was exhausted from managing the various spiritual objects and miscellaneous matters in Huaishu County alone in his early years, and he had no intention of doing this, and just wanted to be a leisurely farmer. Ling Pengyun and Ling Chengping will not be mentioned. Ling Chenggang entered the foundation building realm at the age of 68, which was considered to be relatively lucky. Originally, he was in charge of the Huangyan steel vein discovered by the family in the territory of Lingxiao Maturation Lake, and specialized in refining magic tools based on the Huangyan steel mine there. He also took advantage of that opportunity to improve his refining skills to the second level when he was in the key training realm, and he was considered to be a talented refiner. In addition, he is also a first-level superior puppeteer, who is good at refining puppets in two forms, wooden puppets and iron puppets. Nowadays, more than 70% of the puppets produced by the family are basically made by him. The other four elders were all formed by the Ling family through the accumulation of a large number of foundation-building spiritual objects. They were well-behaved and stationed in various places for the Ling family. After his thoughts returned, the honest-looking Ling Pengyun heard the order and immediately stepped to the side of Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong, who were at the head. Facing the 500 Ling family members present, he took out a book from his arms, opened a page, and recited carefully. It's been another 5 years of peace and happiness. Although there haven't been any major changes in the family in these 5 years, it's a blessing to be free of disasters. And it's worth mentioning that with the increase in the number of cultivators and mortals in the family can basically add more than 30 to 40 people with spiritual roots every year. Now, the number of cultivators in the family has reached 858, which is more than 190 more than when they celebrated the Spring Festival together 5 years ago. Currently, there are 6 generations living together in the family, and the 6 generations are Yun, Xiao, Peng, Cheng, Wan, and Li. There is only 1 member of the Yun generation, 2 members of the Xiao generation, 36 members of the Peng generation, 58 members of the Cheng generation, 231 members of the Wan generation, and 530 members of the Li generation. This time, a total of 538 members of the family attended the collective Spring Festival, and 320 members of the family were in important positions, either managing a store or station somewhere, and it was difficult for them to return. The number of mortals under the family, after investigation and statistics by the family cultivators, currently totals 1,056,896. Since many of the mortals in Lingxiao Maturation Lake were sent back to Huaishu County, there are only more than 100,000 mortals. The remaining more than 90 mortals are all in Huaishu County, Fuji, Yan State. I have finished talking about the small changes in the family in the past 5 years. After talking for a while, Ling Changsha closed the yellow book in his hand, said a few words to the people present, and then returned to the big team. The clan is more prosperous, which is a great thing. This spring festival, all the clan members in the clan will be given an extra 5 spiritual fruits of the same level as their cultivation, so that they can have fun together. The clan leader Ling Yunhong smiled. When the more than 500 Ling clan members heard this, they all looked very happy, and praised the wise move of the clan leader Ling Yunhong. The clan leader Ling Yunhong waved his hand and invited everyone to enter the spacious ancestral temple. Everyone stood in the ancestral hall, speaking to the hundreds of Ling family ancestors' spirit tablets placed deep in the ancestral hall. Junior, Ling Pengyun, the 8th of the Peng generation, has come to pay tribute to the ancestors, hoping that the ancestors will bless our family to prosper. Junior, Yan Sidai, the wife of Ling Pengyun, has come too. After the tedious memorial service was completed, everyone gathered in a square with hundreds of large round tables, eating and chatting together, enjoying the joy of family reunion during the Spring Festival. Chapter 555, Corpse Hall, Dark Hall, Beast Hall. Spring Festival. Night. Deep in Lingxiao Island, in an ancient hall with the words Conference Hall hanging on it, all the senior members of the Ling family gathered here. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong, 2 Jindans Henren, sat side by side at the head of a long table in the hall. The 11 foundation building elders of the Ling family sat on both sides of the long table. Ling Pengyun, who was sitting at the head, saw that all the senior members of the family were present, so he asked the elder Ling Pengyun, who was in charge of the family affairs, what he was thinking. Pengyun, how much has the family earned in the past 5 years? This question was also what the clan leader Ling Yunhong and the other elders were curious about, and they also looked at the elder Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun was well prepared, and a smile appeared on his face, and he spoke. In the past 5 years, the family has earned the most spiritual stones, just like in the past, from the materials of the more than 200,000 monsters killed by the Swamp Giant clan in the early years. Relying on the family's 100 arts masters and the 100 arts guests, those materials are refined into spiritual objects for sale. Putting aside the cost, the family can earn at least more than 50,000 spiritual stones in net income every year from this. And our family's main business is planting spiritual plants, refining pills, refining tools and other minor businesses. Combined, it can also bring in a net income of about 20,000 spiritual stones every year. Combined with the two, minus the annual salary that needs to be distributed to the 800 people in the family, and the resources tilted to the training of the clan members, the family can have about 41,000 to 2,000 spiritual stones left every year. The remaining spiritual stones in the past 5 years are about 210,000 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun heard this and his face was immediately happy, and he asked Ling Pengyun again. Yes, how many spiritual stones can be used in the clan treasury now? Ling Pengyun replied. There are currently more than 586,000 spiritual stones in the clan treasury. If we keep the clan members' salaries for 3 years, we can probably use about 400,000 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun's face was even more joyful. He nodded and then ordered. Although the number of spiritual stones in this batch is not bad, it is still a little small. 3 years later, the nascent soul sect of the Wu Bianhe Xiuxin world, the Mu'in Xianzong, will hold a medium-sized auction held every 30 years in the Mu'in market. There will be many spiritual objects. In the next 3 years, save more spiritual stones. I will go there to buy a batch of spiritual objects for the clan. Except for a few people who knew about it, the other family foundation elders were all shocked. They all heard from Ling Pengyun that the scale of the auction held by the Mu'in Xianzong in the Wu Bianhe every 3 years is comparable to the scale of the auction held by the Bailingmen, the old giant in power of Yan State, once 100 years. Under such circumstances, they can probably guess how grand the auction held by the Mu'in Xianzong every 30 years will be. Okay. Ling Pengyun nodded immediately and agreed to this matter. Can you also tell us about the changes in the 6 halls of the family, the Bai Hall, the Zan Hall, the Shuang Hall, the Beast Hall, the Corpse Hall, and the Dark Hall in the past 5 years? If there are any young people with outstanding talents in these 6 halls in the past 5 years, you can also put forward their names, so that we can also have an impact. Ling Pengyun asked. Good. The family's 100 Arts Hall currently has 115 members, of which 78 are 100 Arts practitioners of the family, and the remaining 4,700 arts practitioners are all guest officials recruited by the family. In the past 5 years, there has not been any clan member with outstanding talent in the 100 arts among these clan members. The Battle Hall, the current number of members has been maintained at 50 in accordance with the rules set by you, Uncle Pengyun, in your early years. The strong enter and the weak leave. After this kind of selection, coupled with the family's various secret methods, fine magic tools and other resources, these 50 members of the Battle Hall all have strength stronger than their peers. However, in the past 5 years, no young people have been able to enter the Battle Hall. The only good seedlings in this hall are still the 2 children, 1 duo and 1 Su. There are quite a few people in the business hall. All the clan members who run shops outside have joined them, and the number is 159. Among them, in the past 5 years, a child with an extremely good economic mind has appeared. The child belongs to the 98th of the one-character generation and is named Ling Wanbo. He was originally a member of the War Hall, but because of his poor qualifications, even with enough spiritual objects to help him, his cultivation still couldn't keep up with the requirements of the War Hall, so he was squeezed out by the rest of the clan. Afterwards, in order to gain more benefits, this child took on the job of taking care of the family's shop in Lingxiao Market, wanting to be the manager, relying on the sale of spiritual objects, earning a share of the sale of spiritual objects, and thus obtaining cultivation resources to feed back his cultivation. At first, the business of the store run by this child was not good, with a net profit of more than 500 spiritual stones at most each year. But after a few years of hard work, this child has become more experienced, and he has a talent in this area. In the past 2 years, this child also had a sudden idea and hired some beautiful prostitutes who wore gauze to serve as maids in the store. These maids are not shy, and they are not afraid of customers' arrogance. They are even willing to pay the right price and, special services. Such a business model has brought a huge flow of people, and the spiritual objects in the store run by Wanbo have also been driven to sell. The shop run by Wanbo is now known as the most popular shop in Lingxiao Market. Even the shops opened by the old people in the family who are good at business are not as good as the shop run by this child. And this shop can also bring the family a net income of 3,000 spirit stones every year. With such income, I have recently been thinking about whether to promote Wanbo's practice of hiring prostitutes as maids, but I am afraid that people will say that my Ling family is shameless. The number of spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Island, where the Beast Hall is stationed, has now reached 2,138, including 1,469 spirit beasts in the early stage of key training. In times of crisis, as long as we have the spirit beasts of this Beast Hall, we can form an army. By the way, Lin Fan, the guest beast tamer who is in charge of the Spirit Beast Island, has upgraded his beast taming to the second level lower level last year. Now he has become a second level lower level beast tamer. With his help, the reproduction rate of this batch of spirit beasts in the Beast Hall is estimated to increase by 30% to 40% in the future. There are now 30 people in the corpse hall who practice corpse refining. These people are all of 4 or 5 spiritual roots, and their cultivation speed is slow, so they practice this way more diligently. They rely on the blood demon beast refining method created by Pengyun, which can retain most of the combat consciousness of the monster after it is refined into a demon corpse. At present, they have refined more than 750 demon corpses in the key training stage. Because there are no people who practice corpse refining in the foundation building stage, there are no demon corpses in the foundation building stage that have been sacrificed by the tribe. But there is a talent in this corpse path. That talent is called Ling Libing. He was born in a mortal world and ranks 5th in the Li generation. He has 5 spiritual roots. This child created a corpse refining method called Zuanbing half a year ago. Through this method, a demon corpse that can spit Zuanbing to attack or use Zuanbing as armor can be refined. However, the Zuanbing corpse refining method has not yet been perfected. There is a great probability of failure in refining this corpse, and only one success in 10 times. And this corpse can only fight once. I have learned a thing or two about this kind of black ice corpse. It is stronger than the ordinary black iron demon corpse of the same level. However, because it is not yet perfect, it can only be regarded as a low-level demon refining method at most. And because the Dark Hall is secretive about what it is doing, I have always kept the number of members at around 10. I have arranged these 10 clansmen to the territories of the 5 Jinden forces, Zuanayan Gate, Bailing Gate, Qingshi Taoist Temple, Yaowang Valley, and Wanqiao Sect. Through the identities of casual cultivators, they have all had some interactions with the core disciples of these 5 major Jinden forces. Through some exchanges of interests, the 10 clansmen also found out a lot of news that is beneficial to the family from the core disciples of the 5 major Jinden forces. Among them, the biggest news was heard by a member of my clan's Dark Hall, from an elder of the Wanqiao sect who manages some of the sect's finances. According to the elder of the Wanqiao sect, in recent years, the Wanqiao sect has lost at least 10,000 spirit stones every year on its books. The only person who has such power in the Wanqiao sect is the sect's leader, Wanqiao's Henren, who possesses the Jinden cultivation level. In addition, Wanqiao's Henren's direct disciple Liu Nian, who once attempted to break through the Jinden level and failed but survived, is now 145 years old, not far from the optimal age of 150 for breaking through the Jinden level. The people in the Dark Hall, and I guessed that Wanqiao's Henren is most likely planning to assist his disciple Liu Nian in trying to break through the Jinden level again, Ling Pengyun said. Using prostitutes from brothels as maids, that's interesting. Wanbo is a smart kid. Ha ha ha. If this kind of business model is promoted comprehensively, even if the family doesn't promote it, I'm afraid other forces will follow suit. Instead of that, it's better for our Ling family to seize the opportunity. As long as the items sold in my Ling's store are of good quality, not fake, and don't affect the family's reputation, it's fine. As for the soldier who created a method to refine demon corpses, he is really talented. I will hand him over to me to cultivate his secret method of improving corpses. And the matter of the 10,000 Beast sect does make sense. The next beast tide is coming soon. The Purple Scorpion Ridge area adjacent to the 10,000 Beasts sect is occupied by a group of ice and snow lions with 8 golden elixir demon kings. The sect's guardian spirit beast, the golden winged dampen, has long been killed by the ice and snow lions. At present, only the 10,000 Beast sect is left, and only the 10,000 Beasts true man is left. If we don't cultivate one more golden elixir, this sect will be in a very difficult situation during the demon beast chaos. However, if this sect can really cultivate a golden elixir, the strength of our Yan Kingdom's immortal cultivation world can be strengthened. When we face the revenge of the Yuanying demon clan, the chance of surviving the next demon beast rebellion can be greater. Ling Pengyun muttered after hearing the news from the Dark Hall. Speaking of the demon beast rebellion, the family still needs to develop as soon as possible, especially the spirit beasts of the beast hall and the demon corpses of the corpse hall, which need to be cultivated faster. The clan leader Ling Yanhuang frowned and added after listening to Ling Pengyun's words. Understood. Ling Pengyun said. Chapter 556, Yan Sai has the golden core divine awareness. 2 years later. Deep in the Bayun Mountains, in a cave called Yunyi on the top of Baisong Mountain, a third-level middle-grade spiritual mountain, the spiritual energy is extremely rich. Clouds of spiritual energy gathered by the spiritual energy are floating in this quiet room. In the center of these spiritual clouds, there is a young woman wearing a loose Taoist robe of the Ling family, but still unable to hide her good figure, white skin, peach-like face, pink and tender as if you can pinch water, and a shoulder-length black hair that looks extraordinary and otherworldly. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion, the young woman raised a decisive look on her face, and silently recited a special spell in her heart. At this time, the wisps of spiritual consciousness in her mind's sea of consciousness kept flashing with spiritual light, and then exploded one by one, turning into several or dozens of smaller spiritual consciousness fragments. Then, the young woman will transfer spiritual power into those spiritual consciousness fragments to help them grow, so that they can be transformed from fragments into a trace of complete spiritual consciousness. This process was extremely painful, and the young woman's face gradually became distorted. What's more, a trace of cold sweat gradually appeared on the young woman's brow, and her face gradually turned pale. But she never stopped, because this could slowly enhance the power of her spiritual consciousness. After such a short half-day, the young woman's face had lost its pinkness and turned as white as paper, without a trace of blood. But in the next moment, as her spiritual consciousness grew to the limit of foundation building, breaking the invisible spiritual consciousness bottleneck, a sound of breaking also came from her sea of consciousness, and she also immediately spread a golden elixir realm spiritual pressure sweeping across the 4 directions. The young woman then opened her eyes, and a bright joy appeared on her pale face. After more than 10 years, I have finally cultivated the explosive forging god technique to the 7th level. At this moment, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of the young woman, and the figure of the phantom also appeared. The person who came was a young man who was 8 feet tall, with a straight back, a solemn aura, looked very capable, and also carried a huge golden elixir pressure. He was wearing a blue Ling family loose Taoist robe and looked like an immortal. Congratulations, madam, for cultivating the golden elixir realm consciousness. The beautiful woman saw her husband coming, her face was happy, and she immediately stood up and said with a smile. This is also thanks to the opportunity to enhance my aptitude that my husband gave me 9 years ago. If it weren't for that opportunity, I would not have been able to comprehend the explosion forging god art to the 7th level so quickly. The beautiful woman was Yan Sai, and the young man with an immortal look was Ling Pengyun. 9 years ago, after Ling Pengyun condensed a breath of yin and yang primordial energy, he passed the breath of primordial energy to Madame Yan Sai to enhance her aptitude. Madam, this opportunity is too big to discuss. Madam, your spiritual consciousness has reached the golden core realm, and your cultivation has broken through to the perfect foundation establishment realm 4 or 5 years ago. Now your realm is extremely stable, and you can try to break through the golden core realm. In the early years, the family relied on the top-level lower-level magical power technique, the firewolf swallowing the moon technique, and the 3 ordinary golden core spiritual objects obtained from the Bailing sect have always remained in the family. Relying on these 3 golden core spiritual objects, madam, Do you dare to try to break through the golden core realm? Ling Pengyun asked with a smile. The Bailing sect, a wealthy and old-fashioned golden core force, had raised 3 ordinary golden core spiritual objects and a third-level lower-grade refining inheritance to the Ling family several years ago, and exchanged them for the firewolf swallowing the moon technique that the Ling family and the Bailing sect obtained when they destroyed the poison blood demon sect. When Yan Xie heard what Ling Pengyun said, her face suddenly became hot. As a senior member of the family, she naturally knew that the family had 3 golden core spiritual objects. However, she did not answer immediately, but frowned and evaded. My husband, my brother Pengyun has now reached the peak of the 9th level of foundation building, and his progress in the forging spirit art is also not weak. In a short time, he will probably rely on the Lingxiao art that you improved to try to break through the golden elixir. Pengyun has contributed a lot to the family and has been working hard over the years. If the 3 golden elixir spiritual objects of the family are all given to me, it will be bad. I have the opportunity you gave me, plus the help of the golden elixir consciousness I have cultivated now, so I have a 20% chance of trying to break through the golden elixir. I will take another golden elixir spiritual object to make up a 30% chance of breaking through the golden elixir. 5 years ago, Ling Pengyun improved the Saint Demon Zuan method that he got from a demon cultivator in the Boundless Sea area in his early years, which could increase the number of years for cultivators to break through, into righteous method. This method was also renamed Lingxiao Zuan art by Ling Pengyun. After hearing what his wife Yan Xie said, Ling Pengyun was more satisfied with his virtuous wife. He was more pleased. Madam, don't worry about these. You can take the 3 Jade spiritual objects and try to break through the Jade realm. I have already agreed with Grandpa Yunhong. Also, I saw that Brother Pengyun's lifespan was not long, so I gave him an opportunity to help him practice. In this way, when he comprehends the 7th level of the soul forging technique and possesses the Jade realm consciousness, his chance of breaking through the Jade realm alone will be the same as yours, which is 20%. When he can try to break through the Jade realm, Grandpa Yunhong and I will find a way to get him 1 or more Jade spiritual objects to help him break through the Jade realm. Now, I will give you all 3 Jade spiritual objects, mainly to ensure that you successfully enter the Jade realm. Yan Xie was shocked when she heard this. She had a deep understanding of how powerful the opportunity was to change other people's qualifications. Over the years, since she got that opportunity, she was worried about how powerful this opportunity was, so she didn't dare to ask Ling Pengyun where he got the opportunity. However, after hearing that she had given Ling Pengyun that opportunity before, an idea suddenly came to her mind as a mother. Her eyes were excited, and she asked Ling Pengyun 2 questions in a row. My husband, do you still have that opportunity to improve others' qualifications? Can you give Cheng Xia this opportunity? Ling Pengyun naturally understood what his wife Yan Xie was thinking, and he said with a smile. Although I don't have that opportunity at present, I will be able to condense one in about half a month. Cheng Xia was born later, so I have never given him that opportunity, but when the next opportunity is formed, that opportunity will belong to him. Hearing this, Yan Xie was happier than if she had obtained 3 golden elixir spirit objects. She immediately came forward and hugged Ling Pengyun and kissed him hard, causing Ling Pengyun to laugh. Madam, how old are you? If someone sees you, I'm afraid you, the second elder of the Ling family, will be laughed to death. Let's talk about your breakthrough to the golden elixir first. Ling Pengyun joked. Yan Xie's face was solemn again when she heard this. Not to mention the strength of the Jade cultivation, the fact that the Jade realm can extend life by 300 years and increase the lifespan of the cultivator to 500 years is enough to make her excited. However, in a flash, when she thought of the difficulty of breaking through the Jade, and the fact that her family currently did not have a powerful formation or a powerful magic weapon that could withstand the Jade thunder tribulation, she was a little scared. If there is no external object to help resist the thunder tribulation, once it fails, the body will be destroyed. With thousands of thoughts, Yan Xie considered that with the help of the 3 Jade spiritual objects in the family, plus the yin and yang primordial energy, and the newly cultivated Jade realm consciousness, she had a 50% chance of breaking through the Jade. This success rate has reached an extremely high level. In addition, she herself is more than 100 years old, and her lifespan is only 100 years at most, while her husband Ling Pengyun, a Jade's Henren, has a lifespan of nearly 400 years. If she still cultivates at the foundation building stage, she will not only be unable to help her husband Ling Pengyun, but will become a burden. Moreover, after 100 years, she will surely pass away first, and it will be difficult for her to walk the path of cultivation with her husband Ling Pengyun. Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly became firm, and she said solemnly, "As my husband's wife, I have cultivated for half my life and have gone through 100 years to reach my current level of cultivation. How can I be willing to stay at the foundation building stage? Even if I fall under the thunder tribulation, I have no regrets." Chapter 557, The Fantastic Ideas of Li Bing, the Genius of Corpse Dao. After hearing Yan Siai's answer, Ling Pengyun laughed 3 times and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, since my wife is willing, I will definitely do my best to help her find something to resist the thunder tribulation. How could I let my wife fall under the thunder tribulation? I still want to stay with my wife in this world of immortal cultivation forever." It just so happens that the Muing Immortal sect in the Boundless Sea is about to hold an auction once every 30 years. We can also go and participate in it on the way. Yan Siai heard that Ling Pengyun planned to take her to the Boundless Sea to try to break through the golden elixir. Her expression moved slightly. Thinking of the rumors that the Ling family had a backer in the Boundless Sea, she asked curiously, "Husband, does our Ling family really have a backer in the Boundless Sea?" Ling Pengyun thought that Yan Siai would follow him to the Kanglan Bahe sect to seek the golden elixir opportunity, so he did not hide it and said, "It can't be considered a backer, but it can be considered that our ancestors had a connection with a major force in the Boundless Sea. That force is now weak and facing a powerful enemy, and it is time for external help. Although my Ling family is weak at present, we also have 2 Jinden. Not to mention that we can help that major force, at least when that major force is in trouble. Our Ling family can also help them to restrain 2 Jinden of the enemy sect. Relying on the connection with our ancestors, that major force reluctantly accepted my Ling family. Under such circumstances, it is extremely difficult to ask that force to help with Jinden spiritual objects. However, this sect has a 4th level lightning-inducing and overcoming disaster formation that can absorb the power of thunder tribulation and serve as an attack. In the early years, with the help of that force, after I entered the Jinden stage, the people of that force told me that if someone in the family enters the Jinden stage in the future and needs a formation to resist the thunder tribulation, they can go to that force and use the 4th level formation to safely pass the thunder tribulation and enter the Jinden stage. Of course, that force is also thinking about the thunder tribulations caused by our entry into the golden core, and wants to use this to increase the power of the formation. In addition, this sect wants to deepen the relationship with our golden core in this way, so it made such a promise to our clan. However, this is not a bad thing for the family, but an opportunity. As for how long this opportunity can last, it depends on whether that big force can withstand the attack of its hostile forces. After saying this, Ling Pengyun added another sentence. "Madam, this is just between the 2 of us, and it cannot be spread outside. Once this matter is spread too widely, I am afraid that some people with ulterior motives will guess the identity of the force behind our Ling family, and thus bring disaster to the family." After Yan Siai heard this, her mind was suddenly full of ups and downs. From Ling Pengyun's words, she could probably guess that the force behind the Ling family was probably one of the rare Yin-Yang forces in the world, and it was still a relatively powerful force. If not, the forces behind the Ling family would have found it difficult to master the lightning-inducing formation that can absorb powerful thunder tribulations and convert them into attack methods. "I understand, husband." After a long while, she suppressed her thoughts and said to Ling Pengyun solemnly, "Half a month later, when my opportunity is successfully condensed and passed to Qingshi, we will set off for the Boundless Sea. Madam, you should take a good rest for nearly half a month to recover from the weakness caused by practicing the explosive forging god technique." Seeing Yan Siai's pale face, Ling Pengyun felt a little distressed and persuaded her. "Okay." Seeing her husband being so considerate, Yan Siai felt warm in her heart and responded obediently. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly and left the practice room, giving the practice room space to Yan Siai. And he entered the study next door. On the desk in the study, there was a young man who looked a little dazed and had a scholarly air. He was holding a brush, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and his face looked a little unhealthy, as if he had not slept for a long time. He was now holding a book of corpses and flipping through it with great interest. Sometimes, the young man would draw on the blank book in front of him when he was inspired. He was so fascinated that he didn't come back to his senses until Ling Pengyun walked to his side. Then, he excitedly told Ling Pengyun with a happy face. Ancestor Pengyun, during the short time you were away, I thought of another way to improve the Zunbin demon corpse that I created, which has many shortcomings, is not only difficult to refine, but also has only one combat power. Ling Pengyun heard this, his face lit up, and he asked curiously to the nerdy young man. Li Bing, tell me in detail. The young man named Li Bing nodded slightly and introduced excitedly. Ancestor, we have spent 2 years trying our best, but we haven't improved much of the shortcomings of the Zunbin demon corpse. Instead of this, we might as well go all the way. The difficulty in refining this corpse is nothing more than the difficulty in keeping the Zunbin power stable in this corpse. During the refining process, the Zunbin will also have a high probability of bursting out, turning the demon corpse into ice, and thus refining failure. After the battle was exhausted, this corpse was also due to the lack of magic power, and it was difficult to suppress the powerful Zunbin power in the body. The demon corpse's physique was not strong, so it was backfired by the Zunbin power, causing its body to be frozen into ice. With such shortcomings, if we can first use the body of the monster that we want to refine into a demon corpse as a puppet, refine it with various spiritual materials, and strengthen its physique, and afterwards, engrave various refining spirit patterns that stabilize the Zunbin power on the surface of the monster corpse, and then, try to refine it into a Zunbin demon corpse, wouldn't it increase the success rate of refining the demon corpse? Perhaps, the strength of the Zunbin demon corpse refined in this way will be stronger. However, there is a difficulty in refining this Zunbin demon corpse in this way. When offering sacrifices to the demon corpse, special demon corpse spiritual patterns must be engraved on the body of the monster. Although the demon corpse spiritual patterns and the refining equipment spiritual patterns are both spiritual patterns, they are two different things. Once they belong to the same place, there will definitely be repulsion. Ancestor Pengyun, you are a third-level weapon refiner. Do you have any way to solve this problem? The young man who posted the article was Ling Libing, the young genius who created the Zunbin demon corpse refining method in the Ling family's corpse hall. He has poor cultivation qualifications, and even among the 5 spiritual roots, he is also a poor one. Under such circumstances, he has not mastered any 100 arts, and only has a little talent in the corpse way. This corpse way is also considered by him as a way to change his fate. He also devoted all his heart and soul to it, wanting to create a better method of refining the demon corpse, so as to gain the attention of the family and get resources tilted. Now, he has indeed done it. 2 years ago, relying on the method of refining the Zunbin demon corpse, he became a core member of the family and could get 10 first-grade lower-grade spiritual fruits with pure spiritual power for free every month to assist in cultivation. It was also because of those cultivation resources that he could improve his cultivation level by 1 level every year in the past 2 years with only the 5 spiritual roots. Now his cultivation level has reached the 4th level of key training. In the past, during the 7 years he entered the Tao, he only improved his cultivation level by 2 levels. It can be said that he has indeed changed his fate now. It is for this reason that he is even more desperate to perfect the method of refining the Zunbin demon corpse, obtain resources from the family, and enter a higher realm. After listening to Ling Libing's wonderful ideas, Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up. Your idea is good. It just so happens that there is a 3rd-level weapon refining inheritance in the clan, which records a 3rd-level spiritual pattern called adaptation. This spiritual pattern has some effects of neutralizing various spiritual patterns and spiritual power. However, this spiritual pattern is extremely profound, and the lowest grade is 3rd level. I don't have any spare giant and monster corpses on hand. If I want to implement this method, I guess I can only wait until I change the adaptive weapon refining spiritual pattern into a 1st-level spiritual pattern. This matter will take about 3 years at the shortest and 10 years at the longest. The plan you proposed can be retained. Therefore, the plan cannot be implemented for the time being. You should change direction first and continue to follow our main plan. By improving the method of refining the Zunbin demon corpse, see if you can solve the problem of the Zunbin demon corpse's low success rate in refining and its ability to fight only once. If you have time, you can also study other branch plans for refining this corpse. But don't forget, cultivation is the foundation of our generation of cultivators. Only with high cultivation can you have a long lifespan, which will indirectly give you more time to study corpse refining, And you will also gain more from corpse refining. Ling Libing's eyes lit up when he heard that Ling Pengyun really had a way to resolve the conflict between corpse refining spirit patterns and weapon refining spirit patterns. Although 3 to 10 years is a long time, as long as the weapon refining spirit patterns and corpse refining spirit patterns can be resolved, it will be a good thing. In the future, if this method can succeed, he will also get a mountain of gold. This matter also made Ling Libing more motivated. His silly face became serious, and he promised Ling Pengyun with excitement. Good ancestor, I will definitely practice hard, and then research a top-notch lower level, no, a middle-level corpse refining method. The strength of the demon corpse refined by the lower-level method of refining demon corpses is generally only about 70% of the strength of cultivators. The strength of the demon corpse refined by the middle-level method of refining demon corpses is stronger, and it is equivalent to the combat power of cultivators of the same level. A superior demon corpse even has a combat power that is 30% higher than that of an ordinary cultivator of the same level, which is enough to be comparable to the powerful sword cultivators and physical cultivators of the same level. Chapter 558, Stubborn Lingxiao finally achieves success. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun touched Ling Libing's head and laughed. Ha ha ha, good boy, you have ambition. If you can really create a medium-level method of refining demon corpses, I will guarantee that you will enter the late stage of foundation building in the future. Ling Libing, a bookworm with very weak qualifications, suddenly became hot-eyed. The late stage of foundation building is considered a first-class strong man, even in the entire Yan state. As long as you're careful, you can walk sideways in the entire Yan state. The top strongman is the golden elixir realm. Grandpa, I will definitely improve a medium-level method of refining corpses. Ling Libing said solemnly. I believe you. Ling Pengyun smiled and said from the heart when he saw Ling Libing's look. Since he brought Ling Libing to his side 2 years ago to teach him to perfect the method of refining Zhuanbin demon corpses, he found that Ling Libing was indeed a talent in the way of corpses. In terms of understanding of the way of corpses alone, he asked himself that he could not compare with this young boy who was only 10 years old. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but sigh secretly while looking at nerd Ling Libing. It's a pity that Libing has an extraordinary talent for corpse cultivation, but has lost the qualification for cultivation. If his cultivation speed can be changed, perhaps this kid, with his understanding, will not be inferior to me in the future. It seems that the matter of gathering the 9 yin-yang Taichu essences and condensing the yin-yang Taichu essences will be postponed again. But then again, if Libing is not the son of my Ling family, but has truly entered the magic path, and is cultivating the magic path that can reach an extremely fast level with the help of blood food and cultivation speed, perhaps this kid, even if he only has 5 spiritual roots, may become a giant of the corpse path that will bring disaster to this world of immortal cultivation. Half a month passed quickly. On this day, in the depths of Lingxiao Lake, in a courtyard, a beam of light suddenly rose and flew away. In that small courtyard, stood a young man with a strong murderous aura on his body, who looked very difficult to mess with. The young man looked at the light that was flying away in the sky, and his eyes flashed with countless lights. I didn't expect that my father also possessed the magical ability to change other people's qualifications. I think my father's opportunity is also very deep. After saying this, the light in the sky had already flown very far and was out of his sight. He gradually came back to his senses. Earlier, with the help of opportunity, my dantian was 40% to 50% stronger than before, and my consciousness became several times stronger, which is comparable to the consciousness of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. In this way, I can try again to condense the yin-yang transformation diagram in my inner elixir. Thinking of this, the young man's face also showed 3 parts of fear, 3 parts of expectation, and 4 parts of stubbornness. And the stubborn young man was Lingxiao, who had been rebellious since childhood. If you are afraid, you will be left behind by cousin Wu Hong in this life. And even for cousin Wu Hong, who has wind spiritual roots, the chances of breaking through the golden elixir are slim, and there is a possibility of failure. If I follow the routine, what can I do in this life? Immediately, Lingxiao returned to a quiet room in the courtyard with a determined look on his face, sat cross-legged on a cushion and closed his eyes, silently performing a special method of condensation, gradually dividing the yin-yang transformation power in the dantian into yin and yang spiritual power. He also used his spiritual consciousness to control part of the yin and yang spiritual power, and transformed into two small fish. The two small fish were connected head to tail and circled around each other. Because 4 years ago, Lingxiao tried to condense the yin-yang transformation diagram 6 times, this time he also stabilized the two circling yin and yang fish in the inner elixir very smoothly. However, this is only the most basic step, and it is also the beginning. Then, the formula in Lingxiao's mouth changed. Absorb the spirit. Transform. The two small fishes that were circling head to tail in his inner elixir suddenly had a flash of spiritual light, and the speed of circling was a little faster. They also spread out an infinite suction force, and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy into their bodies. Just when the spiritual energy entered the bodies of the two small fishes began to gradually become unstable. Lingxiao noticed this and immediately mobilized his powerful spiritual consciousness, comparable to that of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, probed into the dantian, and forcibly stabilized the situation of the yin and yang small fishes, and helped them gradually refine the absorbed spiritual energy. But as time went on, the two small fishes absorbed and refined more and more spiritual energy, and the yin and yang spiritual power in their bodies also increased. These yin and yang spiritual powers have not yet been integrated into the yin and yang transformation power. If they are forcibly sent into the dantian, it will dilute the pure yin and yang transformation power in the dantian. After a while, seeing that the two yin and yang fish were about to be blown up by the spiritual power in their bodies, Lingxiao, whose spiritual sense was already exhausted, gritted his teeth and forcibly mobilized the last bit of spiritual power in his body to control the yin and yang spiritual power in the two fishes and slowly merge them. This move made Lingxiao extremely strenuous. In just a few breaths, Lingxiao could no longer hold on. The two yin and yang fish in his body collided with each other without the support of his spiritual sense. The two yin and yang spiritual powers in their bodies, which were originally opposite and had not yet merged, also clashed. However, in a short moment, they exploded wildly. Even if Lingxiao used his spiritual sense to suppress the situation in his dantian in time, his dantian still suffered a lot of injuries. However, Lingxiao was stubborn and refused to accept anything. He was not convinced by heaven or earth, and he just wanted to do it. What's more, this time he almost succeeded. He gritted his teeth and tried again to condense the yin and yang transformation diagram. Perhaps it was because of his tenacity that he was blessed by God. When he failed for the 5th time and was about to faint like 4 years ago, he finally succeeded in condensing the yin-yang transformation diagram for the 6th time. Lingxiao's pale face also showed a touch of ecstasy. Then, he mobilized his consciousness and looked at the yin-yang transformation diagram, which was suspended in the center of his dantian. It was like a Tai Chi pattern, with one black and one white fish connected end to end. Even without his deliberate control, it could swirl and spread out suction on its own, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and purifying it into pure yin-yang Taoist power and sending it into his dantian to improve his cultivation. His face was even more joyful. He could even feel that the yin-yang transformation diagram purified by the yin-yang transformation diagram was about 30% purer than the yin-yang transformation diagram he purified and refined himself. His foundation also became a little stronger because of the yin-yang transformation diagram. At this moment, he felt that the severe injury to his dantian 4 years ago, as well as the injury to his dantian this time, were all worth it. This diagram is indeed a secret technique that comes with a superior technique that can directly reach the nascent soul realm. In the future, with the help of this diagram, I will definitely catch up with my cousin Wu Hong, who has a different spiritual route. Next, my target is Dad. When my cultivation level exceeds Dad in the future, I will definitely pin him to the ground and beat him up. Tell him to beat me every day when he was a kid. Ha ha ha. Lingxiao said happily. At the same time, Ling Pengyun, who had just left the War Spirit Island with his wife Yan Sidai, suddenly realized something and sneezed. Strange, I have entered the Golden Core realm, why am I still sneezing? Puzzled for a while, Ling Pengyun immediately stopped flying, closed his eyes, and realized the source of his bad luck. In the dark, a voice made him look towards the War Spirit Island. In an instant, he understood everything, and his forehead suddenly turned black. What a rebellious son! Seeing this, Yan Sidai, who was not sure what was going on, asked curiously. Husband, what's wrong? Ling Pengyun said with some anger. It's nothing, it's just that your good son is itching. Chapter 559 Another Genius. Half a year later. One day. In the boundless sea Immortal Cultivation realm, in the turtle-shaped Turtle Spirit Island in the Muian Sea, which covers tens of thousands of miles, a large courtyard on the hillside of the Han Clan Mountain that was rebuilt in the past decade. A family of 3 was sitting at a small table in the courtyard eating breakfast. However, at this time, the 3 of them seemed to be worried, with a heavy look on their faces, and even a hint of nervousness. After a while, the youngest child, who had a childish look on his face but a bit of stability that did not match his age, hesitated for a while, and finally couldn't hold back and asked his parents who were sitting at the small table, "Dad, Mom, if the child does not have spiritual roots, will you send the child to the mortal world like the other elders in the clan?" His parents frowned when they heard this. The couple looked at each other, and the father, who looked extremely majestic, with white hair on his head but a middle-aged face, said helplessly, "Shire, immortals and mortals are different. If you really have no spiritual roots, it is normal for you to go to the mortal world. Although your father is the supreme elder of the Han family and has the right to keep you in the mountain, if your father takes this lead, the rest of the clan will definitely follow suit, and then the Han family mountain will be in chaos. Besides, you haven't tested your spiritual roots yet, and everything is still uncertain. Why are you thinking so much? Eat well. After dinner, your mother and I will take you to the Han family ancestral temple to test your spiritual roots with the rest of your peers." The young and mature child heard this, his eyes darkened slightly, and the tension on his face became more intense. He grew up with his parents since he was a child. Once he had no spiritual roots and was sent to the mortal world, it would be difficult for him to see his parents who were cultivators in the future. What's more, he grew up in this Han family mountain since he was a child. He was used to seeing cultivators who could fly and hide in the sky and master various magical spells. Therefore, he yearned for cultivation. If he has no spiritual roots, his wish to travel the world of immortal cultivation with the sword as recorded in the travel notes written by the predecessors of the immortal cultivation world will be turned into ashes. With so many thoughts in his mind, the child lost the mood to eat. And his middle-aged father with white hair, who seemed to be very open-minded, also had a sad face at this time. Obviously, he was not as open-minded as he said. "I hope that the ancestors of my Ling family can bless my son Lingxi to have spiritual roots, even if it is 5 spiritual roots. Otherwise, with my remaining lifespan, even if I can have a child with my wife, I am afraid that I will not be able to see the other child's spiritual roots being detected. And if the other child also has no spiritual roots, my lineage, I am afraid it will be cut off." This white-haired middle-aged father was Ling Pengyun, who was sent by the Ling family to establish a branch on Guiling Island, and the sad beautiful woman sitting next to him was his wife Liu Mengting. At that time, Liu Mengting followed Ling Pengyun not long after Ling Pengyun came to Guiling Island because her heart belonged to him. In the second year after the construction of the Guiling Island branch, she and Ling Pengyun also achieved the right result. The young and mature child was their only child Lingxi. In the early years, in order to give birth to Lingxi, Ling Pengyun and Liu Mengting spent a lot of effort and took a lot of supplements. After 5 years, Liu Mengting became pregnant and gave birth to Lingxi 8 years ago. Ling Pengyun has been sent to Guiling Island by his family for 15 years. He only has 13 or 14 years left. With such a lifespan, it is difficult for a cultivator to give birth to a child, and it is even more hopeless to give birth to a child with spiritual roots. Therefore, Ling Pengyun, an old man who wanted to leave a bloodline of cultivators, also placed all his hopes on Lingxi. If the child's spiritual roots are not detected, it will be difficult for his lineage to regain the path of Taoism in the future. Even for mortals with the blood of cultivators, the chance of giving birth to a child with spiritual roots is extremely small. After thinking so much, Ling Pengyun, the usually serious and supreme elder in charge of the Han family of Guiling Island, looked like a bitter gourd. He looked at his only son Lingxi and wanted to take out the spiritual stone to test whether he had spiritual roots. However, he was afraid of nothing before. He thought that if he delayed for a while, he would be disappointed later. Looking at the sun hanging in the sky, he saw that it was almost time for the spiritual root test this year, and he couldn't bear it anymore, so he said, "Let's go to the ancestral temple." After saying that, he stood up, took the worried beautiful woman and the nervous child beside him, left the courtyard, and walked to the Han ancestral temple halfway up the Han family mountain. At this moment, 3 children and a tall, thin middle-aged man with snake-like eyes, wearing a Han's Taoist robe, had gathered outside the Han's ancestral temple. When the middle-aged man saw Ling Pengyun's family of 3 coming, he immediately respectfully addressed Ling Pengyun as master. Then, the man pointed at the 3 children beside him and introduced them. Master, these 3 children are all those who can activate the spirit stone that the cultivators of the clan found among the more than 30,000 mortals in the family. Ling Pengyun heard this and nodded slightly, and replied, Xia Feng, I will test the spirit roots of Shire first, and then test the spirit roots of these children. After saying this, he turned around and took Lingxi and his wife Liu Mengting into the Han's ancestral temple first. The middle-aged man wearing a Han's Taoist robe also followed. This middle-aged man is the current head of the Han family, Han Feng. After Ling Pengyun helped Han Feng rebuild the Han family 15 years ago, Ling Pengyun became the master and began to teach Han Feng how to practice. He has been cultivating him well and the relationship between the two is very good. Han Feng is also a grateful person and has always been very polite to Ling Pengyun. At the same time, inside the Han family ancestral hall, Lingxi, who had just turned 8 and was mature at a young age, was standing inside 5 jade pillars. Then, Ling Pengyun, who was standing outside the jade pillars, pinched his fingers and muttered a sentence. Array up. Hundreds of shining spiritual patterns suddenly spread out from the 5 jade pillars and poured into Lingxi's body. The next moment, 2 of the 5 jade pillars suddenly shone with a golden and yellow luster. Ling Pengyun, Liu Mengting and Han Feng, who were outside the spirit detection array, were all stunned when they saw this, and then their faces were filled with ecstasy. Gold and earth spiritual roots. My son is a great talent. Ha ha ha. Ling Pengyun said happily. Han Feng was also happy for Lingxi, who he had watched grow up. On the same night, Ling Pengyun and his family were at home, celebrating Lingxi's happy event of testing his spiritual roots during the day. However, 2 black shadows entered the courtyard of Ling Pengyun's family without disturbing the Han family's mountain protection formation. Their figures also appeared. These 2 people were Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai. Because the auction held by the Muiyan immortal sect in the Muiyan Sea once every 30 years had not yet begun, they happened to have to go to the Kanglan Blue Sea secret realm first, so they came to this Guiling Island on the way to see how the Ling branch, which was actually a branch of the Han family, was doing now. Brother Pengyun, sister-in-law Mengting, what's the happy event today? I was just outside the courtyard and heard your family's laughter. Hey, who is this child? Ling Pengyun asked Ling Pengyun and Liu Mengting, his eyes fixed on Lingxi, who looked a bit like Ling Pengyun. His expression moved slightly and he asked. The Guiling Island in the Boundless Sea is far away from the Yan state in the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world, and it takes a long time to go back and forth. In addition, the Han family of Guiling Island is a branch of the Ling family hidden in the dark, so the Ling family has never sent people to this place to avoid the Guiling Island being discovered by those who are interested. Only 10 years ago, when Ling Pengyun came to the Boundless Sea to buy some spiritual objects, he came here once. Therefore, Ling Pengyun did not know Lingxi's identity. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 Division Situation. Ling Pengyun and his family only reacted when they heard the sudden voice. They turned their heads and looked over. When they saw that it was Ling Pengyun and his wife who had arrived, they were all surprised. Then, the joy on their faces became even more joyful. Brother Pengyun, Sister Sai. This child is the son of Mengting and I 8 years ago. His name is Lingxi. Today, his spiritual roots have been detected. According to the family rules, this child can have a generation name. He belongs to the Cheng generation among the 6 generations of the family, Yun, Zhao, Peng, Cheng, Wan, and Li. At present, he should be named Ling Chengxi. What we are happy about just now is that the spiritual roots of this child detected today are both gold and earth spiritual roots. Among them, his gold spiritual root talent has reached 8 inches, and his earth spiritual root has also reached 5 inches. Ling Pengyun greeted Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai first, and then replied with a smile. After that, he also introduced the mature Lingxi. Shire, this is my brother Ling Pengyun, who is also your uncle, And that is my brother's wife, sister-in-law Yan Sidai, who is your aunt. Call them. Lingxi was still young and had not yet detected his spiritual roots, so Ling Pengyun did not tell him about the family's affairs. Therefore, Lingxi did not know about the existence of Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai. However, he was mature for his age and reacted very quickly. He immediately suppressed his doubts in his heart, and then he raised his hands and said respectfully to Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai, "Uncle, Aunt." Ling Pengyun's wife Liu Mengting also greeted Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai at this moment. At this time, Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai were both shocked after hearing about Lingxi's spiritual roots. Even in the entire Ling family, dual spiritual roots are not weak, not to mention such excellent spiritual root attributes. If there is a technique that can help the earth to support the gold, this child's cultivation speed will be the fastest among those with dual spiritual roots. He is a seedling with perfect foundation building. Brother Pengyun and sister-in-law Mengting, can I take this child back to the family to cultivate? Ling Pengyun gave Ling Qingshi a kind smile, and then he asked Ling Qingshi's father Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun and Liu Mengting were even happier. Previously, the couple was still worrying about how to send Ling Qingshi back to the family far away in the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. The Han family of the Guiling Island branch is not very powerful at present, and the resources obtained are not many, and there is no technique suitable for Ling Qingshi to practice. Under such circumstances, if Ling Qingshi still stays on Guiling Island, it will be difficult to fully develop the potential of his dual spiritual roots of gold and earth. Only when this child returns to the resource-rich family can his talent be truly stimulated. Ling Pengyun also considered this point, so he proposed to bring him back to the family. Of course, Ling Pengyun also wanted to bring Ling Qingshi, a child with good talent, back to the family to deepen the relationship between the child and the family. This is a good thing, Shire, why don't you thank your uncle Pengyun? Ling Pengyun laughed and responded, then greeted his only son Ling Qingshi beside him. When Ling Qingshi heard that another family suddenly appeared, he was even more confused. However, he still thanked Ling Pengyun honestly. "Thank you, Uncle Pengyun." Ling Pengyun waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me for this. Qingshi is originally a member of my Ling family. It is natural for him to return to the family to practice. By the way, Pengyun, how are the number of cultivators in this branch in recent years and what is the situation?" Ling Pengyun's face became serious when he heard this. At present, there are a total of 53 cultivators of various kinds in the Han family, among which the majority are the Han family, with a total of 21 cultivators. However, among these 21 people, only the head of the Han family, Han Feng, has achieved some accomplishments in cultivation. The other 20 Han family cultivators were all discovered by the Han family in the past 15 years from among the more than 30,000 mortals under their command. Their talents are therefore relatively poor, and they all have only 4 or 5 spiritual roots. At present, their cultivation is only in the early and middle stages of key training. Earlier, I brought here 5 key training clan members and their wives, plus the remaining descendants with spiritual roots from their extensive marriages in the past 15 years. There are currently a total of 19 people. These people, through my arrangement, have established 4 small key training families under the other 4 foundation building families on Guiling Island, lurking in the dark. Except for themselves and me, the identities of these cultivators are unknown to others. The remaining 15 cultivators are guests invited by the Han family who are in the middle and late stages of key training. And the current situation of the branch has been getting worse since last year. The Liu family of Guiling Island, which is adjacent to our branch, knows that I only have a dozen years left to live, so they dare not act rashly to avoid disturbing the origin. They take this opportunity to capture some of the branch's spiritual veins every once in a while. Originally, our branch had more than 20 spiritual veins, but now, there are only 15 left. In the next few years, I'm afraid that the people in our branch and the cultivators of the Han family will have to stay in the Han family mountain to survive. The business of the branch in the Guiling market on the island has also been suppressed by the Liu family of Guiling Island, and the business has not been very good. Ling Pengyun frowned, and a touch of scarlet flashed in his eyes. It just so happens that the branch has more than 50 people, plus the number of cultivators of the Han family. The manpower is not bad at present, and it's time for the branch to expand its territory. After saying this, Ling Pengyun asked Ling Pengyun again. "Pengyun, back then, the firebomb shrimp clan that I used to destroy the Zhao family on Guiling Island, Are they still near Guiling Island? Ling Pengyun had been in contact with Ling Pengyun for decades, and his mind was very active, so he immediately guessed what Ling Pengyun was thinking. Since the Firebomb Shrimp clan was driven by you to invade Guiling Island 15 years ago, and then you killed the Pseudo-Dan Realm Shrimp King, the strength of this clan has been greatly reduced. As early as 6 or 7 years ago, there was a Swift Seahorse clan with a Pseudo-Dan Realm Demon King sitting in the helm, which destroyed the Firebomb Shrimp clan whose strength was greatly damaged, and occupied the place where the Firebomb Shrimp clan used to live. In recent years, the attacks by the sea monsters that Guiling Island has encountered were also caused by this monster clan. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun's expression moved slightly, and he muttered to himself meaningfully, "I don't know if this fast Seahorse clan will listen to me." Then, he took out several bulging storage bags from his arms, handed them to Ling Pengyun, and said to him, "Pengyun, these are the various cultivation resources I brought from the family. Call back all the people from the branch in the near future. I'll be out for a few days." Before he finished speaking, he took Yan Sidai and turned into a shadow and left the place in the night. Ling Qingshi, who had been holding back his doubts, also asked his father Ling Pengyun at this moment, "Dad, what's the matter with Uncle Pengyun, the family, and the branch here? Aren't you a casual cultivator? How come you have a family?" Considering that Ling Qingshi would be taken back to the family by Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengyun did not hide it from him, but said to his son with pride, "You, Uncle Pengyun, are a Jindan's Henrun. Our family was originally named Lingxiao Lingxi, a pseudo-Jindan force with 2 Jindan's Henrun in charge. Our family only needs a third-rank spiritual vein to become a true Jindan force. And our family is far away in the northern wilderness's Immortal Cultivation world. In that Immortal Cultivation world, our Lingxi has a vast territory covering an area of more than 200,000 miles and with 2,000 spiritual veins. 15 years ago, your mother and I came here as casual cultivators. We wanted to secretly build a family branch here to deal with the main family's disaster and preserve the family's fire. Now that you know about this today, you must remember that you are from Lingxiao Lingxi, not from the Han family of Guiling Island. Your future home will also be the Ling family. Do you understand?" Ling Qingshi, who had received a lot of information, was mature, but he was still a child after all. His face was full of astonishment, and his mouth unconsciously opened as big as an egg. After several dozen breaths, the child finally came back to his senses. At the same time, he inexplicably had a yearning for the master's family. That was a Jindan force. Even in the boundless world of Immortal Cultivation, there were not many Jindan forces. "I understand, Dad. But Dad, in the future, when Uncle Pengyun and Aunt Sidai come to pick me up to the family, will you and Mom go with me to the family?" Ling Qingshi asked after saying this solemnly. When Ling Pengyun heard this, a touch of memories appeared on his unchanging face. After a long while, he stared at the world of Guiling Island with a heavy look on his face. He touched Ling Qingshi's head and said to him, "Silly child, I still need to manage the operation of this branch, and I haven't unified Guiling Island yet, so how can I face returning to the clan? This path of cultivation is ultimately lonely. I was born in the mortal world in my early years and left home to practice with my clan. I have also experienced this feeling. If you miss home, practice well. When you have achieved some success in cultivation, come here to help your father." As he spoke, Ling Pengyun looked at his mature child and couldn't help thinking about what the child would look like in the future. When Ling Qingshi heard that his parents would not return to the clan with him, his heart suddenly ached. During the day, he kept praying in his heart that he could measure his spiritual roots. One of the reasons was that he wanted to stay with his parents. Now, he was asked to leave his parents and go far away from the clan alone. He found it difficult to accept for a while. However, he loved reading some travel notes written by some Immortal Cultivation predecessors since he was a child. He learned a lot from them, and he also knew that his father had a family mission. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, the child sighed like an old man, cheered up, and murmured, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. When I go to the family in the future, I will practice hard and come back to help you as soon as possible." Ling Pengyun, the old father, heard this and said with a smile, "Good boy." Chapter 561 Planning. A few days later, the old rival of Guiling Island, the Rapid Seahorse clan, suddenly attacked Guiling Island with tens of thousands of demons and attacked the only Guiling market on the island. This market is the place with the most monks on Guiling Island. The primary target of the Rapid Seahorse clan to capture Guiling Island is naturally this place. If this place is not destroyed, they will be surrounded by the monks in Guiling Market after they invade Guiling Island. And Guiling Market is also because of its important land occupation. Not only are there many monks stationed in the market, but there is also a second-level upper-grade formation stationed in the market, and there is also a late-stage foundation-building monk who sits in it all year round. This also makes it difficult for the Rapid Seahorse clan to capture it in a short time, even if there are pseudo-Dan realm masters sitting in it. In addition, the 5 major families on the island later sent monks to support the market. This battle has become a protracted war. However, the pseudo-Dan realm Seahorse King and the Fast Seahorse clan had already awakened its spiritual intelligence. It also cleverly dispatched a small number of people to bypass the market and attack some first-level spiritual veins under the 5 major families on the island. Except for the Han family, which was well prepared, the other 4 foundation-building families on the island suffered losses. What followed was a protracted war. On this day, in the Liu family territory adjacent to the Han family territory, a first-level spiritual mountain was besieged by a group of monsters. However, after a while, a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building came from the direction of the Liu family mountain to support him. This Liu family's foundation building strength was extremely strong, and there were no foundation building monsters among the monsters besieging the first-level spiritual mountain of the Liu family. After a while, the monsters attacking the mountain were killed by the Liu family's foundation building. Afterwards, the Liu family foundation building master comforted the young Liu family cultivator who was stationed on the first-level island and was frightened by the many monsters attacking the mountain. He left this place and rushed to the next place to support the other spiritual mountains of the family that were besieged by the monsters. But just as the Liu family foundation building master was driving the flying boat through a desolate place, he noticed a figure appearing in front of him. Before he could react, a blue iron bead as big as a small mountain turned into a blue stream of light and quickly rushed towards him. He felt the breath contained in the iron bead, and countless cold sweats suddenly broke out on his back. This is a magic treasure. Before he finished speaking, the iron bead as big as a small mountain had already killed him in the face, smashing him and the flying boat under his feet into pieces. The figure who had offered the magic weapon iron bead turned into a beam of light and quickly rushed to the place where the Liu family foundation building cultivator died tragically. He collected all the blood and flesh scraps on his body, took out 2 knocked-out swift seahorses from the storage bag and placed them on the ground, placing the scraps of flesh next to them. The figure then hid in the dark and woke up the 2 foundation building seahorses. When the 2 foundation building seahorses woke up, they saw the flesh and blood of an early foundation-building cultivator next to them. Without thinking too much, they devoured it and left the place. The figure hiding in the dark looked at the 2 foundation-building seahorses that left, and his expression slightly changed. In this way, even if the Liu family of Guiling Island uses the blood-dropping method to search for the Liu family foundation-building member I just killed, they can only find the 2 foundation-building seahorses. This can completely cover up my crime just now. And the Liu family originally only had 4 foundation-building members. I killed 1 this time. Now, there are only 3 foundation-building members left in this clan. With such strength, I want to see how the Liu family dares to invade my Ling family's branch territory in the future. Using the monster tribe's attack on the island to directly destroy the Liu family would make too much noise and would attract people from the Muing Immortal sect, the upper sect of this power. The risk factor is too high. So Ling Pengyun does not intend to take risks. Moreover, even if the Liu family is destroyed by him, it will be difficult for the branch to have people to manage the Liu family's territory. This time, Ling Pengyun took action just to retaliate against the Liu family and suppress them. The same day, at night, Guiling Island, halfway up the Han family mountain, in the courtyard of Ling Pengyun. Pengyun, I have killed a foundation-building master of the Liu family. After the Rapid Seahorse clan retreats this time, I guess the Liu family won't be able to make any waves. Sitayi and I still have some things to deal with. In half a year or 3 years, we will definitely come to take Qingshi back to the clan. Ling Pengyun, who had just returned from the outside world, greeted Ling Pengyun, then took Yan Sitayi and turned into a shadow and left the Han clan mountain. Ling Pengyun, who stayed here, had a gleam in his eyes. Now, the foundation building of our clan branch is equal to that of the Liu family. When the demon clan retreats, our clan branch should start with the Liu family. A month later. In the deep sea of the Dragon Scale Shark Sea, in the Demon Clan Sea area of the Boundless Sea, a ray of light was rapidly sneaking into the depths of this sea area. After a long time, the ray of light stopped in front of an underwater valley. The figures of Ling Pengyun and Yan Xie also appeared. At this moment, a very handsome young man with blonde hair and wearing a Taoist robe of Kanglin Bahe sect walked out of the valley under the sea. The young man seemed to know Ling Pengyun. He glanced at Ling Pengyun and was slightly surprised when he saw that Ling Pengyun's aura was as strong as the second level of Jinden. However, when he thought that Ling Pengyun had condensed a middle-level Jinden with good potential, and that he had the help of the sect's third-level upper-grade talisman maker, Bishu Zhenren, he was relieved. Then, he also raised a touch of enthusiasm on his face and complimented Ling Pengyun. I didn't expect that after only a dozen years of not seeing you, fellow Taoist Ling, your cultivation has already reached the second level of the golden core. I'm afraid it won't be long before your cultivation will catch up with mine. I really envy you for your cultivation talent. Ling Pengyun had already entered the first level of the golden core for a long time. In addition, the clan leader Ling Yunhong, the third-level alchemist, had refined a lot of third-level low-grade cultivation pills, Juyin pills, in recent years and gave him a lot. He also relied on those Juyin pills to improve his cultivation from the first level of the golden core to the second level of the golden core several years ago. The blonde young man was a golden core cultivator of the Kanglin Bahe sect, with a cultivation level of the fourth level of the golden core. In his early years, when Ling Pengyun was still practicing the explosion forging god art with a true man Bishu of the Kanglin Bahe sect, this person had come to Bishu Island to buy third-level spiritual objects from the talisman maker Bishu True Man several times, so Ling Pengyun was familiar with him. This person had used a golden elixir to break through in his early years. However, because the golden elixir contained too many impurities and he had no other opportunities, he only condensed the lowest quality golden elixir when he broke through. That is why, even though he had the support of the nascent soul sect, the Kanglin Bahe sect, his lifespan was about to run out, and his cultivation level was only the fourth level of the golden elixir. In addition, it is worth mentioning that although this person looks young, he is actually more than 400 years old and has long been an old body. The reason why he can maintain such a young appearance now is that he pays more attention to his appearance and takes some pills such as the anti-aging pill. Fellow Taoist Yuan Jin, I really can't accept your words. It's really a fluke that I can break through my cultivation. By the way, why is it that you are stationed at the small entrance to the secret realm of the Dragon Scale Shark Sea? Wasn't it fellow Taoist Qingshi who was stationed here originally? After Ling Pengyun exchanged a few polite words with Yuan Jin Zhenren, he looked at the valley behind Yuan Jin Zhenren. When he didn't notice the breath of his old acquaintance, old lady Qishu, he asked Yuan Jin Zhenren curiously. Although senior sister Qishu's cultivation is not as high as mine, only the third level of the golden core, but senior sister Qishu entered the golden core several decades earlier than me. Now she has not much time left. As early as 16 years ago, when fellow Taoist Yunhong left the sect, she resigned from the post of guarding the entrance of the valley. Instead, she traveled around the world, went to the human race's territory in the Boundless Sea, and used a special method to detect the spiritual roots of children to search for a suitable successor. Yuan Jin Zhenren said carefully. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun frowned slightly. The Dao is ruthless. There will be one less person to know on this path. Just at this moment, Yuan Jin Zhenren also noticed Yan Xie, the perfect foundation cultivator who was following Ling Pengyun. When he saw Yan Xie's unfamiliar face, he frowned and asked Ling Pengyun. Fellow Taoist Ling, I have never seen this fairy in the sect. Why did you bring an outsider here? Ling Pengyun explained to avoid misunderstanding. This is my wife, Senior Lei Yun of your sect, who is in charge of the fourth level lightning-inducing formation in Potten Peak. She once promised me that if someone around me can try to break through the golden elixir and needs to seek spiritual objects to survive the thunder tribulation, they can come to him to borrow the lightning-inducing formation. When Yuan Jin Zhenren heard the name of Lei Yun Zhenren, his brows suddenly relaxed and he said to himself, I didn't expect that this person also has a friendship with Uncle Lei Yun. After coming to his senses, Yuan Jin Zhenren became more enthusiastic, greeted Ling Pengyun and Yan Xie and his wife, welcomed them into the valley where the entrance to the secret realm was located, and sent the two into the secret realm. Thanks, book friend 202103011065413222356, book friend 20230219003551989, Cheyenne Ayu Shuxian, Cheyenne Kongayan, Cheyenne Yijian, Blasphemy, Ohalulu, Iron-Blooded Military Soul 21, Mo 26, book friend 20171005163108762, Cherish, book friend 20191804000639783, Wolf Group Op, good luck, Laozi jumped up and gave a monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 20210422235241584 for giving Ling Yunhuang 100 points. Chapter 562 Sidai enters the Golden Elixir. Deep in the Kanglan secret realm, beside the second-level blue water spiritual bamboo of the third-level upper-grade spiritual island Bishu Island, there was a middle-aged woman who looked very virtuous, had a very dignified temperament, but revealed a hint of heroism between her eyebrows. She kept pinching her fingers to summon spiritual rain to water the spiritual bamboo. Just when the rain stopped, the middle-aged woman's expression moved, and she suddenly noticed something. She turned her head and looked into the distance, and she immediately saw a ray of light flying from a distance. After a closer look, when she noticed the appearance of the person coming, a touch of joy suddenly appeared on her face. When the escaping light fell on the island, the figures of Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai appeared, and she also greeted them with a smile. Junior brother Pengyun, this must be sister Sidai, right? She is as pretty as you said she was, a fairy. The two of you standing together are really a perfect match, the envy of others. Upon hearing such praise, Yan Sidai's chubby face suddenly blushed. She was not rude and politely greeted the middle-aged woman in front of her. Sister Wang Ying praised me immediately. I heard from my husband a long time ago that you are a very beautiful genius. In just a few decades, you have improved your cultivation to the perfection of foundation building. You are also good at controlling beasts and spiritual plants. I have always admired you very much. After seeing you today, your heroic spirit has touched my heart even more. By the way, sister, this is a specialty of my Ling family. Although the spiritual objects are not precious, they taste good. After saying that, Yan Sidai took out a storage bag filled with a lot of fruit flower honey, spiritual mulberries, blue moon spiritual fish, and other spiritual objects from her arms and handed it to the middle-aged beautiful woman Wang Ying. Wang Ying listened to Yan Sidai's flattery and the gift she gave her, and the joy on her face became even greater. She immediately thanked Yan Sidai. Thank you, sister. From now on, we will call each other sisters. Don't call me sister. It's too distant. Yan Sidai said with a smile. Okay, Sister Ying. Then the few of them chatted for a while. When Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai learned that their master, Bishu Zhenren, was in seclusion refining talismans, they left a gift and left Bishu Island. This time they joined the sect and came to Bishu Island first, intending to visit their master, Bishu Zhenren, and senior sister Wang Ying first, to deepen their relationship, so as to avoid the lack of friendship between the master and the sect due to not dealing with each other for too long. Wang Ying needed to protect Bishu Zhenren who was refining talismans, so she did not come with him. After a while, Ling Pengyun and his wife rushed to the fourth-level spiritual mountain Podden Peak deep in the sect, and found the powerful giant in perfection realm Li Zhenren who was sitting there. After explaining his purpose, Li Zhenren readily agreed to borrow the lightning-inducing formation in the peak to help Yan Sidai survive the giant and thunder tribulation. The top of Podden Peak. Yan Sidai sat cross-legged under the fourth-level spiritual tree Thunder Spirit Tree. After several days of breathing adjustment, she restored her condition to the best. Then she gradually began to compress the liquid spiritual power in her body. These liquid spiritual powers were originally compressed by countless spiritual energy. Now it was difficult to compress this pure spiritual power again, and it even caused a riot of those pure spiritual powers. Fortunately, Yan Sidai had comprehended the explosion forging god technique to the 7th level. The strength of her spiritual consciousness was comparable to the early stage of the golden core. The riot of the liquid spiritual power in the inner core was also easily suppressed by her. After spending several days, she also successfully condensed a trace of solidified spiritual power in her dantian. At this moment, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth began to appear, and countless rich spiritual energy in the Podden Peak rushed into Yan Sidai's body crazily. For a moment, the meridians in Yan Sidai's body were all bulging with countless spiritual energy. A trace of swelling and pain in the meridians also came with it. Yan Sidai had already learned about this situation from her husband Ling Pengyun. She was very calm. She patted the storage bag on her waist, took out 3 jade boxes in a row, opened them separately, and swallowed a drop of calcetony, a red spiritual fruit, and a drop of spiritual liquid into her stomach one after another. These 3 spiritual objects were the golden elixir spiritual objects that Balingman took out in the early years to exchange for the fire wolf swallowing the moon technique in Ling's hands. The drop of calcetony was called calcetony liquid, which has the effect of stabilizing spiritual power. The spiritual fruit was called Yunyan fruit, which can temporarily enhance the body and meridians. The drop of spiritual liquid was called Zuanshan water, which can temporarily enhance the spiritual consciousness. With the help of these 3 spiritual objects with different effects, Yan Sidai easily refined the large amount of spiritual energy that flowed into her body and sent it to dantian, which became the nutrient for condensing and solidifying spiritual power. It took nearly 2 months. Yan Sidai relied on the success rate of breaking through the golden elixir of up to 50%, and purified all the liquid spiritual power in dantian into solidified spiritual power without any danger. Her dantian suddenly changed the next moment, and a small fiery red light spot gradually appeared in the center of her dantian. As time went by, the small light spot grew larger and larger, and finally covered her entire dantian in the abdomen. At this moment, her dantian was nourished by the solidified spiritual power and turned into a fiery red color, achieving a golden elixir. The technique she practiced was fire, and the condensed golden elixir was fiery red. The sky of Potten Peak also gradually gathered pieces of black calamity clouds. At the same time, under Potten Peak, Lian's Henrin, who had been sitting cross-legged on a flat boulder with his eyes closed, was also startled. He slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Yan Sidai successfully condensed the golden elixir and triggered the calamity cloud, his expression moved slightly. With the 4th level lightning-inducing formation of Potten Peak, this girl is almost certain to enter the golden elixir stage. This Ling family is indeed, as the sect master said, with strong luck. It has only been a dozen years, and 3 golden elixirs have been produced in a row. Looking at this momentum, the potential of this Ling family is probably more than that. 100 years later, perhaps this Ling family can really become a powerful helper for our sect to resist the attacks of the holy demon sect. After muttering a few words, he closed his eyes again. Ling Pengyun, who was constantly looking at the top of Potten Peak, was excited. Now our clan finally has the strength to compete with the stronger giant forces such as Bailing sect and Zuanyang sect. In this way, our clan will not have to follow these 2 sects as before, but can be at the same level as these 2 forces to lead the development of some things. And facing the next monster rebellion, our clan can also have greater confidence. The dark thunder clouds in the sky of Potten Peak, brewing for a full hour, finally fail the first thunder tribulation. At this time, the 4th level thunder spirit tree on the top of the peak flashed with spiritual light, and countless array patterns emerged from it, directly facing the thunder tribulation in the sky, intercepting it, and then entering the body of the thunder spirit tree. The subsequent 7 thunder tribulations were also like this. Only the strongest 9th thunder tribulation was left by the thunder spirit tree and given to Yan Sidai to forge her body. The thunder cloud in the sky then dropped a sweet dew, nourishing Yan Sidai's body. When the calamity clouds in the sky dissipated and everything was over, Yan Sidai, who had been sitting cross-legged under the thunder spirit tree, also opened her eyes. She felt the thin spiritual power in her body, and the spiritual power comparable to that of a cultivator at the 3rd level of the golden core realm under the blessing of the soul forging technique and the yin-yang primordial key, and her face was full of joy. After practicing for 100 years, I finally entered the golden core realm. I can finally become a helper to my husband, rather than a burden to him. At this moment, Ling Pengyun and Master Lian, who had been protecting her under the Potten Peak, also climbed to the top of the peak together. Congratulations, madam, on achieving the golden core great Dao and extending your life for another 300 years. On second thought, madam is the only female cultivator of the golden core realm in our Yan state today. Madam is truly a heroine. Ling Pengyun looked at Yan Sidai under the thunder spirit tree with a look of joy on his face and congratulated her. My dear husband, please don't laugh at me. I can reach this point today, all thanks to your support and the support of my family. Yan Sai heard this, and a smug look appeared on her face, but she did not forget everything. Haha, madam, you are too modest. Ling Pengyun laughed. The powerful Lian's Henren, who had never spoken at the side, also invited Yan Sai at this moment. Little friend Yan, you have entered the golden elixir now. Are you willing to be a guest elder of my Kanglan Bahe sect? If you are willing, my sect can give you a middle-level golden elixir technique or a third-level 100 arts inheritance to help you go further and further on this path. However, if you receive the benefits of my sect and encounter difficulties in the future, you will also need to help. Yan Sai had expected this, and Ling Pengyun had already given him a shot of prevention. She first glanced at Ling Pengyun, and seeing Ling Pengyun nod at this moment, she also replied to Master Lei Yun. It is a blessing for me to become a guest of your sect. I have the golden elixir technique. I wonder if your sect has a third-level spiritual chef inheritance? I am a spiritual chef myself. Although the Ling family currently only has 2 golden elixir techniques, the Jade Sea Scripture and the Beast King Treasure Book. However, when the Ling family destroyed the Poison Blood Demon sect in the early years, they also obtained a Fire Cloud Treasure Book that can be cultivated to the nascent soul realm and has the same attributes as Yan Sai's main fire spiritual root. This book of nascent soul techniques is complete, and the various life spells and magic weapons that are matched are extremely powerful. Even among the nascent soul techniques, this technique is at least a top-notch middle-level technique. At present, although Yan Sai's technique is not this one, she can switch to it after spending some time in the future. Master Lei Yun was not surprised that Yan Sai agreed to join the sect as a guest elder. More than 10 years ago, he had discussed with Ling Pengyun that if someone from the Ling family reached the golden core level in the future, they would be recruited to serve as guest officials in the sect. The fact that the Ling family, which was only a foundation-building family in the early years, now possessed the golden core cultivation method of fire attribute was attributed to the Ling family's good luck. It is normal to have good luck and get opportunities. After coming to his senses, Master Lei Yun said to Yan Sai kindly, I didn't expect that you are actually a rare spiritual chef. It just so happens that our sect currently does not have a third-level spiritual chef. If your spiritual chef can reach the third level in the future, it can make up for the lack of third-level spiritual chefs in our sect. The golden core of our sect will be blessed. My 2 friends, wait for me here for a moment. After saying this, Master Lei Yun turned into a ray of lightning and quickly flew away to the depths of the secret realm. Chapter 563, Spiritual Attack Method. When he returned to Potton Peak, he had 2 more yellow books in his hand. He also handed one of the yellow books to Yan Sai and added, My friend, the third-level spiritual chef inheritance is precious. For the time being, our sect can only give you a third-level lower-grade spiritual chef inheritance. After you become a third-level lower-grade spiritual chef, come to our sect again, and I can give you a third-level middle-grade spiritual chef inheritance. For the third-level upper-grade spiritual chef inheritance, you need to become a third-level middle-grade spiritual chef. I hope you don't mind. Yan Sai had expected this. The third-level alchemy inheritance that clan leader Ling Yunhong was given by the sect was also obtained according to such rules. The sect did this naturally to allow Yan Sai and other people who receive the sect's benefits to return to the sect more often, strengthen their ties with the sect, and be tied to the sect. Senior, you are joking. It is a blessing for me that the sect can give me the inheritance of the spirit kitchen for free. Yan Sai said politely after receiving the inheritance. Master Lei Yun nodded and handed the other book in his hand to Ling Pengyun. My dear friend Ling, this book is a method of spiritual attack created by an extremely talented ancestor of our sect 1,000 years ago. This method is called the soul locking chain. Once used, it can temporarily lock the enemy's spiritual consciousness, making it difficult for them to use their spiritual consciousness for a short period of time. However, when the ancestor of our sect created this method of spiritual attack, he was already old. He died halfway through the creation of this method because his lifespan was exhausted. This also makes this spiritual method incomplete. Of course, although this method is incomplete, it can be used. It's just that its effectiveness is only 30% of the power of ordinary spiritual attack methods, and it can barely pose some threat to those with the same spiritual strength. I hope that this method of spiritual attack, the soul locking chain, can be of some help to you, my dear friend. Of course, my friend, You can pass this method on to your clan members, but you need to see clearly the character of the clan members before passing it on. Otherwise, if this method spreads too widely and falls into the hands of your clan's enemies, it will be tantamount to harming yourselves for cultivators like you who have no method of spiritual defense. At the same time, I also heard that you modified the Kanglan Bahagong of our sect, making the spiritual energy cultivated by this method very different. I think you also have the talent to modify methods. I hope that you can perfect this spiritual method in the future. If this is accomplished, our sect can give you a method of spiritual defense. Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the method of spiritual attack with a god-locking chain given by true man Lian was incomplete, it was enough to be regarded as a timely help for the Ling family who mastered the explosive forging god technique. In the early years, true man Bishu gave the explosion god forging technique to the Ling family, but that explosion god forging technique was also incomplete. It was just a method of cultivation, and there was no record of the method of spiritual consciousness attack or defense. Now, the Ling family has this incomplete method of locking the god chain. The Ling family cultivators can also use the powerful spiritual consciousness cultivated by the explosion god forging technique as a basis to perform this method of locking the god chain, greatly improving their combat power. Of course, over the years, the Ling family has also searched for spiritual consciousness attack methods such as the locking god chain. It's just a pity that this kind of precious method will never appear on the market, and most of them are hidden as treasures by those big forces. Without much hesitation, Ling Pengyun immediately took over the method of practicing the locking god chain and agreed to the deal proposed by true man Lian. Thank you for the gift from the sect. Junior, I will do my best to perfect this method. Seeing this, true man Lian was also satisfied, so he waved his hand to drive him away. I like quietness, so I won't talk to you anymore. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai both knew what Lei Yun's Henren meant. After the couple bowed to Lei Yun's Henren, they left Bodan Peak together and returned to Bishui Island. Coincidentally, this time they ran into Wang Ying, who would take some time out every day to rush to Bodan Peak to watch Yan Sai's breakthrough to Jindan. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai also told her the good news that Yan Sai had successfully entered Jindan. Wang Ying treated Yan Sai as her own, and she was also happy for her sister Yan Sai. Then, the three of them returned to Bishui Island to celebrate. It was a pity that their master, Bishui's Henren, had never come out of retreat, and Ling Pengyun and Yan Sai were rushing to participate in the Muyuan market auction in the Muyuan Sea area, so they could not stay on Bishui Island for long. After celebrating with senior sister Wang Ying, Ling Pengyun and his wife left the sect's secret realm. Half a month later. Deep in the secret realm, in front of a desk in a bamboo building on Bishu Island, a middle-aged scholar with a scholarly temperament sat holding a blue talisman pen tightly, slowly drawing spiritual patterns on a piece of talisman paper on the desk. As time went by, the talismans on this talisman became more and more numerous, and the spiritual power it exuded became stronger and stronger. However, the scholar who was drawing the talisman became more and more exhausted, and he even took 3 third-level spiritual power recovery pills in the middle of the process. After a long time, when the scholar's spiritual power was about to run out, he finally drew the last stroke of this talisman. This talisman also flashed a strange light at this moment, and an aura far beyond the 3rd level, but weaker than the 4th level, suddenly spread out from the talisman. The scholar holding the talisman pen saw this scene, raised his hand and touched the sweat stains on his forehead, and there was a little disappointment on his face that was pale due to excessive spiritual power consumption. It is indeed very difficult to refine a 4th-level spiritual talisman with a giant level of cultivation. However, this quasi-4th-level spiritual talisman has 30% of the power of a full-strength attack by a 1st-level nascent soul cultivator. Its power is not bad. Once this talisman is released, even a giant perfection cultivator may not be able to easily block it. If I can refine a few more attacking spiritual talismans of this quality, I will have a greater chance of breaking through to the nascent soul in the outside world after a few decades. After coming to his senses, the scholar thought of something, waved his hand and sent out a spiritual power to open the door of the training room, took a communication talisman that fell outside the door, and carefully read the small words written on the communication talisman. After a while, the scholar's face also showed a bit of joy. I didn't expect that Pengyun's wife could also enter the Jindan stage. Pengyun is blessed. In the future, he will have an extra helper on his path. This is a good thing. And when I try to break through the nascent soul realm 100 years later, I will also have an extra helper. Thinking of this, the middle-aged scholar frowned. This middle-aged scholar is the master of Bishu Island, the Bishu's Henrin of the 9th level of Jinden. He had to wait until 100 years later to try to break through the nascent soul. The main reason was that Bishu's Henrin was waiting for the 700-year-old 4th level lower grade 5 element spirit fruit produced by the 4th level lower grade 5 element spirit tree of Kanglan Bahay sect to mature. The 4th level lower grade 5 element spirit fruit can help cultivators increase the probability of breaking through the nascent soul by 10%. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Bishu's Henrin took back the quasi 4th level spiritual talisman, closed his eyes, and recovered his spiritual power. After his spiritual power recovered, he took out the precious 3rd level upper grade talisman paper again and began to draw the quasi 4th level spiritual talisman. Half a month later. In the Boundless Sea area, the Immortal World, the Mu'in Sea area, the Mu'in Market. A middle-aged man with green hair, wearing the Taoist robe of the Mu'in Immortal sect and carrying a lot of elixir fragrance, followed the market road and entered a cultivation cave area deep in the market. Finally, the green-haired middle-aged man stopped outside a grade A cave with rich spiritual energy, which was enough for Jinden cultivators to practice, and knocked on the door of the cave. After a while, the door of the cave was opened, and a young man with a celestial appearance and a young woman with a proud figure and beautiful face walked out together. Seeing this, the green-haired middle-aged man looked at the young man with a celestial appearance and couldn't help but raise a touch of envy on his face. However, this look was fleeting, and he also raised a kind smile on his face and said, "Friend Ling, Madam Ling, our sect will hold a medium-sized auction in this market once every 30 years. It will last for 10 days. Now it is the 10th day, and it is time for the finale auction. Do you two want to go together? I have reserved a private room at the auction." The young man with a celestial appearance and the beautiful young woman were Ling Pengyun and his wife. A month ago, after they left the Kanglan Bahay secret realm, they came to the Mu'in market and entered the first-class cave that the Mu'in Immortal sect gave to Ling Pengyun in the early years to wait for the auction to begin. The green-haired middle-aged man was Ling Pengyun's longtime friend Jiamu's Henrin. Of course, Brother Mu has come to inform us that the auction has started. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. No problem. Jiamu's Henrin waved his hand. Then, he and Ling Pengyun and his wife walked along the avenue to the Mu'in auction house. The Mu'in auction house is a 3-story building. The first floor has the largest space. Except for a round table in the middle, the rest of the space is filled with chairs. The second and third floors are private rooms. At this time, in a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor of the auction house, Ling Pengyun was sitting on a backrest chair, looking at the situation inside the auction house through the transparent light curtain built by the power of the formation at the front of the private room. Now, although the auction has not started yet, the 100,000 chairs on the first floor of the auction house are already full of monks. Ling Pengyun, who saw this scene, couldn't help but sigh at the prosperity of Mu'in market. At this time, Jiamu's Henrin, who had a serious face before, asked his friend Ling Pengyun with a smile. Brother Ling, do you know how many Jinden's Henrin came to my Mu'in auction this time? Ling Pengyun's curiosity was immediately aroused, but he looked at Jiamu's Henrin's boastful look and immediately laughed and scolded. Brother Mu, if you want to say something, just say it. When did you become so talkative? You really don't understand romance. I don't know how your wife likes you. Jiamu's Henrin was not angry, but instead insulted Ling Pengyun, and then smiled and said, 15 Jinden cultivators came to my Mu'in auction house this time. With such a large number of Jinden cultivators, there must be a few who are short of elixirs. The quality of the 3rd level elixirs I put on the auction this time is good, and I think they can all be sold at a good price. After this auction, I'm afraid I will make a lot of money again. Master Jiamu looked at Ling Pengyun with pride. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun said with a hint of joking. Then Brother Mu, please treat me to a meal. I won't, I'll enjoy myself. Master Jiamu was waiting for the sentence, and he laughed. Yam Sidai, who was standing by, was also amused when she heard this, and laughed twice. Then I will use your name as the master of the teleportation hall to cheat people in Mu'in market. Anyway, many people know that we are friends. It shouldn't be a problem for me to cheat a few hundred spirit stones to eat a meal. Ling Pengyun said shamelessly. You. Master Jiamu pointed at Ling Pengyun angrily. Ha ha ha. Ling Pengyun laughed 3 times. Afterwards, the 3 of them chatted for a while, and the auction began. Chapter 564, The Twin Dragons see a familiar spiritual array ancestor. For this auction, the Mu'in Immortal sect prepared more than 50,000 spiritual objects. The auction lasted for 9 consecutive days, and even today, there are still some high-quality second-level spiritual objects that have not been auctioned off. Among them, there are even some rare objects that increase lifespan. Ling Pengyun was quite tempted by this, so he bid for them one by one, intending to use them for his relatives. After auctioning off a few more spiritual objects that he liked, he stopped. Soon, it was time for the auction of the finale. Standing on the round platform in the center of the first floor of the auction house, a giant in perfection realm moving immortal sect cultivator who presided over the auction took out a spiritual talisman with a bright spiritual light and countless runes depicting the style of armor from his personal storage bag. Everyone, there are a total of 300 items for the finale of this auction. The first finale item is the 3rd level lower grade defensive magic talisman, the Wutu Zuanjia talisman. Once this talisman is used, it can transform into a piece of armor with a defensive power comparable to that of a 3rd level lower grade defensive magic weapon, enough to withstand 3 full strength attacks from a giant in early stage cultivator. The reserve price of this talisman is 1,000 spiritual stones. The highest bidder wins. Each bid cannot be less than 100 spiritual stones. As soon as these words fell, bidding sounds came from the private rooms on the 2nd floor and even the 3rd floor. 2,000 spiritual stones. 2,100 spiritual stones. After a while, the Wutu Zuanjia talisman was bought by a giant and cultivator in the private room on the 3rd floor at a high price of 4,900 spiritual stones. The finale items that appeared later were of better quality than the other, and even Ling Pengyun and Yan Siai, 2 giant and cultivators, were tempted. However, through the auction brochure, the 2 of them already had something they valued. Apart from using 30,000 and 40,000 spiritual stones to buy 3 3rd-level low-grade demon beast golden pills, which they planned to bring back to the family to refine the Julian pill for Ling Yunhong, the 2 of them did not dare to spend spiritual stones at will. The Master Jiamu, who had previously boasted that he could earn spiritual stones by auctioning some pills, actually made several generous moves and bought a lot of 3rd-level spiritual medicines that could be used to refine pills. He basically spent all the spiritual stones he earned this time. This also made Ling Pengyun make fun of Master Jiamu. Master Jiamu was also angry, so he fought back with the excuse that I was selling spiritual medicines to make more money. However, Ling Pengyun didn't care and took this opportunity to scold him. During this period, the auction had auctioned more than 200 finale items, and the quality of these items was getting better and better. And the prices of those items were getting higher and higher. After the Mu'in Immortal sect monk who was auctioning on the round platform in the hall sold 3 bottles of 3rd-level medium-grade Zhuangdan, the man also took out 18 blue formation flags, a round plate, and a blue long banner. The 281st lot, the 3rd-level low-grade double dragon sea covering formation. This formation is an attack formation. When used with a formation weapon of this formation, the double dragon sea covering banner, it can transform into 2 spiritual water dragons with a cultivation of the initial stage of the golden core to fight the enemy. If this formation absorbs enough water vapor and accumulates for 9 years, the 2 spiritual water dragons can even burst out a full strength attack comparable to the full strength attack of the 4th level golden core monster. It can be said that this formation is extremely powerful. The starting price of this formation is 100,000 spiritual stones, and each bid cannot be less than 1,000 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun and Yan Siai's eyes lit up when they heard the introduction of the double dragon sea covering formation. This formation is what they are interested in. The Ling family currently only has 1 3rd-level formation, the 5 elements return to origin formation, and this formation was borrowed from the Bailing sect. Calculating the time, this formation was originally borrowed for 50 years, and now nearly half of it has passed. In fact, before the next monster rebellion, the 5 elements return to origin formation will be returned to the Bailing sect. In this way, the Ling family lacks a formation to protect the family. During the auction of the finale of this auction, several 3rd-level formations had already been auctioned. However, those 3rd-level formations did not have formation tools, and their power was ordinary, so Ling Pengyun and Yan Siai did not buy them. On the other hand, The double dragon covering the sea formation that will be auctioned now has a formation tool of the 3rd level lower grade magic weapon level. It is extraordinary in strength and belongs to water. It can be combined with the water power of Lingxiao Lake, which is a good match for the formation to protect the family. Immediately, Ling Pengyun tried to shout out a high price. 500,000 spiritual stones. Although the bid was high, the powerful double dragon sea covering formation was very popular, and soon, Ling Pengyun's bid was drowned out. The price of the double dragon sea covering formation also rose to 700,000 spiritual stones. At this price, only 2 giant cultivators on the 3rd floor were left to compete for it. The price of the sea covering formation also slowed down, basically increasing by 1,100 yuan. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun and his wife frowned. Over the years, even if the family lived frugally, they only managed to collect 600,000 spiritual stones for them to buy spiritual objects for the family. In addition, the savings of the two of them over the years, they only had about 780,000 spiritual stones. This time, I'm afraid I'll go bankrupt. My wallet, which was so hard to fill up, will be deflated again. Ling Pengyun muttered helplessly. Then, he gritted his teeth and directly raised the price by 50,000 spiritual stones. I'll bid 750,000 spiritual stones. Suddenly, the auction floor, which was full of bidding, was silent. Although the double dragon sea covering formation was extremely powerful because of a 3rd grade lower grade formation weapon, the grade of this formation was only a 3rd grade lower grade after all. Such formations were only worth 700,000 spiritual stones at major auctions. Now, an additional 50,000 spiritual stones is tantamount to premium 50,000 spiritual stones is not a small amount for a giant cultivator. This also indirectly led to one of the 2 giant cultivators who had previously competed for the formation retreating, leaving only 1 giant cultivator to bid again. I'll bid 751,000 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun's already frowned brows, and they frowned even more. 780,000 spiritual stones. The other giant who bid had some insufficient funds, otherwise, he would not have raised the price by 1,000 yuan before. After hesitating for a while, the man gave up the bid. The 3rd grade lower grade double dragon sea covering formation was also successfully auctioned off by Ling Pengyun. Brother Ling is really rich. The 80,000 spiritual stones you spent in the formation this time are higher than the price of the dozens of 3rd grade pills I put up for auction this time. Really, you have money but no brains. Jiamu's Henren, who was scolded by Ling Pengyun before, laughed. Who told you that Brother Mu was not active in refining pills for Mu and Xianzong? You didn't earn enough contribution points to exchange for a 3rd grade lower grade formation from Mu and Xianzong. Otherwise, I would have found you to buy a 3rd grade lower grade formation from Mu and Xianzong. And the 80,000 spiritual stones I spent this time on will not be earned by others, but will go into your wallet. Ling Pengyun, who was extremely painful because his spiritual stones were almost used up, heard this, his face darkened, and he said something that was murderous. After the greedy Jiamu's Henren realized that he had lost 80,000 spiritual stones, his smile froze and turned into a bitter face. Even Jiamu's Henren sighed. I really missed it. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who had a dark face, felt much better. Afterwards, several more items were auctioned, and the monk from the Muing Immortal sect who presided over the auction also took out a green spiritual fruit with rich spiritual energy from his storage bag. The 298th item, the 300-year-old giant and spiritual object Muing and spiritual fruit, can help monks increase the probability of breaking through the giant by 10%. The starting price of this item is 100,000 spiritual stones. As soon as the words fell, the auction venue went crazy. Previously, those foundation building monks who had some family background and were in the private rooms on the 2nd floor, when they saw the things they coveted being snatched by giant monks, they all adopted a tolerant approach. But now, they argued with reason and were not at all empty-handed. In the private rooms on the 3rd floor, some giant monks who had never spoken before also called out for a price. Under such circumstances, the price of the giant and spiritual object Muing and spiritual fruit quickly rose to 310,000 spiritual stones. I'll pay 330,000 spiritual stones. An old voice came from a private room on the 3rd floor. Ling Pengyun and Yan Siai, who were in the private room on the 3rd floor, were all shocked when they heard the voice. They looked at each other and said at the same time, Spirit Array Ancestor. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. I didn't expect that the traitor of Bailing sect, Ling's own ancestor, who failed to steal the golden elixir of Bailing sect and was driven away by the golden elixir Taoist friends of Bailing sect, actually came to this Wubian Hayuxin world. Seeing that this person can take out so many spiritual stones, I'm afraid he is doing well. Yamsai echoed on the side. After all, Ling's own ancestor is also a veteran third-level lower-grade formation master, and he is more popular everywhere. And Jiamu's Henrin on the side seemed to have heard the cultivator who bid 330,000 spiritual stones to buy the Muing Linguo. He rarely showed a serious look on his face and asked in confusion. You too, isn't that Taoist Zhuanzhen? How did he become the Lingxian patriarch? Taoist Zhuanzhen? Did you change your name? Ling Pengyun asked curiously to himself, and then explained to Master Jiamu. The Taoist Zhuanzhen you mentioned was originally a great elder of Bailing sect in the Yam kingdom of my northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. However, because he coveted a golden elixir from Bailing sect, he killed his fellow disciples and aroused the hostility of the other golden elixirs of Bailing sect. The Lingxian patriarch was also expelled from Bailing sect. Master Jiamu said with a smile. I didn't expect that Taoist Zhuanzhen, who has been famous in the border between my human race and demon race seas in recent years, has such a past. Brother Mu, tell me what the reputation of the Lingxian patriarch you mentioned is. Ling Pengyun said. Speaking of this Zhuanzhen, no, the reputation of fellow Taoist Lingxian, the most noteworthy thing is that this person, with a cultivation of the early stage of Jinden, used the power of his natal formation to kill a middle stage Jinden monster. By the way, over the years, this person has been killing monsters in the Wrath of the Whale Sea under my sect, and can be regarded as employed by my Muin Xianzong. It is said that some time ago, this person has raised a sum of contribution points and exchanged for a third-level lower-grade spiritual vein in the territory of the Wrath of the Whale Sea of my sect, and established a Jinden family called the Mo family. It is estimated that this time, fellow Taoist Lingxian bought a Muin spiritual fruit in order to plan the path of Jinden for his descendants. Jiamu's Henrin said carefully. So, this old Taoist Lingxian does have some treacherous intentions. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Chapter 565, The Powerful Mu Yuan Baodan. After a while, the auction ended with a top-grade third-level water-bearing sword. Many of the Jinden who came to the auction came specifically for this sword. The sword was therefore sold at a high price of 1.18 million spiritual stones amid the scramble of the crowd. The auction was thus concluded, but just as everyone was leaving, the Jinden Perfection Muing Xianzhuang cultivator who presided over the auction suddenly sent a message to the dozen or so Jinden in the auction venue. Next, Yang Qiu of Muing Xianzhuang, Dao name Hoyang. My fellow Daoists, I intend to hold a spiritual object exchange meeting. Daoists who are willing to participate in this meeting can stay. However, participants must at least bring out 3 third-level spiritual objects for exchange. And Daoists who are not interested in participating in this spiritual object exchange meeting can leave at will. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Ling Pengyun and his wife, who were about to get up, heard this and paused for a moment, looked at each other, and sat back on the chairs in the private room. Jiamu's Henrin, who was also in the private room, also stayed. Half an hour later, when the rest of the key training and foundation building cultivators at the auction venue had left, the Jinden Perfection cultivator of Muing Xianzhuang who was hosting the auction saw that many Jinden were willing to stay, but only a few Jinden had no aura and seemed to be leaving, so he also raised a look of expectation on his face. Then, he threw out a brick to track jade, and took out 6 medicine bottles in a row, from each of which he poured out a green pill with a bright aura and a very smooth aura. These 6 are all Mu Yuan Dan refined by me personally. 3 of them are of the 3rd level middle grade, and the other 3 are of the 3rd level upper grade. In addition, their quality is all superior. I think you all know what the effect of this quality Mu Yuan Dan is. I only exchanged these 6 pills for living 3rd level spiritual fruit trees, spiritual bamboos, and spiritual trees. After listening to the introduction, Ling Pengyun, who was in the private room on the 3rd floor, suddenly raised a touch of excitement on his face. Mu Yuan Dan is a kind of elixir unique to Mu Yuan Xianzhuang. It requires the Mu Yuan spiritual fruit produced by the Mu Yuan fruit tree, the spiritual tree of Mu Yuan Xianzhuang, and several other high-level spiritual materials as the main materials, and hundreds of spiritual medicines as auxiliary materials to be refined. However, this elixir is also very rare because it mainly requires the Mu Yuan spiritual fruit that can be used as a golden elixir spiritual object, as well as many third-level spiritual medicines. Even in the nearly 100 years of Mu Yuan Fang market, there are only 10 third-level Mu Yuan Dan left. Moreover, most of the Mu Yuan Dan were only the third-grade low-grade Mu Yuan Dan. Even the price of the third-grade Mu Yuan Dan of ordinary quality was 10 times the price of ordinary pills of the same grade, and the price of the superior Mu Yuan Dan would be 3 times more expensive. The price of the superior third-grade middle and upper-grade Mu Yuan Dan was as high as 80,000 and 120,000 spiritual stones respectively on the market. The price of the ordinary third-grade middle and upper-grade cultivation Taichu Yuan Dan was about 6,000 and 10,000 spiritual stones respectively. Of course, the expensive Mu Yuan Dan was also extremely powerful. The superior third-grade middle and upper-grade Mu Yuan Dan could at least increase the spiritual power of the 6th and 9th level giant and cultivators by 30%, which was enough to save the cultivation time of the middle stage giant and cultivators for decades. If I could get a Mu Yuan Dan of this quality, I'm afraid it wouldn't take me several years to break through to the third level giant. It's just a pity that this requirement is too harsh. In a flash of thought, Ling Pengyun thought of the conditions for exchanging spiritual objects that Huang Zhenren had mentioned before, and his brows suddenly frowned. Although the superior third-level middle and upper-grade Mu Yuan Dan is precious, the living third-level spiritual fruit trees, spiritual bamboos, and spiritual plants of spiritual trees are even more precious, and are equivalent to gold mountain. As long as time passes, you can continuously obtain benefits, and this kind of third-level spiritual plants are several times rarer than the same-level spiritual medicines. Even for the Ling family, currently only the yellow jade spiritual fruit tree that can produce golden elixir spiritual objects has reached the third level. Ling Pengyun was naturally reluctant to take out the treasure tree. However, among the other golden elixirs participating in the auction, many golden elixir cultivators just encountered bottlenecks and needed the help of Mu Yuan Dan. Immediately, a cultivator who had been stuck in the bottleneck of the 6th level of the golden elixir for more than 50 years gritted his teeth and called out, "I have a third-level lower-grade Huan pine, but I want the 6th third-level middle and upper-grade Mu Yuan Dan in your hand." When the Taoist master Huang, who presided over the bidding meeting, heard someone bidding, his expression suddenly became happy. The fire cloud pine nuts from the third-grade lower-grade fire cloud pine have the same effect as cultivation-related elixirs, and these pine nuts are most suitable for those who practice fire-related techniques. Those who practice fire-related techniques can increase their effectiveness by about 10%. However, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he bargained. "My 6 Wujuan pills are worth about 600,000 spiritual stones in total, and your fire cloud pine is worth at most 500,000 spiritual stones, even if it is put on major auctions. If you are willing to make up the difference of 100,000 spiritual stones, I am willing to facilitate this transaction with you." The 6th level giant and cultivator who took out the fire cloud pine hesitated for a few breaths and then agreed to this matter. Then, the cultivator first delivered 100,000 spiritual stones to Master Huang through the transparent light curtain formed by the formation in the private room on the 3rd floor, and added another sentence. "I didn't bring the fire cloud pine with me, but it's where I'll live. Afterwards, you can go with me to get it, but you need to make a heavenly oath first, not to attack me in any way." Huang Zhenren immediately agreed to this matter, and then made a vow that if the matter of the fire cloud pine was true, he would not attack the cultivator in any way. At the same time, he was not stupid. He did not directly hand over the 6 bottles of third-level middle and upper-grade Wujuan Dan to the unseen giant and 6th-level cultivator, but put them into the storage bag first, waiting to take them out after getting the fire cloud pine. Afterwards, Huang Zhenren took out 3 bottles of ordinary quality third-level low-grade Wujuan Dan. These 6 bottles of third-level low-grade Wujuan Dan can be exchanged for second-level spiritual trees, spiritual fruit trees, and spiritual bamboos. If you have them, bid as soon as possible. Ling Pengyun's expression suddenly showed a trace of excitement when he heard this. Although the effect of the ordinary quality third-level low-grade Wujuan Dan was weaker than the 6 Wujuan Dan that appeared earlier, the effect of the third-level low-grade Wujuan Dan was not weak. One was enough to save him more than 10 years of cultivation time. He immediately said excitedly, I will exchange 5 2nd grade lower grade Qingshi Lingxiao and 15 2nd grade lower grade black steel wood for 2 3rd grade lower grade Mu Yuan Dan. Ling Pengyun had bought 3 2nd grade lower grade Qingshi Lingxiao from Mu Yuan market more than 10 or 20 years ago. After the blessing of Ling Pengyun, a 2nd grade upper grade spiritual plant husband, and Ling's 2nd grade middle grade spiritual plant garden, the 3 Qingshi Lingxiao have multiplied a lot of Qingshi Lingxiao in the past 20 years. Among their offspring, 5 spiritual bamboos have been upgraded to the 2nd grade lower grade realm. The black steel wood that Ling mentioned this time was found by Ling in the territory of the White Cloud Spirit Fox clan in his early years. At that time, he found more than 10 2nd grade black steel woods. After Ling's cultivation, those black steel woods have multiplied to more than 100, and the grade of 23 of them has been upgraded to the 2nd grade. The 5 2nd grade lower quality pure water spirit bamboos and 15 black steel woods were not spiritual plants that could produce large profits, and the prices on the market were also low. 1 pure water spirit bamboo and 1 black steel wood were probably only worth about 3,000 spiritual stones. However, there were quite a few of them, so the total value of the 20 spiritual plants was 60,000 spiritual stones. The price of the 2 3rd grade lower quality wood element pails was also about 60,000 spiritual stones. Seeing that the price was right, Taoist Yin-Yang agreed to the deal and agreed by voice transmission that within 3 years, Ling Pengyun would bring the 20 spiritual plants to the wood element market and get the 2 3rd grade lower quality wood element pails. Later, the 4 bottles of wood element pails in Taoist Yin-Yang's hands were also exchanged for 2nd grade spiritual trees by other Jainan monks. After all, 2nd grade spiritual trees are more common than 3rd grade spiritual trees, and it is normal for a Jainan's henren to have them. I have exchanged all the spiritual objects I want to exchange. If other fellows need to exchange any spiritual objects, feel free to do so. After saying that, the real person Huiyang, who was standing on the auction table on the 1st floor of the auction house, called a maid from the auction house to bring a chair and sat on it, looking very leisurely. At the same time, in a private room on the 3rd floor, the real person Jiamu, who had never spoken, looked at the real person Huiyang and suddenly murmured. It turns out that 15 years ago, Senior Brother Huiyang spent so many contribution points to exchange for 2 3rd level wood elemental spirit fruits, which were used to refine wood elemental pills, and use the pills to exchange for spirit fruit trees today. It seems that Senior Brother Huiyang is like this. He is afraid that he really wants to establish a family. Ling Pengyun and his wife heard this and immediately cast a curious look at the real person Jiamu. Fellow Taoist Jiamu, where did you get this from? Ling Pengyun asked. This Senior Brother Huiyang and I are both alchemists of the Muing Immortal sect, so we have had some interactions. I know a thing or two about Senior Brother Huiyang's experiences. This senior brother of mine is also a legend. He has the aptitude of 3 spiritual roots, which is quite common in my sect. Therefore, after he joined our sect, he became a course in our sect. However, this senior brother has only been in the sect for a dozen years, but he has shown a very high talent for alchemy. He was appreciated by Qingshi Mountain, the 4th rank alchemist of our sect. From then on, he soared to the sky and achieved the Tao with 100 arts. Then, my senior brother's cultivation reached the realm of golden core perfection. It's a pity that although senior brother Huiyang achieved golden core perfection, he was over 300 years old when he achieved golden core perfection. He missed the best age to try to break through to the nascent soul, and he will never achieve the nascent soul in this lifetime. Otherwise, if senior brother Huiyang could achieve the nascent soul, our sect might have another 4th rank alchemist, and my senior brother started to marry and have concubines and reproduce because he had no hope of achieving nascent soul. I guess he didn't want to leave no trace in this world when his lifespan was exhausted and he turned into a piece of yellow earth, as if he had just gone through this life in vain. Or maybe, this senior brother placed his expectations of nascent soul on his descendants. At the same time, it was also reported in the sect that senior brother Huiyang had exchanged a 3rd level middle grade spiritual vein in the Wrathful Whale Sea under the sect with the sect's contribution points. But senior brother Huiyang has never established a family, so this matter has not received the attention of the sect. Speaking of this, Master Jiamu seemed to have some realization, and said with a little sense of powerlessness. After hundreds of years, when I realize that I have no chance of breaking through to nascent soul, perhaps I will also be like senior brother Huiyang, use the remaining life to establish a family, and put my own wishes for the path of Tao on the future generations. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai, as family cultivators, also agreed with this view. Most of the cultivation families in the world of immortal cultivation came from this way. As a good friend of Ling Pengyun, Jianmu Zhenren also comforted the somewhat touched Jianmu Zhenren. Brother Mu, you are in your prime. With your talent, you still have a chance to break through to the golden core perfection before the age of 300. After hearing this, Jianmu Zhenren felt a little better and he also smiled at Ling Pengyun. Chapter 566 Mo Qianqiu enters the golden elixir. At this time, the Jindan at the exchange meeting also took this opportunity to take out some third-level spiritual objects that were useless to them, and they were reluctant to exchange for spiritual stones, hoping to exchange for their own spiritual objects. All of a sudden, all kinds of rare third-level precious iron, spiritual water and other spiritual objects appeared in an endless stream. Most Jindan monks also exchanged for what they wanted. During this period, Yan Sidai took a fancy to Tenjin third-level middle-grade red flame precious iron, and wanted to use it to smelt it in the Mandarin duck fire cloud pot, the prototype of her own life magic weapon, to improve the quality of this pot. Fortunately, the person who took out the red flame precious iron accepted Yan Sidai's exchange with 3 third-level low-grade Joingen and an additional 1,000 spiritual stones. Otherwise, if they only bought it with spiritual stones, even if they added the spiritual stones on Ling Pengyun, they would not be able to afford it. 1 jin of third-level middle-grade red flame precious iron is worth about 1,000 spiritual stones on the market, and 10 jin is worth 10,000 spiritual stones. 1 Juyin pill is worth 3,000 spiritual stones on the market, 3 are worth 9,000 spiritual stones, and 1,000 spiritual stones make up 10,000 spiritual stones. After a while, the exchange ended. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai both took out 3 third-level spiritual objects for trading, so they did not take out the other third-level spiritual objects. Then, Ling Pengyun and his wife and Jianmu Zhenren left the auction venue. However, the two did not return to the Ling family directly, but went directly into the first-class cave in the market and entered into seclusion, in this way, to avoid the limelight. After all, they had spent a full 780,000 spiritual stones at the auction venue before. This amount of spiritual stones is a huge amount even for a Jindan perfect cultivator, and it would be strange if it was not remembered by others. If you leave the boundless sea area cultivation world through the market teleportation array at this time, you will be in danger. Time passed slowly, and soon the calm was broken. One day, Jianmu Zhenren rushed to the gate of the first-class cave where Ling Pengyun and his wife were, and then he knocked on the gate. Ling Pengyun and his wife were startled, opened the cave gate, and saw Jianmu Zhenren's happy face. They couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Mu, what's the happy event that happened to you?" Jianmu Zhenren shook his head, and he didn't answer directly, but asked first, "Brother Ling, do you still remember that the old Taoist of Lingxian bought a golden elixir spiritual object Jianmu Lingo 3 months ago?" Ling Pengyun became even more curious. "Of course I remember. What you like is about that treacherous old Taoist of Lingxian." "Yes, I just learned from a junior brother that 3 months ago, after the auction ended, the old Taoist of Lingxian brought a grandson named Mo Qianqiu from his many descendants to our sect and rented a 4th-level formation from our sect at a high price to protect his grandson from the thunder tribulation. I don't know what kind of luck the grandson of the old Taoist of Lingxian Mo Qianqiu had, but he actually succeeded in breaking through. Now Mo Qianqiu has become a fellow Taoist of ours, and his Taoist name is Qianqiu. In this way, the Mo family founded by your old acquaintance, the old Taoist of Lingxian, has 2 golden elixirs. With this size, if nothing unexpected happens, the Mo family will be able to gain a foothold in this northern wilderness cultivation world in the next few hundred years." Jianmu Zhenren said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun was a little familiar with the grandson of the old ancestor of Lingxian, Mo Qianqiu, who had broken through the golden elixir realm. After thinking for a while, he looked at his wife Yan Sidai beside him. "Madam, is the grandson of the old Taoist master Mo Qianqiu the formation genius of Bailing sect who was famous in Yan state?" Yan Sidai nodded slightly surprised. "Yes, according to what my grandfather said when he was alive, when the old Taoist of Lingxian snatched the sect's share of the golden elixir, he would kill the other golden elixirs in the sect for the sake of Mo Qianqiu's golden elixir path. It has been several decades since the old Taoist of Lingxian was expelled from Bailingman, And Mo Kaiankyu should have been over 150 years old, the best age for a golden elixir breakthrough. This time, Mo Kaiankyu was able to break through the golden elixir, probably because of the help of a method that can increase the best age for a breakthrough, or because of other opportunities. With Mo Kaiankyu's talent in formation, his future achievements will probably not be lower than that of the old Taoist of Lingxiao now. In this way, the rise of the Mo family with 2 golden elixirs in charge is probably inevitable. At this point, the thoughtful Yan Xiyi smiled. If Bailingman knew about Mo Kaiankyu's breakthrough to the golden elixir, it would probably be a headache. Ling Pengyun also smiled when he heard this. As long as it doesn't involve our Ling family, it would be nice to have a good show to watch one day in the future. As soon as these words fell, Jianmu's Henren also smiled and said to Ling Pengyun, "Brother Ling, my news is good, right? I talked a little too much just now, and my throat is a little dry. If I could have a pot of second-level spiritual wine, maybe I could find out more about the Mo family. Of course, it would be even better if you, a second-level spiritual chef, could cook for me and stew a pot of second-level milky white spiritual fish soup to moisten my throat." Ling Pengyun heard this and saw the expression of Jianmu's Henren, and his smile became even more. He also said with a smile, "Okay, but, fellow Taoist, you have to prepare your own spiritual fish." Jianmu's Henren laughed. "I prepared the spiritual fish when I came here. I have been coveting your skill for a long time." Ling Pengyun smiled helplessly at Jianmu's Henren, and took him and his wife into the first-class cave. Half a year later. The boundless sea area of the Immortal Cultivation world. In the sea area of the Demon Clan, there is an island surrounded by countless deep-sea waters. From the outside, the scenery is beautiful and no different. But if you get closer, you can see that the island is actually covered by a huge light curtain. On the island, a great battle of the golden elixir broke out. 2 golden elixir early-stage cultivators, 1 old and 1 middle-aged, are working together to control a 3rd-level middle-grade formation with a flying sword and a magic shield. They are working together to bombard a ferocious wooden dragon python that is more than 70 feet long, covered with green fish-like scales, has an 8-foot-long horn on its head, and exudes the pressure of the middle stage of the golden elixir. Although the dragon python is strong, it even has a combat power far beyond the same level. But the 3rd-level middle-grade formation set up by the 2 golden elixir early-stage cultivators is really powerful. The 2 sides fought for several days, and the dragon python was hit by countless blood marks on the flying sword formation of the formation. A large amount of blood also flowed out and fell on the island. The long battle also consumed most of the power of the dragon python, and it felt exhausted. At this moment, the old giant who controlled the 3rd-level middle-grade formation had a bright look in his eyes and raised his hands. Flame Sun Sky Sword. Out! The 36 formation flags supporting the formation trembled suddenly, emitting countless formation patterns, gathering together and gradually condensing into 9 80-foot-long flame sun swords. Destroy! As the old man raised his hand and waved, the 9 giant swords flew out and killed the dragon python. These 9 giant swords all had the full power of the middle stage giant. When the 9 swords were launched together, no matter how the dragon python resisted, it was in vain. The wooden shield magic weapon of the wooden dragon python was directly shattered. Then, the dragon python was beheaded by the 9 flame sun sky swords. The dragon python was no longer alive. After performing such a powerful attack, the 2 early giant cultivators, 1 old and 1 middle-aged, also turned pale due to excessive consumption of spiritual power. Kaiankyu, follow me to quickly clean up the corpse of this monster to avoid any accidents. The old cultivator immediately landed beside the corpse of the wooden dragon python and put it into the storage bag. Then, he used the art of controlling objects to collect the blood of the dragon python that had flowed onto the ground of the island during the battle. The middle-aged cultivator called Kaiankyu also rushed to help. These 2 cultivators were the grandfather and grandson of the Taoist master Lingxiao. The powerful 3rd-level middle-grade formation they used before was the famous Yan'ang Xianjian formation in the territory of Yan State. However, this formation was not brought by the Taoist master Lingxiao from Bailingman. When he was driven out of Bailingman, all the formations on his body were looted by the giant of Bailingman. Now, the 3rd-level middle-grade Yan'ang Xianjian formation in their hands was re-refined by the old spirit formation master after he upgraded the formation to the 3rd-level middle grade in recent years, spending a large amount of extremely large spiritual materials. After everything was settled, the two of them left this place. Horizontal ellipsis. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, Dragon enters the Golden Core Spirit Formation and the Taoist Master Plans. A month later. In the wrathful Whale Sea under the command of the Muing Immortal Sect, in a deep underground cave with the richest spiritual energy on a spiritual island with a third-grade lower-grade spiritual vein, there was a 22-zang long dragon python crawling here, with its body showing the perfect foundation, covered with the yellow fish scales, a 5-foot horn in the center of its head, and a special aura of a dragon and a python. After a while, the dragon python suddenly opened its eyes as if it had realized something, staring at the entrance and exit of the underground cave. After a while, an old man with white hair, a straight back, a very majestic aura, and sword-like eyes, and a middle-aged monk who was very clean and looked very comfortable at first glance, walked in from the entrance and exit. These two people were the old Taoist and Qiangqiu's Hunren, who had killed the golden elixir middle-stage dragon python in the Demon Clan Sea area before. This yellow-scale dragon python was the earth dragon python born from the half-dragon in the perfect foundation building realm that Lingxiao's Hunren captured alive in the Jiamang Lake in his early years. After Lingxiao Liudao's vigorous cultivation of this dragon python over the years, he found a lot of dragon-related things for it, and even killed a lot of half-dragons for it to consume, which made this earth dragon python only half a step away from becoming a real dragon. At this time, the yellow-scale dragon python also noticed the pressure of the golden elixir emanating from Zhenren Qiangqiu. It fixed its eyes on Zhenren Qiangqiu and scanned him for several times before it was sure. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and with a look of joy, it actually spoke human words. "Brother Qiangqiu, have you entered the golden elixir?" "Yes." Zhenren Qiangqiu nodded with a little complacency. The yellow-scale dragon python heard the words and immediately became envious. At the same time, it also congratulated the middle-aged cultivator. After the chat was over, the old Taoist of the spirit array, who had not spoken a word, raised his hand and summoned the corpse of the wood dragon python that had been killed not long ago, and instructed the yellow-scale dragon python. "Eat the corpse of this dragon python, refine the dragon blood in the body of this dragon python, and try to transform into a dragon." The earth dragon python saw that the aura emitted from the corpse of the wood dragon python taken out by the old Taoist of the spirit array was as high as the middle stage of the golden elixir, and its eyes suddenly lit up. It hurriedly thanked its master, the old Taoist of the spirit array and Mo Qiangqiu, and began to eat the flesh and blood of the wood dragon python in the middle stage of the golden elixir. The stomach of this dragon was like a bottomless pit. It swallowed the corpse of the wood dragon python, which was more than 70 feet in size, into its stomach in one breath. This also made the stomach of this dragon python extremely swollen. This earth dragon python also crawled on the ground, closed its eyes, and fell into deep sleep. As time passed, the dragon aura it exuded became heavier and heavier. When it woke up, it finally took the last step and transformed into a dragon body with the help of the dragon essence blood of the wood dragon python in the middle stage of the golden elixir. A roar of a real dragon also came from the mouth of the earth dragon. The old Taoist of Lingxiao and Qiangqiu's Hunren, who had been guarding the dragon for the past few days, saw this and were filled with joy. This dragon python has finally transformed into a dragon. In this way, this dragon can also increase the probability of breaking through the golden elixir by 10%, and its future potential is not small. It's a pity that this earth dragon is related to my Mo family's trump card. Otherwise, if I find a third-level alchemist and use the corpse of the wood dragon python in the middle stage of the golden elixir to refine the third-level dragon blood pill and the dragon transformation pill, the blood of this dragon python may be able to go further. It's nothing to get the corpse of the dragon python and entrust other third-level alchemists to refine the dragon blood pill and the dragon transformation pill and sell them. But if the news that the elixir was made but not sold was known to some people with ulterior motives, it would be very easy to guess that the Mo family had a monster beast related to the dragon. This would also damage the Mo family's plan. Thinking back, a trace of greed suddenly appeared on the wrinkled face of the old Taoist of Lingxiao. When this dragon makes the elixir, Our clan should also plan the Jiamang Lake in the territory of Balingman. When the Taoist Qiankyu heard what the old Taoist of Lingxiao said, his brows suddenly frowned, a little puzzled. Grandpa, my clan now has 2 golden elixirs. If this Jialong can also enter the golden elixir in the future, I will have the combat power of 3 golden elixirs. With such strength, my Mo clan can live well in the Whale Sea. There is only 1/3 order low-grade spiritual vein in Jiamang Lake. Now there is also a 3rd order low-grade spiritual vein in Xiaoguang Island, where our clan is located. Why do you still think about Jiamang Lake? The old Taoist of Lingxiao wanted to speak, but he remembered that he was forced by Bailing's sex master Bailing Zhenren to swear a heavenly oath in his early years, not to tell others that there was a dragon vein and dragon blood grass growing in Jiamang Lake. He had no choice but to keep it to himself and said helplessly, "This matter cannot be mentioned yet. Once I tell the reason now, the oath I made to Bailing old dog Bailing of Bailing sect not to tell the secret of that place will backfire on me, and my cultivation will be difficult to improve again in the future. Bailing old dog will also sense my plan in advance, causing him to be alert. This matter cannot be mentioned again. I also made an oath to Bailing old dog in my early years that I would not think about that place. If I say too much, even if I can use secret methods to block the constraints of the oath of heaven and earth, I will inevitably be backfired. Dragon blood grass only grows on dragon veins, and can only grow when watered with dragon blood. This grass can enhance the dragon blood of snakes and pythons, and its effect is stronger than the same level of Jiao pill. It is a rare treasure of Jiao. When Master Qiankyu heard this, he became even more curious about what treasures were inside Jiamang Lake that were worth his grandfather, the Taoist spirit array, betraying the oath to heaven and earth in the future and not fearing the difficulties in his cultivation progress brought by the backlash of the oath to heaven and earth, and occupying that place. However, he knew the importance of the matter, so he suppressed his doubts and replied, "Okay." The Taoist spirit array followed suit and asked the earth dragon that had just transformed into a dragon, "Are you ready to break through the golden elixir?" The earth dragon that had already transformed into a dragon said confidently, "Master, I have been in the foundation building for nearly 10 years. If I hadn't been waiting for the day of transformation, I would have tried to break through the golden elixir long ago." "That's good. This is the golden elixir spiritual object, the wood element spiritual fruit, which can increase your chance of entering the golden elixir by 10%. When the Taoist spirit array heard this, he nodded slightly and took out a jade box from his storage bag, took out a 300-year-old wood element spiritual fruit from it, and handed it to the earth dragon. This Muian spiritual fruit was the one he bought at the Muian auction. It was also the Muian spiritual fruit that people believe Mo Qiankyu had already taken when he broke through the Jinden stage. The reason why Mo Qiankyu didn't take this fruit was because when Mo Qiankyu broke through the Jinden stage, he had other Jinden spiritual objects to help him. As early as several years ago, Lingxiao Laodao had a chance to find 3 ordinary level Jinden spiritual objects from Mo Qiankyu. Those 3 Jinden spiritual objects were enough to help Mo Qiankyu break through the Jinden stage. But at that time, Lingxiao Laodao had a long-term plan. He deliberately let his grandson Mo Qiankyu wait for several years. After bidding for the Muian spiritual fruit, he used the 3 Jinden spiritual objects he had found to cover up his mistakes and let Mo Qiankyu go to the Muian immortal sect to form a pill. This made people mistakenly believe that the Muian spiritual fruit had already been used, and this thing would also become the Mo family's trump card. At the same time, he and Mo Qiankyu would not be missed when they left the Muian Sea and returned to the whale market where the Mo family was. The earth dragon felt the power of good fortune in the Wujuan spirit fruit thrown to it, and was extremely happy. Immediately, it carefully took it with its spiritual power and held it in its mouth. Then, it thanked the spirit formation ancestor and vowed to be loyal to the Mo family for the rest of its life. Then it fell into deep sleep and began to try to break through the golden elixir. After half a month, the earth dragon finally condensed all the liquid spiritual power in the inner elixir into solidified spiritual power, which also triggered the thunder tribulation. The sky of Xiaoguang Island also gradually condensed pieces of thunder-beating tribulation clouds. However, at this moment, a large formation suddenly appeared around Xiaoguang Island, and together with the tribulation cloud, it covered it up, making it difficult for people outside to see the situation inside Xiaoguang Island. The cultivators on Xiaoguang Island were also knocked unconscious by a force. The tribulation cloud on the sky of Xiaoguang Island brewed for half an hour, And finally the first thunder tribulation fell, bombarding the underground cave where the earth dragon was. However, surprisingly, a third-level middle-grade Yin-Yang Heavenly Sword formation actually rose up in Xiaoguang Island. The aura of this formation was different from the Yin-Yang Heavenly Sword formation that the spiritual formation ancestor, Qianqiu's Hunrin, had used to kill the golden elixir wood dragon python not long ago. Obviously, this formation was another one. Heavenly Sword. Go. The formation trembled, and a huge Yin-Yang Heavenly Sword suddenly appeared, directly facing the first thunder tribulation and dispersing it. Afterwards, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Sword formation became even more powerful, and condensed 17 Yin-Yang Heavenly Swords in a row, dispersing the last 8 thunder tribulations in one fell swoop. The calamity cloud also turned into nectar and fell. The earth dragon also flew into the sky, spitting out a golden elixir, and rolled all the nectar into the golden elixir to warm the golden elixir. Somewhere on Xiaoguang Island, the old Taoist of the spiritual formation looked at the mighty earth dragon flying in the sky, and then looked at the Yanhero Heavenly Sword formation with dim spiritual light, his eyes full of joy. It's a good deal to use the fire vein power accumulated for 18 years in the third-level middle-grade Yan-Yang Xianjian formation in exchange for this earth dragon's silent entry into the golden elixir. Thanks to Budongshu, Shuia 1511142155632300, Shuia 202205100651578797. Guangfei Game Player, Hebing 135, Hai Pingan, Blasphemy, Shuia to 1,023,519,909 AC, Wumu, Yingxiao 509, Kars Hoang, Xian Ayumian, Zinsu Wuchen, Yonggyun 101, Weifang Kinglian for their monthly tickets. Thanks to the 100-point reward from Future Wuban. Chapter 568, The Golden and Earth Twins. Time flies, and another half a year has passed. It has been a year since the last Muiyun auction. The turmoil of the auction has gradually subsided as time goes by. One night, 2 figures took advantage of the cover of night and quietly left the Muiyun market, taking the escape technique. At the same time, a guard guarding the Muiyun market looked at the direction where the 2 figures left inadvertently, and then took out a high-level instant message talisman, and wrote several large characters on the talisman with spiritual power as a pen. People walk, southeast direction. After writing, the guard crushed the message talisman in his hand. Hundreds of miles away from the Muiyun market, in the depths of an unknown small deserted island, there were 2 middle-aged monks sitting cross-legged, with their eyes closed, wearing dazzling golden Taoist robes, and looking very flamboyant. Their facial features were not much different. However, the 2 people only looked alike, but their figures were very different. One of them had a big belly, and the other was thin and tall. At this moment, the storage bag on the waist of the middle-aged monk, who was a little fat, suddenly flashed with spiritual light. Both the fat middle-aged monk and the thin monk were alarmed. Then, the fat middle-aged monk patted the storage bag on his waist with anticipation, took out a spiritual talisman with a flashing spiritual light and unfolded it. After seeing the words written on it, his face lit up and laughed. Finally, we have waited for the couple. Second brother, follow me to catch up quickly. After killing those 2 people and selling the invaluable double dragon sea covering formation, we will not have to worry about the cultivation resources needed for the 5th and 6th levels of the golden core. After saying that, the fat monk pinched his fingers and turned into the appearance of an elderly person. He leaped up and turned into a red escape light, and quickly flew away from here. And his thin second brother used magic to transform into the appearance of a handsome young man, and then followed with excitement. As instructed by the talisman, in just a few hours, the fat and thin monk who had transformed into an old man and a young man caught up with the 2 figures who had left Muiyun market not long ago. The 2 figures were a couple whose faces were covered and whose ages were unknown. My 2 Taoist friends, where is this place? Can you give me a sea map or help me find the way? At this time, the fat monk who had transformed into the appearance of an elderly man used his eyes to signal his second brother not to act rashly. Then he put away the fierce look on his face, and instead raised a touch of kindness, asking the couple who were on their way thousands of miles ahead. Because of the effect of the sound enhancement technique, this voice spread widely, and the couple thousands of miles away also heard it. The couple were also kind-hearted, and they both stopped and turned their heads. The taller husband waved his hand and took out a sea chart, handed it to the old man and young man who were slowly following behind him, and replied, "Two Taoist friends, this place is the boundary of the Muiyan Sea. If you rush along the northwest direction, you can resist the largest Muiyan Sea in the sea." The fat monk who turned into an old man saw that the couple who were chasing him stopped, and his eyes flashed with excitement that could not be concealed. Then, he also seemed to slowly approach the flying sea chart. But when he got the handed sea chart, this person also approached a couple 4,000 miles away. Immediately, the fat monk who turned into an old man shouted, "Second brother, do it." Then, he sacrificed a golden mirror that was only the size of a fist and exuded the aura of a third-level lower-grade life magic weapon. The golden mirror spun around and grew to a size of 4 feet. In an instant, it shot out 4,000 Zhengjin arrow feathers transformed by the power of Zhengjin. Behind him, the thin monk who had transformed into a handsome young man suddenly had 2 earth-yellow giant hammers in his hands. His body also grew to 4 feet in an instant, like a little giant. At this moment, he also moved his legs and burst out with a speed twice as fast as when he used the escape technique before. He swung the giant hammer in his hand and killed the couple 4,000 miles away. However, the couple seemed to have expected it. The husband of the previous couple raised his hand and waved, and 36 formation flags, a formation plate, and a blue long banner suddenly appeared. He pinched his hands and entered a spell into the formation plate. Double Dragon Sea Covering Formation. Arise. The 36 formation flags flashed blue light, and were suspended beside this person in various places, madly absorbing the water vapor from the sea below and pouring it into the blue long banner. As a result, the blue long banner also flashed blue light, and the 2 water dragon patterns drawn on the banner cloth became deeper. The male cultivator raised his hand and tightly grasped the long banner, passing a huge amount of spiritual power into it. With just a light wave, the 2 hideous-looking, more than 40-foot-long water dragons suddenly emerged from it and appeared in this world. Go. One of the 2 water dragons rushed towards the attacking giant and 4th-level body cultivator, and the other one was like a living steel wall, blocking more than 4,000 Zhengjin arrow feathers that the old 4th-level giant and cultivator transformed for the couple. After the situation stabilized, the husband, who had covered his face, watched with interest the 2 strange giants fighting with the 2 water dragons, using magic weapons, and muttered to himself. Although the faces of these strange giants are different from the 2 brothers, the fat and thin Jin and 2, that brother Mu mentioned, the magic weapons they used are indeed a match for the fat and thin Jin and 2 brothers. It seems that these 2 are not stupid. They know how to act as interception cultivators and use magic to cover their true faces. What a pity. Wouldn't it be better to go to the front line of the sea and kill monsters for a living? Why do you have to provoke me? And unfortunately, Senior Huang discovered the place where I used to hide. The fat and thin Jin and 2 were very famous in the conflict area adjacent to the human sea and the monster sea. Their cultivation was as high as the 4th level of Jinden. It is said that the 2 brothers killed as many as double-digit Jinden early-stage monsters together. Even the middle-stage Jinden monsters, the 2 of them had killed several of them. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the 2 were born as casual cultivators. It is said that both of them only have the 3rd spiritual root qualification, and they had the opportunity to join the major Yuanying immortal sects in their early years. However, the 2 knew that their spiritual root qualifications would only allow them to serve as the lowest level chores in the immortal sect, so they did not join the sect, but became casual cultivators. Over the years, the 2 brothers supported each other, and with their courage and hard work, as well as good opportunities, they have reached this point today. And the couple, of course, is Ling Pengyun and his wife. At this time, a fiery red light suddenly appeared in the rear of the battle. A closer look can see that it is a 3rd-level upper-grade flying boat, and there are 2 people standing on the flying boat. These 2 people are the famous Jinden Perfection Strongman Huang Zhenren of Muan Xianzong and Jinden 4th-level Jiamu Zhenren. At this moment, the fat and thin Jinsha brothers who were fighting with 2 water dragons also noticed the arrival of Huang Zhenren. Their faces suddenly turned black, and the fat Jinsha suddenly shouted, "No, second brother, quickly get rid of the water dragon, otherwise we will not be able to escape." His second brother, Tusha Zhenren, who was a physical cultivator, naturally understood this truth. Immediately, the 2 brothers used their own powerful life spells to bombard the 2 water dragons that were fighting with them. The 2 brothers had magic weapons and life spells, and they were able to suppress the water dragon for a while. Chapter 569 6 pills worth 300,000 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun, who had been watching, was secretly surprised. The two brothers, Jinsha and Tusha, are indeed fierce warriors who have fought hard and have extraordinary fighting power. I'm afraid that with the combined strength of these two, they are enough to fight against a 5th or even 6th level of Jinden. After coming to his senses, he called out to his wife Yan Xie beside him. Madam, it will take time for Senior Huang and Brother Mu to arrive. We should not watch them, lest the two Jinsha and Tusha escape. After saying that, his expression moved slightly. He wanted to sacrifice the Bahei Changyun orb, but when he thought that Huang's Henren, a high-level member of the Muing Immortal sect, was about to arrive, he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he raised his hand and sacrificed only the Burning Yuan magic lamp and the Yugelong banner. The Burning Yuan magic lamp relied on the Red Gold Bear clan's counterattack on the Bayun Mountains more than 10 years ago, absorbing a lot of Jinden monster souls. Now its grade has been restored to the level of the 3rd grade middle grade. The large area of Burning Yuan Gen fire transformed by the lamp also became hotter. Once it appeared, the temperature around it increased several times. The large area of Burning Yuan Gen fire was also very fast. It quickly surrounded the Jinsha's Henren in the distance and directly forced out the defensive magic weapon of Jinsha's Henren. As for the long banner of controlling ghosts, Ling Pengyun had comprehended the 3rd level refining inheritance he had searched for from the Bayun Spirit Fox clan several years ago, and collected a full 9 pounds of 3rd level low-grade Yinhong Lingxi. He tried to recast it twice, and finally succeeded in the 2nd recasting of the banner. The grade of this banner was therefore raised to the 3rd level low-grade realm. At the same time, the cultivation of the 6 evil ghosts in the banner was also helped by hundreds of thousands of demon beast souls. 2 of them had resisted the thunder tribulation with the help of Ling Pengyun and entered the 1st level of the golden elixir realm. The other 4 also had strengths that were stronger than the perfect foundation building, weaker than the golden elixir, and equivalent to the pseudo-elixir realm. As soon as the 6 ghosts appeared, they gathered together and turned into a huge evil ghost that was 40 feet tall, like a small mountain, covered with animal skin, and had reached the 2nd level of Jinden. This evil ghost gathered a huge Yin-Ki sword with a Yin-Ki, and then raised the sword to kill the Tusha's Henren, who was a physical cultivator in the distance. Yan Xie took out her life magic weapon, the Mandarin Duck Fire Cloud Pot, which she had upgraded to the prototype level of the magic weapon more than 10 years ago. If it weren't for the fact that the spiritual kitchen technique Mandarin Duck Kitchen Divine Technique she practiced was an incomplete foundation building technique, Yan Xie didn't have the Jinden chapter in her hand, and it was difficult to master the 3rd level refining spiritual pattern for refining the Mandarin Duck Fire Cloud Pot. Otherwise, given that Yan Xie had integrated dozens of kilograms of fire-related precious iron into this pot over the years, this pot would have been upgraded to the 3rd level magic weapon by her. However, this pot was also of extraordinary quality because it had melted too much 3rd level precious iron. The flames of the spiritual pot flashed, and precious fires in the shape of Mandarin ducks rushed out of the pot and killed the powerful Jinsha's Henren. Therefore, the Mandarin duck precious fire transformed from the pot was extremely powerful and would not be weaker than ordinary 3rd level true fire. Jinsha's Henren, who had been forced to use his defensive means, was beaten to a miserable state at this moment, and his face became much darker. That couple is only at the 1st or 2nd level of Jinden cultivation, how can they be so strong? After more than 10 breaths, Huang's Henren, who had completed the Jinden, also drove a flying boat with Jiamu's Henren. In front of Huang's Henren's powerful strength, the 2 brothers Jinsha and Tusha, who were only at the 4th level of Jinden cultivation, had little resistance at all, and were easily killed by the precious fire transformed from Huang's Henren's 3rd level upper grade sun treasure furnace. Afterwards, Master Huang looked at the 2 ashes that the brothers Jinsha and Tusha had been burned into, raised his hand and took all the unburned property on their bodies, muttering, "This way, I can get a few more shares of the family's assets." He also raised a bright smile on his face, and then he flew through the void to the side of Ling Pengyun and his wife, said a kind word to them, and took out 5 bottles of pills from the storage bag on his waist and threw them to Ling Pengyun. "My 2 friends sacrificed their lives to serve as bait for me this time to track the brothers Jinsha and Tusha. I am really grateful. These are the pills I promised to give you after the matter is done." Ling Pengyun was delighted when he heard this, and immediately took the 6 medicine bottles, opened them one by one, and poured out 6 bright pills from them. 2 of the 6 pills were 2 third-grade lower-grade Mu Yuan Dan that Ling Pengyun exchanged for 22nd-grade lower-grade spiritual trees at an exchange meeting a year ago. The other 4 pills were a third-grade middle-grade Mu Yuan Dan and a third-grade middle-grade miasma-breaking treasure pills Zhao Huziyan Dan. This Zhao Huziyan Dan can help cultivators in the early and middle stages of the golden core break through bottlenecks. For some cultivators who have experienced bottlenecks, it is a priceless treasure. 2 third-grade upper-grade healing pills, Yin Yu Hua Sheng Dan, which are said to be able to keep a person alive as long as there is life, and are effective for spiritual consciousness, foundation injuries, and meridian injuries. After noticing that the quality of these pills was not bad, Ling Pengyun's face became even happier. These pills are worth a lot of money, and can even be said to be extremely expensive. The 2 Mu Yuan Dan are worth at least 60,000 spiritual stones on the market. The third-grade middle-grade Mu Yuan Dan, which can increase the spiritual power of a mid-stage Jin Dan cultivator by 30%, is worth 60,000 spiritual stones on the market. The price of the third-grade middle-grade miasma-breaking pill Zhao Huziyan pill is 30% more expensive than the rare pill of the same grade, Mu Yuan Dan, and is worth 80,000 spiritual stones. The 2 Yin Yu Hua Sheng pills are several times more effective than ordinary healing pills of the same grade. The refining materials are also rare, and their comprehensive effects are all-round healing pills, which are even rarer on the market. On the market, 1 Yin Yu Hua Sheng pill is worth at least 50,000 spiritual stones. 2 pills are worth 100,000 spiritual stones. The total value of the 6 pills is 300,000 spiritual stones. The prices of common third-grade lower, middle, and upper-grade cultivation pills are 3,000, 6,000, and 10,000 spiritual stones each. The reason why Taoist Yang easily gave such an expensive elixir to Ling Pengyun was because it was the condition he bargained with Ling Pengyun and his wife half a month ago to lure the 2 brothers Jinsha and Tusha. In this way, Taoist Yang, who wanted to establish a family recently but lacked resources, could establish a good reputation and execute the 2 brothers Jinsha and Tusha on the spot. Even if this matter was spread in the future, it would not affect the reputation of Taoist Yang and the Mu'in Xianzong behind him, which has always been fair. The origin of all this was all because of the auction held once every 30 years a year ago. Although there were many spiritual objects in that auction, there were still many cultivators who did not buy what they wanted, or there were cultivators who were tempted by the money. As a result, there were many cultivators like the 2 brothers Jinsha and Tusha who engaged in evil cultivation, which made the sea area around Muiyuanfang City extremely chaotic in the past year, which has affected the safety issues around Muiyuanfang City and the reputation of the market. Huang Laodao and other Jindans in Muiyuan Xianzong were ordered to patrol the area around Muiyuan Market with monks to deter the villains. It was during a patrol around Muiyuan Market that Huang Laodao, with his huge divine sense of Jindan perfection, noticed the 2 brothers Jinsha and Tusha who were living in seclusion on a deserted island hundreds of miles away from Muiyuan Market. At that time, Huang Laodao was also puzzled by this, and even used his divine sense to search the deserted island carefully, but he did not find any special spiritual objects on the deserted island. There were no spiritual veins on the deserted island. In association with the reputation of the 2 brothers Jinsha and Tusha, he probably guessed what the 2 brothers were going to do. Then, he began to wait quietly in the dark. Look at the 2 brothers, who are thinking about the property of the Jindan. Until the last 1 or 2 months, most of the outside Jindan in Muiyuan Market had left, leaving only Ling Pengyun and his wife. In addition, the couple bought a double dragon sea covering formation at the auction for 780,000 spiritual stones. He also determined that the targets of the 2 brothers, Jinsha and Tusha, were the couple, so he found the couple and plotted with them to kill the 2 brothers. Thank you for the elixir. Ling Pengyun bowed to Taoist Yang and thanked him. These elixirs are what you 2 deserve. Taoist Yang was very satisfied with Ling Pengyun's attitude, and he also smiled and said something. Ling Pengyun and his wife were satisfied with the various precious elixirs worth 300,000 spiritual stones, and they did not want to overestimate their abilities and compete with Taoist Yang, who had perfected the golden elixir, for the rest of the property on the 2 brothers, Jinsha and Tusha. Chapter 570, Capturing 2 Ocean Whales. In order to avoid any other accidents, the 2 of them said goodbye to Master Huang and Master Jiamu, and left the place on the grounds that they had other things to do. Master Huang, who was still in the battle area, looked at the backs of Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai, and a hint of deep meaning gradually appeared in his eyes. This couple are both very full of vitality. I think they are both just over 100 years old. It is quite rare for them to break through to the golden core stage at such an age, even in our sect. These two people have formed golden cores one after another in my boundless sea. It seems that it is indeed possible that they were valued for their talents by some force, as junior brother Jiamu said, and thus were helped by that force to enter the golden core stage. I just don't know which force in the boundless sea is behind these two people. The golden core force does not have this ability, but it is very likely the nascent soul force. Anyway, these two people are worthy of my making friends based on their talents alone. Maybe one day, with the help of the force behind them, they will have the opportunity to enter my realm. In this way, the family I am about to create will also have a good fate. After coming to his senses, Taoist Huiying patted the storage bag on his waist, took out 5 medicine bottles from it, handed them to Zhenren Jiamu, and said to him, "Junior brother Jiamu, this time I was able to convince Ling Pengyun and his wife to act as bait, all because of your negotiation. These 5 third-level middle-grade Jonin pills are given to you. I still need to run around to build my family, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he drove a third-level flying boat to leave this place. And the Jiamu Zhenren looked at the 5 bottles of third-level middle-grade Jonin pills in his hand. His eyes were full of brilliance, and his face was full of joy. 1 third-level middle-grade Jonin pill is worth 6,000 spiritual stones on the market, and 5 are worth 30,000 spiritual stones. This time, I just acted as a middleman, and I got so much. It's really a happy and joyful thing. A few days later. This day, at night, 2 unclear figures, without alarming anyone, quickly entered a courtyard on the Han Clan Mountain that was protected by a second-level mountain protection formation. Their figures also appeared, and they were Ling Pengyun and his wife. Ling Pengyun's family, who lived in the courtyard, were also alarmed and walked out of their residence, meeting Ling Pengyun and his wife. "My dear brother, my dear sister-in-law, I finally waited for you. You have been away for such a long time, but have you encountered any trouble?" Ling Pengyun asked Ling Pengyun and Yan Siyi with concern. "Indeed, I encountered a little trouble." After Ling Pengyun roughly told some of the things that happened when he bought a double dragon sea covering array, he asked Ling Pengyun, "By the way, did you find out about the sea monster tribe that is suitable for riding in the water and has a gentle personality?" Ling Pengyun nodded lightly, frowned slightly, and replied, "The docile sea monsters in our human seas are basically captured by all the major forces as soon as they appear. I have been having trouble finding out whether there are any sea monsters that have been captured." At this point, he hesitated for a moment, looked at Ling Pengyun's eyes like torches, his eyes trembled, and he stammered, "But I did find out from a foundation-building casual cultivator who has been killing monsters for a living at the junction of our human seas and monster seas for many years that there are hundreds of docile camel mountain whales living in the deep of the sea monster Zhuanbin giant whale sea. But it may be very difficult to capture them. After all, this tribe is located in the deep of the Zhuanbin giant whale sea." Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. The Camel Mountain Whale Clan is one of the more common docile sea monsters in the Wubian Sea Zeuxin world. This whale is at least 3 feet in size when it grows up, and it is extremely powerful. It is often used by major forces to carry passengers, transport low-level cultivators or living things to various small markets. When they grow up, they basically have the cultivation level of the middle stage of key training, and the foundation building stage is basically the peak. As for the Zhuanbin giant whale sea of the Demon Clan, it is one of the 2 Demon Clan seas adjacent to the territory of the Muing Immortal sect. This territory is extremely vast, with a territory of tens of millions of miles. The overlord is the Zhuanbin giant whale clan of the Yuanying Demon Clan. There are 2 Yuanying realm demon kings in the Zhuanbin giant whale clan, and their strength is not weaker than that of the Muing Immortal sect. The Camel Mountain Whale Clan has poor talents, but many people can ride on its spacious back. It is indeed a good choice for riding spirit beasts. The water on the other side of Lingxiao Maturation Lake is 100 feet deep. The Camel Mountain Whale Clan living there is enough to move around. With the help of the Beastmaster's secret method, they can also adapt to living in the lake. Ling Pengyun murmured, "Pengyun, tell me the address of that group of camel whales." Ling Pengyun nodded helplessly, and took out a map of the territory of the Zhuanbin giant whale, marked the place where the hundreds of camel whales lived on the map, and handed it to Ling Pengyun. and he said, "Mina, be careful. If you have an accident, the strength of the family will be greatly damaged." Ling Pengyun said confidently, "Don't worry, my wife has also entered the golden elixir. With the strength of my wife and me, even the middle stage golden elixir monsters will find it difficult to stop us. It's nothing more than going deep into the Xuanbing giant whale sea. The Xuanbing Sea of the monster clan is not far from this Muan Sea. Within half a year, my wife and I will return to pick up Qingshi and return to the clan." After saying this, he and Yan Siai turned into two phantoms and left this place again. The Ling Pengyun family, who were still in the courtyard, were all shocked by the news that Yan Siai had entered the golden elixir. Originally, the Ling family only had two giant masters, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong. Now with Yan Siai, there are three. Ha ha ha, my Ling family is going to prosper. Ling Pengyun, who has been dedicated to the family all his life, was happy from the bottom of his heart. After suppressing his joy, he also told his wife Liu Mengting and his only son Ling Chengshi beside him, "My dear brother told us about my sister-in-law's entry into the Jiandan realm because he trusts us. This news must not be spread out. Do you understand?" "Understood," Liu Mengting and Ling Chengshi said solemnly. Half a month later. The territory of the demon clan, the Xuanbing giant whale sea. Ling Pengyun and his wife went deep into this place for 1,000,000 miles, avoiding several gathering places of the demon clan in the Jiandan Sea, and finally arrived near a valley in the sea where the Tuoshan whale clan was located. Looking at that location, you can see a group of chubby camel whales that are at least several feet in size, with yellow scales all over their skin, crawling on the seabed of the sea valley. There are also some young camel whales playing in the sea valley. The news that Pengyun got is not wrong. Ling Pengyun put away the map drawn by Ling Pengyun in his hand and praised. Then, he sacrificed the 5 elements returned to origin formation on his body and surrounded the sea valley that covered an area of more than 2,000 feet. The camel whales in the valley that were absorbing the spiritual energy in the valley for cultivation were all alarmed. They felt that the aura of the formation was as high as the 3rd level, and they all showed panic. However, before they could react, Ling Pengyun and Yan Siai turned into 2 long rainbows and entered the valley. They used spiritual power to stun the camel whales one by one, and then put them all in dozens of beast-controlling bags that had been prepared long ago. After finishing this, the 2 of them searched for spiritual objects in the sea valley and found a lot of immature first-level water spiritual herbs, and then left this place. Thanks to Go Shugeo, Book Friend 20221231101700451, Public Game Player, Book Friend 20221009155330712, Chen Tegu, King Shuang Shengren, Shiangxin Yijin, Book Friend 160,312,202,543,923, Book Friend 20220406195448492 for their monthly tickets. Chapter 571, Ice Spirit Bang Frost Forest. However, not long after Ling Pengyun and his wife left the valley in the sea where Tuoshan whale lived, they both felt a strong spiritual plant aura coming from deeper in the Xuanbing giant whale sea. This spiritual plant aura should be the aura fluctuation of the 2nd level spiritual plant, impacting the 3rd level. As an old-fashioned spiritual plant husband, Ling Pengyun is very familiar with this situation. His eyes lit up and he said secretly, "You haven't yet switched to practice the family's nascent soul technique, the Fire Cloud Treasure Book, nor have you practiced the life-defining breath-retaining technique in it. Your breath-retaining skills are not strong. You stay here and I will go to explore the situation alone." Just as he was about to leave, Yan Siai stopped him with a worried look on her face. "Husband, this is the territory of the demon clan. The place where the spiritual plant that is breaking through is located must be guarded by demon beasts. Don't take risks." Seeing his wife's expression, Ling Pengyun felt warm in his heart and said to comfort her, "Madam, don't worry. The life-suppressing breath technique that comes with my technique is extremely superior. With my current cultivation level, I can activate this technique. As long as I am careful, it will be difficult for the giant and early and middle stage monsters to find my traces." At this point, he said again with a bit more heaviness in his words, "There are too few 3rd level spiritual plants in the family now. If we can get 1 or 2 more 3rd level spiritual plants, it will be good for you, me, and even the rest of the family." Yan Siai heard what Ling Pengyun meant. She stopped trying to dissuade him, but still gave him a warning. "My husband, be careful along the way. I'll wait for you here. If you encounter danger, be sure to send me a message in time." Hearing this, Ling Pengyun felt more at ease. He nodded slightly and replied, "Understood." After that, he turned into a ghost and sneaked towards the spiritual plant's breakthrough breath without any movement. Yam Siai, who was still at the original place, took out her own life magic weapon and looked at the direction where Ling Peng left, ready for any unexpected event. Half an hour later, Ling Pengyun crossed tens of thousands of miles and stopped at a deep trench in the sea that stretched for tens of thousands of feet and was thousands of feet wide. It was filled with a thick frost and ice fog, and it continued to emit an extremely cold feeling. His eyes were immediately attracted by the ice fog in the trench. His eyes trembled and he was secretly surprised. 3rd level lower grade. Ice spiritual vein. This is rare. Ice spiritual vein is a rare spiritual vein. Even Ling Pengyun has not seen many of this kind of rare spiritual veins in his hundreds of years of cultivation. Then, he activated the art of looking at Qi, added it to his eyes, and looked at the place where the spiritual plant fluctuations came from the depths of the trench. The spiritual plant that emitted the breath was a spiritual tree with white bark and leaves. In addition, there are hundreds of spirit trees with the same appearance around this tree, but of different grades. Among them, there are as many as 5 that have entered the 3rd grade, at least 100 that have entered the 2nd grade, and more than 200 that have entered the 1st grade. This is Frost Spirit Tree. Looking at the number of these spirit trees, I'm afraid this batch of spirit trees is worth at least 1 million spirit stones. Ling Pengyun fixed his eyes on the white spirit tree, and his eyes suddenly flashed with countless brilliant light. Although the frost spirit tree cannot bear spirit fruit, its value is several times lower than that of the spirit fruit tree of the same grade. However, this wood contains extreme coldness, which is a good material for refining ice-attributed magic tools and magic treasures. The 3rd grade lower grade frost spirit tree is worth at least 200,000 spirit stones on the market. 5 3rd grade lower grade frost spirit trees are worth 1 million spirit stones. If I can get all the 5 frost spirit trees that have entered the 3rd level lower grade, it will be enough to help me refine at least 10 3rd level lower grade ice-attributed magic weapons. With my 30% success rate in refining 3rd level lower grade, I can at least refine 3 3rd level lower grade magic weapons. Those 1st level and 2nd level spirit trees can be used to refine a large number of 1st level and 2nd level ice-attributed magic weapons. And if I keep these spirit trees for seeds, my Ling family will have an additional stable source of income in the future. Thinking of this, his eyes were fixed on the frost forest deep in the trench. There were 3 early-stage giant and 1 middle-stage giant, each of which was at least 30 feet tall, covered with thick white scales, as if wearing a white armor. His face gradually became solemn. But there are 3 early giant and 1 middle giant ice whales here, as well as tens of thousands of key training and foundation building giant ice whales hiding in the dark to protect them. The overlord of this sea area is originally the giant ice whale clan. I want to transplant a batch of frost spirit trees in the deep sea trench, which may be very troublesome. However, 5. No, now it should be 6 3rd level low-grade frost spirit trees, as well as more than 100 2nd level and more than 200 1st level frost spirit trees are of extraordinary value, which is worth my risk. The group of giant ice whales in the sea trench is naturally just a branch of the giant ice whale clan of the Yuaning demon clan. At this time, the spirit tree in the deep sea trench that was breaking through suddenly shook its body, madly absorbing the ice spirit energy in the deep trench on the seabed. But in a moment, its roots suddenly shone with dazzling white light. If you look closely, you can find that the source of the shining light is a fist-sized crystal. A breath of a 3rd level spiritual plant also spread out from the crystal. This crystal was the Jiamu crystal that was condensed after the spiritual tree entered the 3rd level. The effect of this Jiamu crystal is not much different from that of the cultivator's golden elixir, but the name is different. Only by condensing this crystal can the spiritual tree enter the golden elixir realm. The next moment, the sky above the surface of the trench slowly gathered pieces of black calamity clouds. However, the scale of this calamity cloud is much smaller than the calamity cloud produced by the cultivator entering the golden elixir, probably only about 20% to 30%. After a while, the calamity cloud in the sky brewed a calamity thunder with destructive power, which suddenly split the water surface and hid it. However, just when the calamity thunder was about to bombard the white spiritual tree, The 3 golden elixir early stage and 1 golden elixir middle stage black ice giant whales that had been floating above the frost spiritual tree forest unexpectedly spit out several formation flags, forming a 3rd level medium grade formation, which easily blocked the first thunder calamity. The 8 subsequent thunderbolts were also blocked by this formation. However, the 3rd level medium grade formation was also damaged, and it was covered with tiny cracks. Even the aura of this formation was somewhat weakened. As expected of a giant and demon king from the Xuanbing giant whale clan of the Yuanying demon clan, he even has a 3rd level medium grade formation. Fortunately, this formation was forced out by the thunderbolt and damaged. This is beneficial to my plan for the frost spirit tree deep under the sea. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he saw this. At the same time, the calamity cloud above the sea also dropped a piece of nectar on the frost spirit tree that had just entered the 3rd level realm, and then dissipated into smoke. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also quietly left the trench and found his wife Yan Sidai, who was waiting in a safe place again, and searched with her for 1,000,000 miles around the trench where the Xuanbing giant whale clan branch was located. When the two did not find any other giant and demons around, they were also happy. Tens of thousands of miles away from the deep trench, there is a safe place. The concerns have been resolved. We don't have to worry about other giant and monsters supporting us after entering the deep trench. Madam, it's up to you next. But be careful. Ling Pengyun instructed Yan Sidai beside him. Understood, husband, I will never let you down. Yan Sidai nodded solemnly, replied, and turned into a red escape light, rushing towards the deep trench occupied by the branch of the Xuanbing giant whale clan tens of thousands of miles away. After a while, Yan Sidai arrived within 10,000 miles of the deep trench. The 4 Xuanbing giant whale monster kings in the deep trench also noticed the arrival of Yan Sidai, a human giant. Immediately, 2 Xuanbing giant whales in the early giant stage rushed towards Yan Sidai with excitement in their eyes. Yan Sidai looked at the 2 Xuanbing giant whales in the early giant stage in front of her, but she did not show any fear. According to my husband, there are 3 giant and early stage demon kings and 1 giant and middle stage demon king from the branch of the Xuanbing giant whale clan here. Now I have attracted only 2 giant and demon kings. In this way, there is still 1 giant and early stage and 1 giant and middle stage demon king left behind in the place where this clan branch is located. It is difficult for my husband to kill such a powerful enemy in a short time. Thinking of this, Yan Sidai's face suddenly showed a resolute look. In the past 100 years, she rarely helped Ling Pengyun in the way of cultivation, but became a burden to Ling Pengyun. Now that she has finally entered the giant stage, she finally has the opportunity to help her husband Ling Pengyun. As Ling Pengyun's wife, she should do her best to help him. Immediately, she took out the flag and disc of the 3rd level lower grade 5 elements return to origin array that Ling Pengyun had given her to refine, and arranged them around herself to support the formation to protect her body. She also took out the prototype of her life treasure, the Yuanyang fire cloud pot, and a 3rd grade inferior sword that was shining with spiritual light. The whole body was red gold, and the sword intent was vertical and horizontal. This 3rd grade inferior sword was recast and refined by Ling Pengyun based on the 3rd grade inferior red gold claw that was left when the Red Gold Bear clan counterattacked the Bayun Mountains more than 10 years ago. After all, the red gold claw is a treasure for physical cultivation. Ordinary cultivators like Yan Sidai can only exert 80% or 90% of its power when using spiritual consciousness to control it. It is far inferior to the power of the sword. And this sword was also named Red Gold Sword by Ling Pengyun. In the past year, when Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai were hiding in Muiwanfang City, this sword was also refined by Yan Sidai. After a while, the 2 giant and early stage demon kings approached. Yan Sidai did not delay any longer, and directly raised her hand to pass a spiritual power into the Mandarin duck fire cloud pot, from which countless flames like little Mandarin ducks were summoned, sweeping out. The red cloud sword rang out a sword sound, turned into red gold light, and also killed out. At the same time, Yan Sidai was still constantly pinching her fingers to condense the 3rd level fire spell. In addition, she was protected by the 5 elements returned to origin formation, which could resist the magic weapon attacks of the 2 Xuanbing giant whales. For a moment, she actually blocked the 2 giant and realm Xuanbing giant whales with her own strength. However, this was not enough for Yan Sidai. If there are no casualties, there will be no other giant and realm demon kings coming. Yan Sidai's eyes were fierce, Without any hesitation, she kept reciting the third-level desperate method, burning blood technique that Ling got from the demon sect. Under the effect of this secret method, the blood in her plump body burned crazily, turning into strands of pure solidified spiritual power that continuously flowed into the golden elixir in her abdomen. Her cultivation also improved rapidly at this moment. After a while, she entered the second level of the golden elixir realm, and stopped only when she was about to break through. With the support of spiritual power, the power of the magic weapon she played was also more powerful. The two golden elixir initial stage black ice giant whales, each of which only had a spear-shaped and a magic shield-shaped third-level low-grade magic weapon, also fell into disadvantage in an instant and were suppressed by Yan Sidai alone. Chapter 572, The Three-Headed Red Gold Hellfire Corpse shows its power. The two giant black ice whales were both quite intelligent. Although they guessed that Yan Sidai had used a secret method to gain such strength, Yan Sidai would surely die if they delayed her. However, they were afraid that Yan Sidai, whose strength had skyrocketed, would take this opportunity to escape. With Yan Sidai's current strength, and the two of them not having a magic weapon to trap her, it would be difficult for them to stay. In desperation, the two giant black ice whales in the early stage of the golden elixir opened their mouths and roared for help. The sounds of these two whales spread far and wide. The giant black ice whales in the early and middle stages of the golden elixir, which were tens of thousands of miles away, also heard this sound. The two giant black ice whales were surprised, and immediately, they swam out of the trench and used their pupil techniques to see the situation at the golden elixir battle site thousands of miles away. That giant and female cultivator didn't run away, but instead seemed to be deliberately delaying Zhuanda and Zhuaner. This is a bit strange. Zhuan-sen, you go to support Zhuanda and the others. I will stay here to guard. Be sure to kill the giant and female cultivator as soon as possible. If you encounter any changes, ask for help in time. The Zuanbing giant whale, which was more than 70 feet in size and had a cultivation level of up to the 5th level of Jinden, looked at the scene in front of it, and countless concerns flashed in its eyes. After hesitating for a while, it called out to the Zuanbing giant whale at the 3rd level of Jinden. The Zuanbing giant whale at the early stage of Jinden heard the order, nodded slightly, and went to support. Yan Sidai, who was fighting with two Zuanbing giant whales thousands of miles away, also noticed this. She looked happy, and stopped fighting too much, and turned around and ran. The three Zuanbing giant whales at the early stage of Jinden chasing behind her naturally would not let her escape, and all used their own escape techniques to chase after her. Not far away, Ling Pengyun, who was hiding in a coral reef, saw that although the situation was good, there was only one giant and middle stage demon king stationed in the deep trench on the seabed, but he felt a little uncomfortable. In order to settle the matter as soon as possible, after Yamsei and the three giant and early stage demon kings walked away, he quietly touched the deep trench thousands of miles away. Just like the last time he came here, the giant and middle stage black ice giant whale in the trench still did not find the trace of Ling Pengyun, who had performed the profound secret technique of concealing his breath. Ling Pengyun also took advantage of this advantage and dived into the cold deep trench on the seabed. When he was 4,000 feet away from the giant and middle stage black ice giant whale crawling on the seabed at the bottom of the trench, he directly sacrificed the double dragon covering sea array, holding the covering sea banner and waving it to summon two ferocious water dragons that were more than 60 feet long, and hit the giant and middle stage giant whale. At this time, the giant whale noticed Ling Pengyun's arrival. It was immediately furious and cried. Then, it opened its mouth and spit out 9 wooden spears with cold air and similar aura, and rushed towards the 2 water dragons. Although the 9 wooden spears were only of the 3rd grade lower grade, they were a rare set of magic weapons. With their combined power, they were several times more powerful than ordinary 3rd grade middle grade magic weapons, and were comparable to the power of those superior 3rd grade middle grade magic weapons. In this way, the 9 spears and the 2 water dragons were only fighting for the first time, and they suppressed the 2 water dragons, and the spiritual power of the 2 water dragons was gradually dispersed. The middle stage giant and demon king who came from the Yuanying demon clan is really difficult to deal with. Ling Pengyun frowned in the distance, raised his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and summoned 3 huge coffins that exuded the aura of 2nd grade upper grade magic weapons, which were dozens of feet long and 10 feet wide. Red gold hellfire corpse. Get out. With 3 bangs, The lids of the 3 huge coffins were blown off. 3 bare demon corpses, at least 30 feet in size, with nameless fire surging around them, like 3 small mountains, with fiery red hair all over their bodies, and monstrous demonic energy, slowly stood up from the coffins. The demonic energy on them also scattered all over, and the surroundings suddenly became pitch black. The seawater also became much colder, and even had a more gloomy feeling and a more weird atmosphere. The 3 bare demon corpses that caused all this were the 3 red gold bear corpses of the early, middle and late Jinden stages that Ling Pengyun obtained when he killed the red gold bear clan in his early years, plus the hellfire demon refining method that Ling Pengyun improved, and a large number of demons obtained from the poison blood demon sect as auxiliary materials, and were refined. Since this method was created by him, and he also comprehended this method to the perfect level, he naturally did not fail in refining this corpse, and the success rate reached 100%. Of course, this is only for him personally. For others, this method is still very difficult to comprehend. Later, Ling Pengyun placed the 3 demon corpses on the quasi 3rd level demon vein in the poison blood demon sect's residence, and relied on the secret technique to mobilize the rich demon energy in it to warm the 3 corpses for 9 years, and then it was accomplished. Even so, the cultivation of the 3 bare demon corpses still inevitably dropped 1 or 2 small realms. Now, the exact cultivation of the 3 bare demon corpses is 1 Jinden level 1, 1 Jinden level 4, and 1 Jinden level 6. "Help me stop the giant whale," Ling Pengyun said to the 3 red gold demon corpses. When the 3 red gold bear demon corpses heard this, the 3 pairs of eyes covered by demon energy all flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and even a hint of excitement appeared, as if the 3 demon corpses were not demon corpses but living creatures. And this is the power of the hellfire refining demon corpse method that Ling Pengyun spent a lot of time to improve in his early years. This method can not only refine demon corpses from demon beast corpses, but also retain most of the combat intelligence. Even if we look at the methods of refining demon corpses from demon beasts in the entire cultivation world, this method can at least be regarded as a top-notch middle-level corpse refining method. The demon corpses refined by this method are about 10% stronger than the demon beasts of the same level. The demon corpses refined by ordinary middle-level corpse refining methods are not much different from the strength of cultivators and demon beasts of the same level. At this moment, the 3 red gold bear demon corpses that received the order all opened their mouths with excitement, spewing out countless green nether fires carrying demonic energy from them to attack the black ice giant whale in the middle stage of the golden elixir in the distance. The black ice giant whale in the middle stage of the golden elixir reacted in time and took out the 3rd level middle grade formation that had been used to resist the thunder tribulation for the spirit tree to resist the invasion of the netherworld true fire. But what surprised this whale was that the true fire shot by the 3 bare demon corpses actually had the effect of corroding the formation. The formation, which had already been severely damaged by resisting the thunder tribulation, was suddenly more seriously injured, and the light curtain of the formation was rapidly dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the middle stage Jinden demon king was in a panic. He quickly took out another heavy seal magic weapon of the 3rd level middle grade, and continued to cast spells and spit out cold air. Only then did he rely on the 3rd level middle grade formation to barely resist the attack of the netherworld true fire from the 3 red gold bear demon corpses. But for this, it had no more strength to spare. Ling Pengyun became an outsider and had arrived at the frost forest deep in the trench. However, just as he wanted to dig up the 3rd level low-grade frost spirit tree, the spirit tree suddenly shook its body, and several thick roots suddenly rose from the ground and pulled towards Ling Pengyun. The other 5 3rd level low-grade frost spirit trees in the surrounding area were also the same, and they all faced the outside world in unison. In a moment, dozens of tree roots with at least 100,000 jin of force attacked, and even Ling Pengyun did not dare to underestimate them. He quickly raised his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, summoning the superior 3rd level lower grade magic weapon Fire Dragon Shield from it, and propped up a thick defensive light curtain to resist it. When the situation stabilized, he looked at the dozens of tree roots from the 6 3rd level lower grade frost treasure trees with interest, muttering to himself, "I have been in Taoism for 100 years, and finally I have seen the battle of 3rd level treasure trees. Looking at the power of these tree roots, it is 50% of the power of a 1st level Jinden cultivator. With a combined power of 6 trees, Ordinary first-level Jindan or even second-level Jindan cultivators may be killed. These 6 trees are indeed treasure trees. After being transplanted back to the tribe, they can also be used as spiritual trees to protect the tribe. Haha. Ling Pengyun's eyes were shining. For example, the frost spiritual tree, which does not produce spiritual fruit and uses all its spiritual power to refine itself, will have its spiritual intelligence greatly opened after entering the 3rd stage, and it is even much higher than the general spiritual medicine and spiritual fruit trees of the same stage. At the same time, this kind of 3rd-level spiritual tree also has a certain attack ability. However, spiritual plants such as spiritual medicine and spiritual fruit trees are weaker because most of the spiritual power they absorb is used to increase the medicinal properties or produce fruits. After entering the golden core stage, their spiritual intelligence increases less, and they have no awareness to protect themselves, so they have no attack ability. However, when their cultivation is improved again, they will also have the ability to attack. Of course, there are also some special spiritual plants that have mastered the means of attack when they are in the foundation building or even the key training stage. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun pinched his hands and performed the transplantation secret method to penetrate into the 6th 3rd-level ghost cold spiritual trees. Although the transplantation secret method Ling Pengyun performed at this time was only the 2nd level, Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness was transcendent, and with the compensation of spiritual consciousness, it also worked on these 6th 3rd-level ghost cold spiritual trees. After a while, the 6th 3rd-level cold spirit trees became quiet and retracted the roots they had previously planted. They even listened to Ling Pengyun's command, slowly moved countless roots, and walked out of the soil on their own. Ling Pengyun's expression was slightly happy, and he immediately took out some large soul-locking jade boxes from his storage bag, and put the 6th 3rd-level low-grade frost spirit trees one by one into the storage bag. Afterwards, he happily began to transplant the other 2nd-level and 1st-level frost spirit trees in the surrounding area. In the distance, the Jindan middle stage Zuanbing giant whale, which was besieged by the double dragon sea covering formation and 3 red gold dark fire corpses, noticed this and was immediately furious. The 6th 3rd-level low-grade frost spirit trees were accumulated by him for nearly hundreds of years, and he was ready to refine a set of spear magic weapons for Xuanzan, who had the highest qualifications in the clan and whose current cultivation had been raised to the 3rd level of Jindan. In this way, Xuanzan's strength can also be increased by several times. It can also have an extra capable helper, thus increasing the fighting power of the tribe. But now the 6 frost spirit trees have been snatched away by the damned human race, and hundreds of years of hard work have come to naught. Moreover, even if it does not give the 6 frost spirit trees to Xuanzan to refine magic weapons, it can rely on these 6 3rd-level spirit trees to exchange for a lot of good things from other demon races. Human race, you are looking for death. The 5th-level Jindan Whale King roared at Ling Pengyun, and his aura suddenly rose. However, in just 3 breaths, the cultivation of this Whale King soared to the 7th level of Jindan. Obviously, this whale also used the means to increase its strength like Yan Sai before, and it was not an ordinary secret method. After its cultivation was improved, its strength also soared. The situation was reversed in the blink of an eye. The Jindan Whale King actually suppressed the 2 water dragons and the 3 bear monsters. Even more, this Whale King found the right opportunity and directly broke through the netherworld true fire shot out by the 3 bear monsters' netherworld fire corpses, swung its tail violently, and rushed towards Ling Pengyun, who was swimming in the deep sea trench. Chapter 573 Domineering Demon Slaying. Ling Pengyun, who was happily transplanting the frost spirit tree, had already noticed this through his spiritual sense. However, he was not afraid. He raised his hand and waved it, and a fist-sized iron ball flew out of his abdomen. After a spin, the bead quickly grew to a size of 48 feet. Over the years, the Ling family has not discovered any water-attributed mineral veins, and the water-attributed spiritual iron purchased by the family was also given to Ling Yanhong by Ling Pengyun, which also meant that the power of Ling Pengyun's Bihai Yuan Bao's Hu has not increased. Of course, this was the price Ling Pengyun paid for obtaining the 3-level lower-grade magic weapons, the Fire Dragon Sword and the Fire Dragon Shield. Go! Ling Pengyun raised his hand and waved it. The Bihai Yuan Bao's Hu carried a crushing momentum and immediately turned into blue light and shadow and directly faced the attacking Whale King. The two soon collided in the air, and there was only a bang. Although the Bihai Yuan Baozu was knocked away by the Whale King, the Whale King also stopped moving forward. This 5th level black ice whale has a good physique, and is a good material for refining a demon corpse. Ling Pengyun muttered. The 2 water dragons and the 3 bear demon fire corpses that were thrown away by it earlier also arrived at this moment and entangled it again. The flying Bihai Yuan treasure bead also stabilized its body and turned to bombard the Whale King. Ling Pengyun felt that it was still not safe, so he took out the 3rd level medium quality burning yuan magic lamp and summoned a large amount of burning yuan true fire to sweep towards the Whale King. Under such a multi-method attack, the Whale King also felt the 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Although he did not fall into disadvantage, he did not have an advantage. It was a 50-50 situation. Ling Pengyun took this opportunity to transplant the last dozens of 1st level frost spirit trees. By this time, the Whale King had been using disparate methods for more than 100 breaths. Its skyrocketing cultivation also quickly dissipated at this moment. However, perhaps because the desperate method it used was so profound, after it fell into the weak period of the secret method, its strength was still nearly half. With the help of the 3rd level middle grade formation in its hand, it could temporarily survive Ling Pengyun's many attack methods. If it weren't for the fact that my wife was about to fall into the weak period of using the method to increase strength, she would be in danger now, and this place is deep in the sea of the Xuanbing giant whale. The Xuanbing giant whale also has a 3rd level middle grade formation to protect its life. It would take a lot of time to kill this monster. Otherwise, today would be a good time to kill this monster. Ling Pengyun looked at the Whale King with a look of pity, muttering to himself. Then, he put away his attack methods one by one, used the superior Azure Sea escape technique, and pasted a 3rd level middle grade Gale talisman on his body, and suddenly burst out with the speed of a 5th or 6th level giant cultivator. Even if the 5th level giant Whale King wanted to catch up, he couldn't keep up. It could only roar at Ling Pengyun's figure helplessly. At the same time, 4 rays of light passed over a huge coral group, 1 chasing and 3 fleeing. However, not long after, the speed of the runner suddenly decreased, and the 2nd level giant aura he exuded also fell back to the 1st level of giant. The 3 rays of light chasing behind the runner also took this opportunity to catch up. Their figures also appeared, and they were the 3 Xuanbing giant whales in the early giant stage. Then, they each shot out a 3rd level low-grade magic spear. The runner had no choice but to stop and take out a large formation to protect himself. And his figure also appeared. This person was Yan Sidai. At this moment, Yan Sidai's pink face was no longer bloody, and became extremely pale. Her breath also became a little weak. Obviously, the blood-burning technique she performed had ended, and she was also trapped in the side effects of performing the blood-burning technique. I don't know what's going on with my husband. Yan Sidai looked at the trench where the branch of the Xuanbing giant whale clan was entrenched, with a little worry in her eyes. At this moment, a blue light appeared in the direction she was looking. The worry in her eyes suddenly dissipated, and an inexplicable light appeared instead. It's my husband. The blue light was Ling Pengyun. When Ling Pengyun saw that his wife Yan Sidai was in danger, he roared immediately. Who dares to hurt my wife? In a rage, he directly sacrificed the double dragon sea covering formation, transformed into 2 water dragons, and sacrificed the 3 giant and demon corpses, driving them to kill the 3 giant and early stage Xuanbing giant whales that attacked Yan Sidai. This powerful attack came suddenly, and scared the 3 giant and early stage Xuanbing giant whales that were attacking Yan Sidai. The 3 Xuanbing giant whales were not stupid either. Immediately, they reluctantly gave up attacking Yan Sidai and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who had rushed over, called out to Yan Sidai again. Madam, trap the 3 Xuanbing giant whales in the early stage of the golden collar. The Xuanbing giant whales have extremely strong physiques and are good materials for refining demon corpses. Yan Sidai, who was far away, gritted her teeth, raised her hand and transferred the few spiritual powers in her body into the 5 elements return to origin formation, urging the 18 formation flags of this formation to quickly cover the 3 escaping Xuanbing giant whales in the early stage of the golden collar and trap them in the formation. No matter how the 3 Xuanbing giant whales attacked the 5 elements return to origin formation, at most they could only sacrifice waves on this formation. Although the 5 elements return to origin formation was severely damaged when the Yuanying descendant was killed more than 10 years ago, after that battle, This formation was repaired by Bailing's Henren from Bailing sect. In just a moment, the 2 water dragons and the 3 red gold bears also chased them, killed into the 5 elements returned to origin formation, and fought with the 3 black ice whales. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun sacrificed the 3rd level medium grade burning yuan magic lamp, the 3rd level low grade B high chong yuan treasure orb, and the 3rd level low grade fire dragon sword to kill them. The 3 black ice whales, which were only at the initial stage of the golden core, were simply unable to resist. In just a few hundred breaths, one of the black ice whales at the initial stage of the golden core was killed. However, by this time, Yan Siai, who had already exhausted her remaining strength, was also unable to maintain the 5 elements return to origin formation. The 5 elements return to origin formation also collapsed immediately. Although Ling Pengyun promptly urged various attack methods to bombard the remaining 2 black ice whales at the initial stage of the golden core, the black ice whale named Zhuan-san at the 3rd level of the golden core suddenly exploded, and used the method of improving strength as if he was not afraid of his life, and raised his cultivation to the 5th level of the golden core. Then, it used its cultivation to knock away the fire dragon sword, and then broke through the claws of the 3 red gold dark fire corpses, and then broke through the attack net set by Ling Pengyun and quickly escaped. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun sighed helplessly. It's a pity that I have killed a 1st level Jinden Zuanbing giant whale. I'm afraid its mother clan has learned about this through means such as life cards. In this case, it's not good for me to chase the escaped 3rd level Jinden Zuanbing giant whale. After coming to his senses, Ling Pengyun used all his strength to bombard the intercepted 2nd level Jinden Zuanbing giant whale. Although this Zuanbing giant whale also used disparate methods to improve its cultivation to the 4th level of Jinden, under Ling Pengyun's full strength attack, it had not lasted for 100 breaths before the 3 red gold dark fire corpses used their claws to cut off its head. We can get 2 more Jinden level demon corpses. It's just that the materials needed to refine the demon corpse are not enough. If the materials are not enough, the success rate of refining this corpse will be greatly reduced, and the cultivation level of the demon corpse after refining will be difficult to guarantee. However, although I don't have the materials to refine the demon corpse, the demon sect must have them. Ling Pengyun looked at the 2 Jinden level Zuanbing giant whale corpses that were dozens of feet in size and had fallen on the seabed by themselves. His eyes were full of brilliance and a wicked smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then, he waved his hand to put away the 2 Zuanbing giant whale corpses, and gave his wife Yan Siai another 3rd level inferior healing pill. He then hugged Yan Siai and quickly rushed to the wrathful whale sea outside the Zuanbing Sea. But what he didn't know was that just half a day after he left the battle site, there were a full 10 Jinden level Zuanbing giant whales wearing a set of armor made of Zuanbing, following the Jinden 5th level whale king that Ling Pengyun had robbed, and Zhuan-san rushed here. Among the 10 giant black ice whales, the leading one, the late Jinden giant black ice whale, stared at the direction of the human race's angry whale sea area, his eyes full of anger. It's really arrogant to kill 2 Jinden demon kings of our race in succession. If the tempers of those human races are not dealt with, they will think that our black ice whale race can be killed at will. After saying this, the late Jinden giant black ice whale glanced at the 5th level Jinden whale king and Zhuan-san, whose wealth was robbed. You 2 fish are also useless. You were robbed of your wealth by 2 human Jindens of the 1st and 2nd levels. When this matter is spread in the future, I want to see how you still have the face to face the other Jindens of our race. The 5th level Jinden whale king and Zhuan-san, whose wealth was robbed, were immediately embarrassed, but although they were angry in their hearts, they did not show it. This is all because the Jinden late Zuanbing giant whale in front of them has an extraordinary origin, and is the offspring of a Yuaning demon king. At this time, the Jinden late Zuanbing giant whale thought of the delicious meat of the human race, and even swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a trace of greed surged into its heart. Immediately, it said to the other 9 Jinden level giant whales wearing ice armor beside it, "Follow me to sneak into the angry whale sea area and kill a wave of human race." After saying that, it left first. Although the 9 giant whales wearing ice armor hesitated, they had to obey because of the Yuaning whale king behind the Jinden late giant whale. However, in order to avoid accidents, the 9 Jinden level giant whales with ice armor entrusted the Jinden level 5th level whale king and Zhuan-san, whose mother clan, to inform the Yuaning demon king of the clan. Half a month later, several islands with foundation-building forces, and even an island occupied by giant forces in the Angry Whale Sea under the command of Mu Yuan Xianzong, which was close to the Demon Clan Sea, were suddenly destroyed by 10 giant-level black ice giant whales. Naturally, the human race on those islands also fell into the hands of the group of black ice giant whales. This incident had a great impact, and Mu Yuan Xianzong was alarmed. In a short time, more than 20 giant of Mu Yuan Xianzong rushed to the Angry Whale Sea from all over, searching carefully for the group of giant-level black ice giant whales that sneaked into the Angry Whale Sea and covered the ground. However, in just a few days, the group of giant-level black ice giant whales were discovered by Mu Yuan Xianzong giant when they were causing chaos and destroying a small island. More than 20 giant of Mu Yuan Xianzong also quickly gathered and fought with him. It was just surprising that among the 10 giant-level black ice giant whales, there was a giant-level black ice giant whale with the projection power of a Yuaning demon emperor. The more than 20 giant of Mu Yuan Xianzong had no time to respond. The monster relied on the power of the Yuaning demon king projection to kill 5 giant and early-stage monks of Mu Yuan Xianzong, thus breaking the encirclement and escaping alone. During the period, although the giant of Mu Yuan Xianzong tried to stop it, it was blocked by the giant and demon king who came to support the Xuanbin giant whale clan. The giant whale in the late giant stage also successfully escaped back to the Xuanbin giant whale sea. As for the other 9 giant and Xuanbin giant whales, they were killed by the giant of Mu Yuan Xianzong. Although Mu Yuan Xianzong killed 9 giant and giant whales in this battle, it also lost 5 giants, which was a heavy loss. In addition, it was the 10 giant and giant whales that broke into the Angry Whale Sea to cause chaos. Under such circumstances, the loss of so many people on their side was really embarrassing for Mu Yuan Xianzong. At the same time, this matter also made the 3 Yuanings engine of Mu Yuan Xianzong extremely dissatisfied. A war to retaliate against the Xuanbin giant whale clan began. Countless disciples of the Mu Yuan immortal sect followed the sect's golden elixir and rushed into the Xuanbin giant whale sea. At lightning speed, they successively wiped out several gathering places of golden elixir monsters, beheaded dozens of golden elixir monster kings, and hundreds of thousands of key training and foundation building monsters. At this time, the overlord of the Xuanbin Sea, the Xuanbin giant whale clan, also reacted and organized the sea monsters to fight back. In just a few days, the battle between the Mu Yuan immortal sect and the Xuanbin giant whale clan escalated to the nascent soul battle, which was extremely fierce. Basically, every few days, 1 or 2 golden elixir fighters would be killed. The fighters in the foundation building realm and the key training realm suffered countless casualties every day, which was difficult to calculate, at least in the thousands. And the unknown initiators of this battle, Ling Pengyun and his wife, were now in the courtyard of Ling Pengyun, the Han clan mountain on Guiling Island, eating a farewell banquet and chatting happily. Thanks to Homeowner Daddy, Marshmallow ZLY, Book Friend 20220714005336692, Mad Knife General, Book Friend 20210922194956042, Technician Number 101, Kirizong, Book Friend 202022114527749, Public Game Player, Perlu BC, Book Friend 20,230,519,909, Book Friend 20180421134212267, Huahua Yulong, Qingshi Mountain, Free as the Wind, and monthly tickets under the starry sky at night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574 Servant? At the same time, in the Mu Yuan Sea, there is a circular island covering tens of thousands of miles. Deep in the island, in an underground cave with rich spiritual energy, there is a middle-aged man who looks kind and approachable, wearing a green Taoist robe, with black hair draped over his shoulders, and exuding the aura of a giant and cultivator. He sits cross-legged here. After a long time, the sound of knocking in the cave came from the outside world. The middle-aged man in the green robe was also startled and opened his eyes. With a puzzled look, he slowly stood up and opened the door of the cave. The knocker was an old man with white hair, But he was dignified, exuding the pressure of perfect foundation building, and his face was full of excitement. The middle-aged man in the green robe frowned slightly and asked the white-haired old man kindly in the manner of an elder. Yuan Zhuan, didn't I tell you several years ago that you should not disturb me during my retreat unless it is necessary? What brings you here this time? Uncle Chang Guang, I have important matters to discuss with you. I hope you won't blame me. The white-haired old man who had completed the foundation building said something apologetically after hearing this, and then explained. Uncle Chang Guang, I have reliable information. Some time ago, 10 giant whales in the Jiandan realm from the Zuanbin giant whale clan of the Yuaning demon clan sneaked into the Angry Whale Sea under the command of the Muing Immortal sect and destroyed many forces. Even 2 or 3 Jiandan forces were destroyed. Later, 5 Jiandan members of the Muing Immortal sect were killed, and the Muing Immortal sect was furious. Now, this sect has sent people to fight with the Zuanbin giant whale clan of the Yuaning demon clan in the Angry Whale Sea, and according to the news that has come, this battle is extremely fierce, and it may not end in a short time. In a few days, it is estimated that the Muing Immortal sect will withdraw personnel from Muing Sea and send them to the front line. At this point, the white-haired old man's eyes flashed with some evil. Uncle Chang Guang, the Muing Immortal sect is now at war with the Zuanbin giant whale clan, and the Muing Sea where our clan is located in this sect's territory. The Muing Immortal sect has few people in this area. Otherwise, we can quietly destroy some forces like we did 100 years ago, and use the flesh and blood of mortals and cultivators to make magic pills. Before he finished speaking, the middle-aged Jiandan who was called Uncle Chang Guang suddenly became nervous. He shouted and hurriedly stopped the white-haired foundation building perfect cultivator from saying, "Asshole." Then, he mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned the surroundings to check if there were any outsiders around. When he did not find anyone, the nervousness on the face of the middle-aged Jiandan disappeared. The next moment, he also pulled the white-haired foundation building perfect cultivator into the cave, and countless anger suddenly surged on his kind face. Yuan Zhuan, I've told you so many times that what happened back then must not be mentioned again. Once outsiders get to know what our clan did back then, our clan will surely experience a catastrophe. Upon hearing this, the white-haired cultivator who had reached the perfect stage of foundation building had a look of helplessness on his face. Uncle Chang Guang, I know about this, but in recent years, the family has been suppressed by the Heguang sect, which is adjacent to the territory and has 2 Jiandan cultivators. The family's finances have been getting worse year by year. Daoming, a younger member of the family, is about to enter the foundation building stage, and it is time to prepare Jiandan spiritual objects for him. But with the family's current finances, even if we save some money and borrow some spirit stones from the clan members, we can only prepare 2 ordinary Jiandan spiritual objects for him at most. 2 ordinary Jiandan spiritual objects can only increase the success rate by 20% at most. In the future, Daoming's impact on the Jiandan will still have a high probability of failure. And if there is a Jimo pill with the same effect as the Ji Jiandan to help, Daoming's probability of breaking through the Jiandan can be at least 50%, and it is more likely that he will enter the Jiandan. Even if the family fails to help Daoming break through the Jiandan, and the Jiandan spiritual objects are consumed, the finances will probably not be very good in the next few decades or even hundreds of years. The Heguang sect is watching covetously from the side. Uncle Chang Guang, take another risk. Otherwise, the family may not survive for more than 200 years. At the end of the speech, the white-haired old man who had completed the foundation building actually had a trace of mist in his eyes. He even knelt down and kowtowed to the middle-aged Jiandan. Uncle Chang Guang, my Sima family is a Jiandan family that rose from the hands of our 2 generations. In this life, our 2 generations have been thinking about ways to make the family prosperous. Now, half of my body is about to be buried in the ground, but every time I think about the future of my family being destroyed, my heart is broken. When the Sima family's only Jiandan Sima Changguang heard this, his face was full of black lines. After being immersed for a long time, he sighed helplessly, and a touch of scarlet flashed in his eyes. Then take a risk. Daoming, quickly gather the family's trustworthy people and follow me to do something before the Muing Immortal sect sends people to recruit our cultivators. A few days later, at the border of the Muing Sea, in a remote place, a light passed through the sky and stopped over an archipelago. The figure of the light also appeared. It was a flying boat. There were 4 people standing on the flying boat. They were Ling Pengyun, Yan Sidai, Ling Qingshi, who had a dual spiritual roots of gold and earth, and a middle-aged monk who had perfected his key training, had many scars on his face, looked extremely fierce, and his eyes were full of cruelty. He looked like he was not easy to deal with. Then, the cruel middle-aged monk sighed helplessly, with a look of pain on his face, raised his hand and pointed at a round island in the archipelago below. The island below was an inconspicuous and not large island with only a few hundred feet of land, but it had a large beach. He said helplessly. 2 seniors, the group of docile golden sand turtles I found are hidden in the beach of that island. Use your spiritual sense to scan it and you can find their traces. Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai heard it, and both mobilized their spiritual sense and scanned the island. When they did find a lot of demon beasts under the beach of the island, the 2 of them were delighted. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also raised his hand and sent out a spiritual power to create a gust of wind that swept across the island, blowing away the sea sand on the island. Suddenly, dozens of spirit turtles that were originally hidden in the golden sea sand, with yellow shells and bodies at least several feet large, appeared. Seeing their bodies appear and the aura of the monks appearing in the distance, these dozens of golden spirit turtles were all panicked and hurriedly crawled into the sea. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun pinched his hands and the countless sea sand that he had previously rolled up with a gust of wind suddenly turned into dozens of cages, trapping all the spirit turtles in the key training realm. Then, he quickly left the flying boat under his feet, went to the spirit island, knocked out all the spirit turtles, and put them into several prepared beast controlling bags. Everything was over, and when he returned to the flying boat, he looked at the fierce middle-aged man with a nervous face and said something lightly. Your information is true. Your life is yours. The strong middle-aged man heard this and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. A few days ago, he was the captain of a demon hunting team, leading 5 fellow practitioners in the late stage of key training, specializing in hunting demons and monsters for a living. After more than 10 years, the 6 members of the demon hunting team were as close as brothers and had a very good relationship. But everything changed after the demon hunting team he led accidentally discovered a group of golden sand turtles hidden on the island. The value of the group of docile golden sand turtles was too high, at least worth thousands of spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones was enough to be considered a sky-high price for a key training cultivator, and a gap was created between the 6 members of the demon hunting team. Because of his high cultivation level, he was regarded as the biggest threat by the other 5 late-stage key training cultivators in the team. After all, if he was there, he would have to share the biggest profit. Therefore, the 5 members joined forces to attack him. If this person had not been smart, and had just seen Ling Pengyun and his wife leaving Guiling Island with Ling Qingshi and heading to Muiuanfang City, and had loudly informed Ling Pengyun of the golden sand turtles, and had asked Ling Pengyun to kill the other 5 late-stage key training monks of the demon hunting team, he would have been killed by now. Ling Pengyun saved this person, naturally, for the sake of the golden sand turtles. Although the golden sand turtles are not strong in qualifications, they are extremely docile in character. Even if they are not tamed by using the method of taming beasts, they can be tamed by simply feeding them some delicious food. They are rarely likely to rebel. On weekdays, this monster will not actively attack other monsters or monks, and mainly feeds on some seaweed. In addition, they are also very large in size and have good defensive capabilities. They can be regarded as a relatively good riding spirit beast. Thank you for your help a few days ago. The fierce middle-aged man thanked Ling Pengyun with a grateful face. However, just as he was about to step away, he stopped. He had never thought in his life that he would have an encounter with a giant and cultivator. Now, such a powerful person appeared in front of him. If he said goodbye, he might not be able to have an encounter with such a person, even if he met him again in the future. He was unwilling to do so. In addition, although he was a casual cultivator, he had raised his cultivation to the perfection of key training by relying on the wealth he had obtained from forming a monster hunting team and killing monsters in recent years. He was only 58 this year and still had a chance to build a foundation. However, he was a casual cultivator and did not have much wealth. If he relied on himself, he would not have the wealth to buy spiritual objects for building a foundation to try to break through the foundation. For the rest of his life, he would be trapped in this key training realm, waiting to become a yellow earth after 50 or 60 years. Then, an idea emerged in his mind. He fixed his eyes on Ling Pengyun, and asked him with a little helplessness, unwillingness, but determination in his voice. "Senior, I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. Senior, are you in need of a servant? As long as you give the order, I, Wang Zhuan, will do my best to help you in the future." Ling Pengyun's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Thinking back to the time when this person was chased by 5 late-stage key training cultivators, he was still able to hold on for a long time and had rich practical experience. He also saw that this person had a firm mind and was a person seeking the truth, so he did not refuse directly, but asked back with interest. "If I accept you, what can you bring to me?" Chapter 575 Special Arrangement for Wang Zhuan. This Wangsun key cultivating perfected casual cultivator was stunned by the question of the soul. However, he had been in the immortal cultivation world of the boundless sea for decades and was already an experienced person. In an instant, he told all his advantages. "Senior, although my strength is only key cultivating, I have always made a living by killing monsters in the Muing and Nujing seas, and I have also organized a monster hunting team. It is precisely because of this experience that I have made many friends in the Nujing Sea and Muing Sea under the Muing Immortal sect over the years. Among them, there are even many people from major forces, and even from the Muing Immortal sect. If there is enough benefit, combined with my friendship and help, as long as the senior wants to know about the Muing Sea and Nujing Sea, within 10 days, no, just 3 days, I can find out for the senior." After hearing this, Ling Pengyun was slightly surprised. However, when thinking about the fact that this person has a strong vitality, he is probably only in his 50s, and he has raised his cultivation to the state of perfect key training as a casual cultivator, he can be considered an extraordinary person. There may be people who take the initiative to make friends with such people. Under such circumstances, this person naturally knows a lot of cultivators. The branch established by Pengshan on Guiling Island has been targeting the other 4 foundation-building families on Guiling Island in recent years. The family does know less about the vast land of Muing Sea. This point is indeed a gap. If it is not made up, it will become a problem for the branch led by Pengshan to occupy the entire Guiling Island in the future. This person has a wide range of friends and can be used. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun also made up his mind. He replied to Wang Zhuan, "I can accept you as my servant. I probably know your purpose for doing so. However, I need to place a restriction in your body." When Wang Zhuan heard the word restriction, he probably understood that it was the kind of restriction that could control the life and death of others, and his body trembled. However, he also understood that the restriction was a stepping stone. "Everything is up to you, senior," Wang Zhuan said with a stiff face. Ling Pengyun was very satisfied with Wang Zhuan's words. He also pinched his fingers and used the blood soul seal, a magic method of the magic sect that he had searched for when he destroyed the poison blood demon sect in his early years. He condensed a blood-red spiritual power seal and injected it into Wang Zhuan's body. Once the blood soul seal is placed on a cultivator, it will penetrate into the cultivator's sea of consciousness. As long as the cultivator who placed this method has a thought, the blood soul seal will explode and blow the cultivator's sea of consciousness to pieces. The cultivator will naturally die as a result. And Wang Zhuan, who was placed with a blood soul seal, naturally felt it, and his back was chilled. However, at this moment, he saw Ling Pengyun wave his hand and took out 3,000 spiritual stones and handed them to him. "Go to the largest market in Muing Sea, Muing Market, and rent a shop. Use the shop as a source to collect information about the major forces in Muing Sea. This information must be comprehensive, and it must be accurate to the number of cultivators in that force, the approximate cultivation level of the cultivators, the assets, etc. Don't fool me with the information that can be found in the market." At this point, Ling Pengyun paused, thinking that he rarely came to this boundless sea, and he couldn't personally hand over information to this person. He also placed a blood soul seal in this person's body, and life and death were only in his mind. He could treat him as a special person, so he spoke. "After collecting the information, you secretly send it to Han Feng, the patriarch of the Han family, a foundation-building family on Guiling Island in the Muing Sea. The Han family is an old friend, you need to assist them well, and if necessary, you can help this family. But you can't show up unless it is necessary, you need to hide in the dark. At the same time, I will also make an agreement with the Han family in advance. If you perform well after a year, the patriarch of the Han family will give you 3 second-rate foundation-building spiritual objects. As for whether you can build a foundation, it depends on your own luck. And if you can't build a foundation, if you have descendants, I can also promise you that as long as you continue to do a good job in the future, I can get a more effective foundation building spiritual object, the foundation building pill, for your offspring to help them break through the foundation. Wan Zhuan, who was still frightened by the blood soul seal, saw the spirit stone and heard Ling Pengyun's response, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Not to mention the foundation building pill for his offspring, the 3 first-class foundation building spiritual objects that he would receive in a year would be enough to make him work hard. 3 first-class foundation building spiritual objects could increase the probability of a cultivator's foundation building by 15%, and they were worth at least 15,000 spiritual stones on the market. If these spiritual stones were put on the black market, they would be enough to buy 10 lives of a cultivator who had perfected his key training. Immediately, he took the 3,000 spiritual stones that Ling Pengyun handed over with a happy face, and then replied, "Please rest assured, Senior, I will definitely collect the information." Ling Pengyun nodded lightly and added, "By the way, the shop I rented with the spirit stone will make a profit in the future. 30% of it will be used to manage the people you know and to find out information. The other 60% will be sold to the Han family, and the last 10% will belong to you. However, if I find out that you are embezzling, you know the consequences." After saying this, Ling Pengyun's golden elixir pressure pressed on Wan Zhuan like a mountain. Wan Zhuan, who was only in the perfect state of key training, was immediately pressed to his knees by this breath and could not resist at all. Even Wan Zhuan could feel that his body was being crushed. If the pressure was stronger, or if Ling Pengyun intentionally increased the pressure, he would probably be crushed to death by this golden elixir pressure. This incident also made him realize the real gap between the key training state and the golden elixir state. Countless cold sweats suddenly broke out on his back. Fortunately, the pressure soon dissipated, and he was also lifted up by a spiritual power shot by Ling Pengyun and thrown out of the flying boat. Find a way to go back to Muiyun Market. If I send you there, the relationship between you and me will be known to some people. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Pengyun controlled the flying boat and took Yan Xie and Ling Chengxi away from here. Wan Zhuan, who was thrown out of the flying boat, also took out a flying magic weapon in time, stepped on it, and stabilized his body in the air. He looked at Ling Pengyun and others who were gradually moving away with fear. It took him a long time to recover from the huge pressure of the golden elixir, and controlled the flying magic weapon to leave here. 1 day later. Muiyun Market. In a secret room in the teleportation hall. "Brother Mu, what do you want to say to my wife? Why did you bring us to this quiet room?" Ling Pengyun looked at the worried giant Mu Zhenren in front of him with a puzzled look, and asked in confusion. Just now, he and Yan Xie had just entered the teleportation hall with Ling Chengxi, intending to leave the Muiyun Sea through the teleportation array in the hall, when they received a communication talisman from Master Jiamu, and were personally invited to this quiet room by Master Jiamu. Master Jiamu sighed helplessly and replied, "Since our sect went to war with the Yuanying demon clan of the Zuanbing giant whale clan in the Zuanbing Sea for nearly a month, our sect has transferred more than 70% of the sect's cultivators to the frontline whale sea to participate in the war. This move is good for the frontline battle situation. But this move has also plunged the Muiyun Sea, which is located in Futi, far away from the frontline, and has few cultivators stationed in our sect, into chaos. Many people with ulterior motives took this opportunity to wantonly attack the major weak forces, causing the sect cultivators like me who stayed in Muiyun Market to receive many messages for help. And our sect, through those messages for help, also learned that a demon cultivator force with a demon cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm has appeared in our Muiyun Sea. The threat posed by those ordinary cultivators is not great, and they are easy to deal with and can be controlled, but the threat of that demon cultivator is huge. According to statistics, this group of demon cultivators has destroyed 23 foundation building forces in just 3 days, and even a relatively weaker giant force has been destroyed. Nearly 10,000 cultivators have been killed or injured, and millions of mortals have been killed or injured. Because this group of demon cultivators are elusive, the destroyed forces are sometimes in the east and sometimes in the west. The number of giant garrisoned in the Muiyun Sea by our sect is relatively small, so it is difficult to find them for a while. If this group of demon cultivators continues to cause trouble, our sect may have a chance to find them. But this group of demon cultivators are very smart. They only appeared for a short period of 3 days and then disappeared. Who knows if this group of demon cultivators will appear again in the future, or when the storm has passed. This group of demon cultivators is really a disaster and must be eliminated. This matter concerns the reputation of our Muing immortal sect. If this matter is not handled well, our sect will definitely be difficult to obey in the future. We, the Jindan who were left behind by the sect in the Muing Sea, are determined to search for that group of demon cultivators. We even borrowed a few magic weapons that are extremely sensitive to demonic energy to help us. However, the Muing Sea is very large and we are outnumbered. We cannot send back Jindan cultivators from the front line. The demon cultivators are strong, so the Jindan of our sect dare not search separately. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for us to search the entire Muing Sea in a short time. Therefore, I would like to entrust Brother Ling and Madam Ling to help us search for that group of demon cultivators. In this way, the Jindan of our sect who are left behind in the Muing Sea can be divided into at least 2 groups to search for that group of demon cultivators separately. Of course, as long as Brother Ling and Madam Ling are willing to help, regardless of success or failure, our sect will pay you 10,000 spirit stones each. And once we find that group of demon cultivators and you two are involved in killing them, our sect can send you a batch of cultivation pills worth 50,000 spirit stones each. Would you two like to help? Ling Pengyun and Yan Sidai exchanged a glance and communicated with each other through voice transmission. After a few breaths, the two of them considered that the strongest among the group of demon cultivators was only at the middle stage of the golden core, and they both had strong true fire, which could restrain the demon cultivators, so at least they would have no problem protecting themselves. The benefits promised by the Muing immortal sect were huge. The couple also agreed to this matter. After they placed Ling Chengshi in the Muing market, the two followed Jiamu Zhenren and left the Muing market. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.